Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Pepaganda. I gotta get used to saying that. I am your host, Pep. Nice to meet some of y'all. Nice to see some of y'all returning. I am happy to be here. Today, we are going to be covering some interesting topics, such as the one story that is the one that we just can't ignore, not Epstein, surprisingly. So Trump got the small win that this kind of knocked that a little bit out of the news cycle because what's going on in Texas is absolutely insane. Hey, everybody, just want to say as you guys file in here, check out my channel over on Twitch and YouTube, Pep Talks TV. It's the same for both. I think the links are in the description. So appreciate you guys stopping by and hanging out. As I was saying, we're going to cover the Texas stuff. I live in ye olde Illinois, so we have taken on the political refugees from Texas. It is interesting. It's also interesting because I was wrong. I said on my show yesterday that they were downtown. They are not. They are actually in one of the suburbs of Chicago. So for anyone trying to spin this narrative that they're at some luxury 5-star hotel and they're getting it like, no. So, but we're also going to be covering, actually, I have a fun little video that's going to explain gerrymandering and just how wacky it is in a really fun way. If you guys are familiar with Map Men, they are one of my favorite channels. I have been watching them before. Oh, geez. I think before I even thought about starting this channel at all. So we're going to be covering that. And then we're also going to be covering the podcaster influence on politics, specifically the podcast bros. We've had a lot of discourse going on with this. I'm glad to see that Bill Burr is really shining a light on the bigger problems that this is causing. And it's also kind of interesting to see guys like Bill Burr who, they make probably more than a lot of these guys. They're coming for him to come out and just blanket say like, no, they're irresponsible. No, they don't know what they're talking about. They really are kind of causing more damage. But I also want to call out the other side of this, where a lot of people have been ignoring the influence that these guys have had for a long time. And I can say this because I was a Joe Rogan listener. I know. Hate me. We all make mistakes. Unfortunately, his turn during the big C era has been, it was jarring and unfortunate. But without a guy like Joe Rogan, I would have not found a Kyle Kalinske. I have to say that is where I saw Kyle Kalinske my first time, and I started, watching him. David Pakman was one of those guys, and he's also one of those guys that I unfollowed, unsub from. If you guys enjoy his content, that's fine. I try not to do the whole content shaming unless you're watching, some just blatantly egregious stuff. Then yes, that is fair game. But let's get into it, guys. As I said, I really appreciate having you all here, but we're going to go to a mainstream media source, MSNBC. I know it seems like from my first show, I use them too. So I'm going to get the MSDNC accusations going. But here, let's take a look at what they're saying about everything going on with the Texas exodus. And then we're going to learn about the gerrymandering. Oh, that is not what I was trying to... Oops.
There are a group of legislators who are not home. Who are they?
Wow, what a newsy segue. The Texas House has issued a arrest warrants for Democrats who have left the state to block congressional redistricting. As the Texas Tribune reports, the warrants apply only within state lines, making them largely symbolic, as most of the legislators who are...
I was saying this yesterday, how like all of this was performative, how Greg Abbott has literally no power to arrest these people.
In Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts. Texas House Speaker Dustin Burrows yesterday criticized
Also,
the missing
something
members.
else is being like not being brought up a lot is how Ken Paxton did the same thing to avoid responsibility for his whole cheating scandal.
They've left the state, abandoned their posts, and turned their backs on the constituents they swore to represent. They've shirked their responsibilities under the direction and pressure of out-of-state politicians and activists who don't know the first thing about what's right for Texas. To be absolutely clear, leaving the state does not stop this House from doing its work. It only delays it. And every day this chamber is unable to act, the cost grows.
Oh my goodness. It's almost like Lincoln
Oh my goodness.
talking to Congress.
Can I just say, I haven't been able to stand this guy for the majority of my life. My mom used to love this guy, and he is just such a putz.
At the beginning of the Civil War, the stakes are so high. Oh, wait.
I'm an old school Republican who just happens to caucus with the Democrats now.
No, they're not, Willie. To do what's right for the people of Texas, to take the vote away from anybody in Texas who's basically a Democrat by gerrymandering the districts, like so out of whack that even if Democrats manage to get a 50-50 vote.
The thing is, I kind of understand anybody that wakes up at 5 a.m. It's really the only thing on. What else are you going to watch?
Total in state legislative races.
I mean, Saturday morning cartoons aren't even a thing anymore.
Republicans would win overwhelmingly. That guy and the rest of the Texas legislature and Greg Abbott want to rig the system. They want to make sure that Republicans are overrepresented.
I love how they overstate the obvious, but hey, someone's got to do it.
On election day, they want to rig the process. And so they're acting so indignant about it. The short-sightedness of it is this. If Texas achieves what they want to achieve, then California will go back. And then they will draw up even more
and Illinois
rigged lines that will help Democrats. And New York State will do it. And who knows? Maybe then Florida decides. I mean,
Why do we always get ignored?
Really?
We are a bastion of blue politics. Why? The second city indeed. Oh my God, middle child syndrome here.
It's an idiotic thing to do. They used to do it every 10 years. And
Chicago pride.
I don't know if the president told them to do this or somebody else told them to do it, but it's just stupid. And worse than that, it's just not right. I mean, gerrymandering is just, it is so anti-democratic.
Until you want to do it. See, this is the bitch of it. Both parties need to do this. And like, it is kind of sad when they do start like playing these games that they act like it's the first time this has ever happened.
And yet both sides have been doing it for a long time. It's time for us to stop it. And this is not going to accomplish anything.
And as you say, governors of blue states have promised this will set off an arms race. Governor Newsom said, okay, Texas, if you want to do that, you leave us no choice.
Yeah, but the bitch of that is they don't have as many open seats, I think. And I think it was like they were saying that there's 5 pickups that they could have if they do the gerrymandering in Texas. Whereas if California were to play the same game, it's only 4.
We'll do the same. And there won't be any red congressional districts in the state of California. New York could do the same.
This is, I mean, can we just we need to acknowledge how dangerous this is, just as, citizens of the United States of America.
On down the line. Just to remind our viewers, these maps, if they are redrawn.
Like, I know that in Illinois, for instance, we have districts that stretch out, I guess it's a little easier for us because we essentially start it at the lake and then we go all the way out to the plains and we try to encapsulate a whole bunch of, the rural areas and all the people that don't usually vote with the Chicago Democrats.
Are usually redrawn at the end of a decade when the new census report comes out based on data, not in the middle of the decade. It's going right now.
I will say this, and this is kind of a hot take, I hate to say, but there is no rule about that, though. Like, this is just decorum. Like, you guys are you had this arbitrary agreement that, every 10 years because of the census. But there was no law or rule saying that they can't do this, which there should have been. And guess what? Joe Biden did propose that.
And it is Texas governor.
And trust me, I don't like glazing Biden.
Abbott, who ordered lawmakers to redraw the congressional map.
Hey, Jack. Hey, What's this glazing?
During that-
I heard a hot dog called a glizzy the other day. It confused me,
Special legislative session
just like everything else.
after pressure from President Trump and his political team. The current map was drawn by the Republican-dominated legislature just in 2021. Republicans have controlled 25 of the 38 seats after the last two elections. Last week, the House proposed new congressional lines dividing up existing districts in Austin, Houston, and Dallas with the goal of
Which is weird because all three of those are blue bastions.
adding
So no wonder they're just like, we need to make sure that these cities could never vote blue again.
5 more Republican seats. Joining us now from Chicago, chairman of the Texas Democratic Party, Kendall Scudder. Kendall, thanks for being with us this morning. So where do things stand from your point of view among Democrats? Are you going to go back?
Where the hell did they put the camera for that? That looks like it's literally sitting across like the L line from like you got the Trump Tower on this side and
to Texas? If so,
it's like that's a very oh my God, that's the whole, oh my God. Is he staying at?
Assume, where does this go from here?
I think I know the hotel.
Texas Democrats have no interest in participating in this sham. Texas Democrats
That's
don't work
crazy.
for Donald Trump. We work for the people of Texas. And so
I'll just say it's a Marriott.
I believe our delegation will stay put, and we will make sure that Republicans aren't able to avoid accountability in the 2026 election by stealing congressional districts in Texas.
So, Kendall, how long do you plan to hold out? And I understand.
Till December, duh.
Absolutely.
Because realistically, the problem here is that they do have to sit out until December in order to actually be effective. So, you know, if this isn't just performative and they do stay till December, I will actually that's
Who you believe you work for and
that's
who
gumption
all
right there.
lawmakers should be working for. At the same time, they've made some moves that are rather threatening. Would you see it that way?
You know, the biggest difference right now between a Democrat and a Republican is that a Republican will trample on your constitutional rights in order to preserve their own political power, while a Democrat is
Yes, Democrats are so much better.
willing to risk their elected political offices to protect your constitutional
I'm
rights.
sorry. The fact that they do this shit where they're just like, we're not corporatist. We're for the people.
We will stay in Chicago as long as we have to, because the people of Texas deserve to have representation. And beyond that, every person in this country has been looking for a Democratic Party that will fight. And we have that in Texas. We've been calloused by years of getting pushed around and kicked in the teeth, and we're not going to take it anymore. So we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure we're preserving democracy, and grateful for the opportunity to do it. I want to add and make sure that I point
I know you're sleepy.
out our
Sorry, my dog's not used to streaming this early.
Texas legislators are making great personal sacrifice to do this. They have families who had their first day of school
Right.
yesterday that they missed. They have jobs. They have mortgages. They're being fined $500 a day, but they're doing it because they know it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, you know, it's so fascinating, Kendall. I mean, let's compare of what the Republican House did under Mike Johnson and what you guys are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Both left town, but Mike Johnson had the House race out of town so they didn't have to talk about the Epstein files.
Yeah, the Epstein files.
Democrats in Texas went out of town.
It's literally we just don't. We need to just beat this news cycle. Epstein will be out of the news by the time we reconvene.
to stop gerrymandering and to stop a process that would actually deprive people
At least the Texas Dems are better than Chuck Schumer and
of
Jeffries.
the idea one man, one vote, one person, one vote, one woman, one vote. That's what's at stake here in Texas. It's what would be at stake in California if they followed this up by doing it on the other side. This is just wrong. But again,
It's wrong for anybody to we have to acknowledge that. And there is also this side of this where I hate doing this because it really just goes to elementary school, fight tactics, but it's like, he started it.
you guys left the state
They did.
for a
They
good
fucking started it. And you know what? I don't know what you guys were taught, but here in the Midwest, I was taught to finish
and
it.
noble reason. Republicans raced out of town because they didn't want to talk about Epstein files. Talk about the difference.
I think it's shocking to me that they're so hypocritical on this topic. What we're telling you right now, and hopefully shining a spotlight on, is how what we need in this country is federal nonpartisan redistricting committees. We as Democrats are tired of being the only adults in the room. Where we're putting these nonpartisan redistricting committees in place in places like California to our own disadvantage, and acting like that is going to somehow solve this problem. I think that these Democratic governors in these blue states need to start carving their states up and bring these
That's not the fucking answer.
Republicans
All
to
right?
heal so that they
See, literally, it's just like, we should have thought about this first.
they end up going to DC and begging us to sign on to nonpartisan redistricting committees for the country, because that's what we want. That's what we think would help and save this republic. But they're not going to do that. They're going to spend their time playing political games and doing everything that they can to try to pull distractions. So you aren't looking at the fact that right now our economy is in tough shape. Cost of living is through the roof. They're openly talking about privatizing Social Security. And as you just mentioned, Joe, they're doing everything they can to make sure you don't see that they're hiding the Epstein files, because Donald Trump is clearly in them.
I mean, I want to be more critical, but that was a good pivot. All right,
Kendall, let me ask you something that you and Texas legislators
See, they're not letting it go, and I've been saying that.
know a lot about, something that, people in my family know a lot about. And that is, and we've talked about it for years. So I'm not being political. I'm not responding to the horrific bill that passed in Washington a couple of weeks ago, which, by the way, be a congressman out of Nebraska said, well, we don't have unlimited money, despite the fact that they just jacked up the debt for.
I mean, it's going unsaid, but J.B. Pritzker is totally funding this.
$1 trillion and $20 trillion over the next decade. But we'll just
my bad.
put that to the
They're talking about the deficit
side. But
I'm talking about these guys.
I've been talking
It's like in Chicago. That was one of the main stories is who's paying for this?
with a family member of mine about the crisis in rural health care for about a decade now. Can you talk about in real terms about the parents that are going to have to drive 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 more miles to receive care, about kids in the state of Texas that don't live in big cities, that don't live in Dallas or Houston?
This isn't the time to do this, because the other side is trying to say that, not even just the other side, there's Democrats saying that this is politically risky because they're not voting on flood assistance.
It's going to happen to their health care when 30 to 40% of all children in Texas and across America get their primary health care from Medicaid. What are these cuts going to do to rural health care across?
From my experience, it's not necessarily a bad thing. God, you know how annoying it is sometimes where I just had this happen where one of my buddies explained to me that Medicaid covered everything that he just went through. And I have I have private insurance that just, they billed me arbitrarily, and I had to fight like hell to just get an MRI covered.
Us, America.
Well, this billionaire bootlicking bill is going to shut down more than 300
All right, that was all right.
rural hospitals
Billionaire bootlicking bill
across the country.
That one
I'm from
pops.
rural East Texas. I come from a family that would have to drive 45 minutes to an hour to get to a hospital. Most counties in the state of Texas don't even have a
How are you not dead?
hospital that can birth a
Wait a
baby.
minute.
And so what are you
I
supposed
always wonder that, where I'm like, wait, how's that work?
to do if you live somewhere in South Texas where you're 2-3 hours away from a hospital and you have an emergency? Those hospitals are having a hard enough time staying
Because there's never an ATV accident or anything,
open as it
I
is.
like how that's where I come.
Let alone with the government working against them. And why would the government work against them? Because they aren't profitable. Well, guess what? The government's job is not to turn a profit. The government's job is to provide services to the people that live here. And they're failing
again. And Donald Trump has been trying to play it like it's a
to
business.
do that. And
Obvious.
And they're taking all the money that would provide services to working class people like us, and they're handing it to the people at the top because their greed knows absolutely no bounds.
Chairman of the Texas Democrat.
I'm sorry, Mika just.
Party, Kendall Scudder, thank you. There are
He was so passionate at that moment.
a community in Maine I know well that has lost food assistance and maternal care in an entire community to that point. Thank you very much for being on the show this morning.
Okay. All right. Well, let's learn about this gerrymandering because, man, oh shit, I did not mean to do that. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Stop screen. Give me 1 second here, guys. What was that title? Oh shit. There we go. Let's learn about some maps. Oh my god, it happened again.
Can we do
There
an
we go.
episode about politics? All right, what if it's about politics in a foreign country?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Great. Welcome to Map Men. We're the
Right
men.
off the
Here's the
bat,
map.
I love these guys so much. By the way, as funny as this is actually like very, very informative.
This is a map of the 435 districts that the USA is split into for the purposes of voting for members of Congress, the powerful people who pick the policies the president can pass.
Because elections have to be fair, it's important that the map is fair. That's why every 10 years the boundaries get redrawn to make sure every district always contains, as closely as possible, the same number of people, about 700,000.
Which means that this map is actually a very handy way of glancing at population density across the United States.
For example, sparsely populated Wyoming has just one district and just one representative. Hello. And densely populated New York has 26.
Hello. That makes sense, but if you zoom in, some of it doesn't make sense. Lots of districts have very suspicious-looking shapes. Buh?
Buh?
Guh? Fnuh?
That last one, I happen to recognize that.
Districts really have to be so
That's
just to
from
get
Illinois, baby.
populations equal.
Nope, there's something more sinister going on. And to find out what it is, we have to go back to 1812.
I love his stupid time machine.
Where are we?
We're still in England, but it's 1812.
Shouldn't we be in Boston?
The story starts in Boston, in the office of the governor of Massachusetts, Elbridge Gerry.
With a G.
With a G.
With a G.
There was an
yeah.
election coming up, and it looked like Gerry was about to lose his job.
Gary's about to lose
But
his
his
job.
advisors came up with a bill that could practically guarantee a victory for their party without having to win any extra votes. All they had to do was change the map.
But how does changing the map change the results?
That's what Elbridge Gerry said.
How does changing the map change the results?
Allow us to demonstrate with the use of state-of-the-art graphics.
That's what Elbridge Gerry
Let's
said.
say there's a hypothetical
All right, so for real, this is one of the best graphs that I've seen to explain gerrymandering.
rectangular state with two parties,
Gerrymandering.
the Chocolate Raisin Party and the Smarty Party.
The Smarty Party
I'm
is
part of
more
the Smarty Party.
popular, obviously.
Yeah.
A fair result that
Party
you'd
all
expect
day.
is 3 Smarty districts and 2 Chocolate Raisin districts.
But watch what happens if someone from the Smarty
Hey Ryan, welcome and goodbye. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you.
Party is in charge of drawing the map. They can make it so that Smarties control every district. Smarty indeed.
But, more sneakily, watch what happens if someone from the Chocolate Raisin Party is in charge of drawing the map. They can mathematically make 3 Chocolate Raisin districts and just
Mathematically, I like that word.
2 Smarty, even though there are more Smarties.
Disgusting, shrivelly things. But Massachusetts wasn't a perfect rectangle with voters arranged into unrealistically neat rows.
Wyoming is.
In order to achieve their desired results on a real map of thousands of human voters, Gerry's team would have to draw their boundaries using 2 techniques: packing and cracking.
Cracking is when you break up a community of opposition voters and dissolve them into surrounding districts, making their votes powerless.
A bit like giving all your dinner guests a tiny bit of vodka in every part of the meal spread across the evening, so everyone gets very, very slightly, barely detectably drunk.
And packing is when you do the opposite and pack as many opposition supporters as possible into just one district, making their votes wasted.
A bit like giving all of your vodka to just one of your dinner guests, keeping everyone else completely sober except Uncle Steve.
Once the concept was finally explained to Elbridge Gerry, he said he didn't like it and thought it was...
highly disagreeable.
But he signed the bill anyway like a coward, and history was made.
Gerry's team looked at a map of where their supporters lived, and after a heavy night of packing and cracking, this is what they came up with, including this improbably bendy, sort of lizard-shaped district.
The new map caused quite a stir and caught the attention of political cartoonist Elkanah Tisdale and his editor Nathan Hale of the Boston Gazette. Hey, have you seen Governor Gerry's new district map?
Yeah, looks like a salamander.
Ha, you mean a Gerrymander? And
It's hilarious. It's all based on a really bad joke.
that's how the process of manipulating maps for political gain became known
The saddest part is that's close to historical accuracy, where it's just 2 guys yucking up. Yeah, salamander.
as gerrymandering. And then everyone started pronouncing it wrong.
Which is how it became known as gerrymandering, which was good news for Gerry, who'd probably be delighted that his name hasn't technically gone down in history for this bad thing.
Which brings us back to the present day.
Anyway, in a proper democracy, such obvious cheating would have been instantly spotted and nipped in the bud. But due to America's quirky,
Stunningly undemocratic
system where it's politicians themselves who draw their own district maps, gerrymandering very much continues to this day. And it's more sophisticated, high-tech, and openly brazen than ever before or anywhere else in the world. It can be seen in swing states all
God, are they using AI to do it?
across America.
A shower head, a car with wings, one of those old-fashioned hand drill things,
A dinosaur, a watering can, the shape on the flag of the Isle of Man.
a metal detector, a bale of hay, a knight sitting on his horse the wrong way,
A rabbit in a hat and a bobbit and a spoon.
Super Soaker Seahorse Cameroon, a plume of steam from a mug of tea,
Donald Duck being kicked by Goofy.
a carpet stain from a naughty pup,
A mouse leaning over with a big thumbs up.
This would be a fun game to play.
snake, dog, bat, dog, snake, duck, snake.
We'll be right back after the break.
All right, so just so you guys know, their ads are very, very funny, but to expedite this, because I do actually want to learn about the gerrymandering as much as I love the comedy of these guys. Let's get back to it.
Fun. But gerrymandering,
Gerrymandering.
everyone says gerrymandering.
Everyone's wrong.
Everyone's
Gerrymandering
wrong.
has serious consequences.
North Carolina.
All right, guys, be honest. How many of you now want to call it gerrymandering with the hard G?
In the 2018 midterm elections, Republicans won 10
Ever since I saw this video, I have been doing that, and people look at me like I'm an idiot.
out of 13 seats with just 51% of the votes.
Ohio. Republicans won
Ohio.
12 out of 16 seats with just 52% of the votes.
And the Democrat Party does it too.
Mar-I-Lawned. Democrats won 7 out of 8 seats with just 63% of the votes.
So then, why don't they just make squiggly districts illegal?
Oh, if only it were that simple. Sometimes a district that looks sillily squiggly has been made squiggly for a good reason.
Republican voters and Democrat voters tend to clump together with their own kind, with Republicans mostly in the countryside and Democrats mostly in big cities.
This
I
is called self-sorting, and it's only getting more extreme.
I've literally seen this, like in the way that our districts, again, the more blue you are, the more likely you are to move to the city because, yeah, you don't care about the taxes. It's just, okay, I like being around the culture and everything.
The problem with
You got the other guys out there that are just like, why am I paying Illinois taxes when I have a farm?
self-sorting is if your district has no opposition in it, your politician won't have to work hard and you won't have to bother to vote.
And so, to encourage healthy, competitive elections, legislators make districts squiggly on purpose, encouraging politicians to broaden their appeal and prevent politics from being polarized.
Competitiveness is not the
That worked.
only good reason for bonkers-looking map squiggles. Take a look at Illinois. In central
Hey, here we go. Let's
Chicago,
go.
you'll find the famous Earmuffs district, Illinois' 4th, which wraps around the 7th, barely holding itself together with the I-294 highway. Both
294.
the 4th and 7th districts are solid Democrat. So why in the name of all that jazz were they split this way?
Members of Congress don't just make up numbers for their party. Each one is supposed to represent their community.
A so-called community of interest can mean people from a certain industry or housing type or education or race.
For decades in America, minorities
These guys are the fucking best.
were terribly underrepresented in Congress.
Unavoidably serious stuff.
After much campaigning, in 1965, the Voting Rights Act was passed, which made it illegal for any state to do anything that made it difficult
man.
for minorities to get elected.
Which included drawing voting districts that broke up minority communities.
What this practically means is every state is now required to pack voters of the same race into fewer districts.
No one wants it to be necessary, but it's the only way to make Congress reflect America's true diversity instead of its true racism.
Which explains this. This is a mostly African American community, and these are 2 mostly Latino communities.
So immediately we can see the problem. You can make districts compact,
Yeah.
or you can make them competitive, or you can make them keep a community. But you can't make them all 3.
That's what makes fixing gerrymandering so hard. No one can agree on which is the most important C.
Which is why all attempts over the last few decades at fixing gerrymandering have produced various amounts of not much success, including, most notably,
Terminates the gerrymander.
California, with the strong support of Governor
The fact that he called it terminate gerrymandering.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's time to say hasta la vista to gerrymandering. But in almost every case, any
It's almost funnier when you can't do an Arnold impression.
attempt to fix it has only
You got to get rid of the gerrymander.
made things worse.
What'd you call it? The gerrymander. It's called the gerrymander. Gerrymander.
Serving only to highlight how impossible it is to make everybody happy.
Since we're not in America, it's easy for us as outsiders, living in a country whose democracy is practically perfect in every way, to tell Americans how they should run theirs.
I bet they feel that way right now too.
So
Oh my
just
God,
in time.
somebody from the UK was trying to hit me up yesterday. They're like, "Can I talk about UK politics and what just happened with the internet ban bill? This is driving me
For
crazy."
the next round of redistricting in 2031, here are Mattman's top tips for how the USA can fix gerrymandering. 1. Instead of giving districts boring numbers, make legislators give them actual names. The longer the name, the harder the shape will be to justify.
2. Get computers to draw your districts for you. AI
Well, I mean,
is a powerful tool these days, and the robots know what's best for us.
yes, they do. Yeah, totally.
3.
Ugh.
3. Abolish geographical districts and divide the country by communities of internet. The people who share your priorities that need representing in government are all across the country and not just physically close to you.
4. Increase the number of members
I
of
don't like that idea.
Congress from 435 to 435,000, so each district contains just one street. You can't say it wouldn't work.
And 5. Stop worrying about democracy and just let a dictator take over.
Before we start blaming America's politicians for cheating at democracy, it's important to remember gerrymandering is only possible because voters are predictable. You can't draw lines around how people are going to vote if you don't know how they're going to vote.
Today, more than ever before, people support political parties like football teams and are less likely to ever allow their minds to be changed.
I blame Twitter.
And the more this happens, the harder it is to draw anything apart from depressingly predictable districts.
In the
I
last
blame
election,
Twitter.
81% of Americans lived in districts where it was extremely obvious who was going to win, leaving it to just a tiny handful of swing voters to decide.
That's how I literally picture swing voters going to the polls, just like, oh, this I don't like all this pressure. Oh no.
the result for the whole country.
It's impossible to draw a map that will make everybody happy, but fighting for fairness
All right, if anybody in chat, are you guys swing voters, and do you legit kind of feel that way? Because like living in a blue bastion state, I have always kind of toyed with this because I have a buddy that just his reason for not wanting to vote is just like it's always gonna go blue anyway, which stupid, I know. But do you guys kind of feel more pressure though?
is worth the faff. If voters can at least feel their voices being heard, they'll be encouraged to turn up and vote to vote for their real favourite, making democracy more meaningful.
Until then, the American political system will remain an antiquated basket case that enables those with power to rig the system for themselves and block any meaningful progress for the foreseeable future.
You mean I'm just doing what any good Democrat would do. I'm just doing it first.
Glad we don't live in a country like that.
As I said, here, can we put the Mapmen link in the description, or at least in the chat, so everybody can go follow these guys? But if we can't, go follow Mapmen on YouTube. They are one of my favorite channels, if not my favorite educational channel. That was funny. Oh, dude. I'm not even kidding. If you guys don't even want to watch their videos, go watch their surf. I don't want to give the promo for a certain type of surfing, and then a fish that bites. They do really, really funny bits with that. All right, let's back out of this, and then we're going to go to the next topic, which, all right, guys, podcasters and politics. This has been a pretty big topic going on. I mean, it's reached the mainstream, I would say, like where you have MSNBC, CNN, all these guys finally talking about this, which a little too late if you're asking me. But also I will go back to the election and where everybody put way too much onus on these guys. They look at the numbers of their audience and immediately go like, this translates to votes. It's like, I don't know about that. But you could also argue that this has kind of created a really, really bad space in comedy where they accidentally kind of, I don't want to say killed comedy as much as they're definitely kneecapping it. Because expecting your comedians, like everybody expects all comedians to be George Carlin, Bill Hicks, the thinking man's comedian, where some comedians just literally want to go make dick and fart jokes and that's it. So that's where I have to kind of put my 2 cents in, where I'm like, okay, I try not to take any of these guys too seriously. But guys, like I brought this up at the beginning of the show where I was talking about Bill Burr, where it's kind of refreshing to see Bill Burr kind of bring to light how silly this is and how we should have, like I was just saying, we should have never been leaning on these guys too much. Sick. Hold on. This is not working. Oh, it's because hold on. I totally grabbed the wrong video. That's why. Aha. You're all wrong. There we go. All right, so Bill Burr is asked about politicians in comedy. So he's on the Vulture podcast, which I have been enjoying a lot since. Oh God, I think that they interviewed. I think it was Andrew Schultz.
From my generation,
they actually grilled him.
We're talking about the billionaires and politician stuff. What do you feel, and podcasters, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who've appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to leverage comedy for their own goals?
Oh, that's dude. It was before that. I remember the first time I saw a president go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheap.
Yeah, where the whole hair touching thing, the normalizing his stupid hair,
Cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Like when they used to run for office, they would have the debates, and they wouldn't even go on Meet the Press. So, but I just feel like now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for fucking president.
Because you are responsible. You also don't want your brand being that's so smart. Notice how he's not dealing with that.
With my intellect.
But like from a comedy, just from a fan, I'm always thinking about that now. Where like a guys like Andrew Schultz, even fucking, oh my God, who's the Kurt Metzger? The fact that he's on Jimmy Dore show, which is insane because Kurt Metzger, I knew about Kurt as one of, again, the like Legion of Skanks guys that are Legion of Skanks adjacent, where he would hang with Big J Okerson, and they literally had stories about them being on the road that cannot be shared here.
I'm not gonna sit there and be like, so like what's your foreign policy? Like I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl?
That again.
And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my my wheelhouse. Like I am just way beyond. Like there's a difference between.
But this is where I have a little bit of a disagreement with him, because he has this weird thing where like, the construction site talk where, oh yeah, we would never really talk about this stuff. It's like, that's bullshit.
The people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading.
I am glad that the tide is finally turning against Rogan.
You know what I mean?
Nice.
There's people that like discover shit and figure shit out. And then there's the people that read it. Like the amount of people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people, but they can do it. But then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit.
Yeah.
That was a bit I used to do in my act where it's just like, there's nothing worse than when a dumb person reads because now they think they're smart. It's just like, no, you're just a dumb guy that knows a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Like intellect to me is how you process information. It's not just reading a bunch of smart shit, putting in your head and then puking it out at people. And be like, in 1492,
that's literally the concept of learning. Wait a minute. I mean, even the most academic person is doing just that.
That's not smart. You're torturing people.
Yeah.
So it's more like how you put stuff.
It's it's actually critical thinking. Again, this is where I don't like this degradation of like comedians where they're seen as like the jester and being not like he's doing a disservice to himself on this one
together
and the rest of the comedy sphere.
And like somebody said me once,
there's a reason that people go to comedians for social commentary. This goes way back. I mean, you could go to Lenny Bruce for this.
Time ago, Bill, you know, you're a really smart guy. And I go, yeah, in a sports bar. You put me in a sports bar and you want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports. I am scoring very high.
Yeah.
All right. You put me in like that forum to have to interview somebody that is going to run.
So it's, I mean, looking at it from Bill, like just looking at Bill Burr, looking at Joe Rogan and all the other comedians, the one thing that makes them like Bill Burr stand out opposed to them is his actual ability to critically think and ask questions no matter what. Whereas Joe will go, whoa, it's crazy, man.
For president, and then and
then he will do what he just said, where he'll then go to the next show and just be like, so I had this guest on and I heard that like they're giving monkeys bear blood. You heard that, man?
Sports bar guy, you're gonna see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school a lot. So
nothing wrong with that.
or whatever. It's like you're a smart guy. Compared to what?
Yeah.
It's all like sort of.
Also, I don't like this whole like academic smearing kind of thing where like we're not acknowledging that, you know, the public school system wasn't built for educating people who are critical thinkers. You know, I think that's why the autism diagnosis really is kind of thrown around. Like, I don't want to say like it's thrown around because yes, there are people that needed that diagnosis, but I do see people that like just literally have a little quirkiness and they're just like, oh, I got it. It's like, have you been diagnosed? No, but I got it.
Relative. Like I'm still out. The jury's still out with me with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Him and Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku was the first one that I kind of like he's like that pseudo intellectual guy that would go on. But you know, the dust in space, it creates more dust, and then the dust comes together to create comets. It's science.
It's like, is he a good scientist? I don't, because every time I see him, he's talking to somebody like me, and I'm like, is that how the tides work? I had no idea. It's like he didn't figure that out.
Yeah,
he learned it. I want to see.
That's every fucking teacher, though, Bill.
See him
oh my fuck God! That's your parents. That's your teacher. That's literally that's you to your kids.
Down next to another scientist and have the guy be like, "Wow, Neil, I never looked at it that." Like, I want to see somebody on your level.
It's interesting. He does spend a lot of time talking about movies.
He doesn't do science a lot. He definitely sits around a lot talking about. It's sort of like a Dr. Phil, kind of thing.
Yeah, Dr. Phil Jason. All right, so all right, so that's the Bill Burr angle. If you guys want to see more of me watching some of this interview, I will be watching this later on my stream, so you guys can come check that out. But until then, let me back out of this, and then bring up Tim Dillon. So another one of the guys that's out here doing this thing is Tim Dillon. Now, I want to say, is more egregious because this guy, he goes out and does his show, right? Like he is a political commentator, and that's what's always bugged me about him. But here, actually, for this is a whole thing because I'm just gonna fucking meet him right where he's at. All right, guys. I'm just asking questions. I'm just a comedian's comedian asking questions. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm Trump adjacent, okay? I'm just asking questions, folks. Don't hold my feet to the fire.
Trump believes that connecting him to Epstein is a Democrat scam, hoax, whatever. Prove
right. And I'm going to help prove that just for the lulz.
You got to release everything. I know it'll be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable.
It's going to be uncomfortable. But you know what? We're going to just accept it because, you know what? He's here for us, folks.
Sometimes you are friends with someone and they're a human trafficker. That's what
it just so happens that your friend's a human trafficker. You know what? He's your friend. You need to be there for him, right?
It is to be rich.
Yeah, it's just rich guy shit.
Explain that to people.
Right. I'm just making yucks.
It is to be rich is to be best friends sometimes with a human trafficker, satanic pedophile. You don't even know it. You just...
Right. And then I'm going to simultaneously go and make an excuse that maybe, just maybe, they actually want Trump dead. Maybe that's what they want, and this is all just to protect him, guys.
Know that you both like boats. To be rich is to be friends with people who are implicated in the murders of their wives, the trafficking of children.
Now you get where the joke is here, right?
And
this is the problem with him, though. He wants to have it both. He wants to have it both ways. I just want to be the funny guy that puts on the sunglasses and the hat and has the persona where I'm just a comedian, guys. God. But then simultaneously, but I want to be taken very seriously. Maybe the next Alex Jones. I don't know.
Drug running, narco trafficking, arms dealing, false flag operations. This is what it is to be rich. It's not for everyone. I've always said that. I have a little bit of money now, not even a lot. I haven't spoke to a firefighter in 6 years. I don't even know where they are. Cops, firefighters, teachers. Who are these people?
Socialism? That's why, honestly, that's why I don't even need it. If I don't need socialism, you don't need it.
Dinner with people.
God. You know what? I'm gonna go buy another Ralph Lauren polo shirt.
Pretty sure
it'll make me feel a little less chubby.
Want to kill me?
Sorry. Now that was a little that was a little bit, but fuck him.
Explain that to people, Donald. Go out and say to them, sometimes you just end up best friends with someone who's trafficking children. I took a ride on a plane.
It's just an oopsie. I mean, how many of you guys have oopsie poopsie just sat next to a pedo?
Shouldn't have been.
And then just gone, you know what, I'm gonna stand up for this guy.
I thought he was just a whack. He was a silly Billy.
He's just a silly Billy. You guys heard it from the man's own mouth. The guy's just a silly Billy. We shouldn't be taking him seriously at all.
He was a Daffy Duck.
Suffer and succotash. It's almost like we can't take Trump at his word.
But you gotta...
Again, this is super annoying to me, where he just did that shit, and like, again, he wants to be taken seriously too.
Show people you weren't raping children. I don't even care if he laundered a little bit of the money. No one does.
Yeah. You know, just a little bit of money laundering. But I've done an entire podcast about how Nancy Pelosi has made her riches on the backs of insider trading, but I don't care if he did it.
No one does.
I don't have a consistent bone in my body because I haven't found out if I have bones or if I'm just if I'm being held together just by buoyancy.
Donald, if that's what you're worried about, no one cares. If he laundered a lot of your money, because that's not what people are thinking. God, it would be fun if he just laundered some of your goddamn money. Just say that. Say that.
That is kind of funny that's where he takes it, where he's just like, this would be so much easier to handle if it was just a little money laundering.
Say I got a casino, it's a cash business. He laundered some money. Say it.
We're talking about a guy who, I mean, just to break the bit, you're talking about a guy who bankrupted multiple casinos.
Say it now.
I am saying it now.
That's not impeachment.
Guys, I guess I just found my new gimmick. I just got to put some sunglasses and a hat on, and my comfort zone just went from 0 to 2,000. I can say whatever I want with these sunglasses and this hat on.
Cares? He laundered some money, God damn it.
Yeah. Like I said, guys, the broader problem of the broadcast, that right there, and that's why I saved that one to kind of because I cannot stand that attitude where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just doing silly stuff. I'm just a comedian asking questions. Meanwhile, like at least Dave Smith, and I hate to give him this credit, but at least Dave Smith like has kind of leaned into the fact that he is a political commentator at this point and not just a comedian. Tim Dillon doesn't paint with a brush. He uses roller of satiricism. Again, there is the satire part, but when you're going on CNN and you are being posited as, you know, the new voice, I have a problem with that, man. Then back out. Like, at least guys like Bill Burr, if they even tried to put that moniker on him, he would have just been like, guys, what are you doing here? No, go ask an actual, like, political commentator. Ugh. Whereas in my perfect world, we could have somebody that could answer the Tim Dillon stuff. Media is dead. What are you talking about? Media is not dead. We are in one of the thriving times of media until Google decides to just, unilaterally come after left-wing spaces. Let's hope that we are safe here, because for real, like, we're able to put this kind of stuff together. Like, we have the working class media. You guys are watching this now. Like, I'm sorry, I might have taken that a little personally. Say media is dead. Meanwhile, you are watching me on media. Hey. But all right, guys, I want to chill for a little bit here. Oh shit, you know what? No, I have one more thing that I wanted to cover, because Andrew Schultz is the last comedian that I wanted to bring up here, because he's the other guy that has been thrown into the political ring. He did the Trump thing where it was just softball interviews. They humanized the crap out of him, which you could almost argue Theo Vaughn's part of this, but he doesn't even need to be brought up. He'll become irrelevant in the space once, because everybody is starting to figure out that he's not just this dumb guy. Like, it's all a bit. Like, he's not that person, guys. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing, where he's just like, I'm just a curious guy, man. I'm just a curious guy that just wants to be part of all the groups, man. Trust me. No. That is not the case. But guys like Andrew Schultz, who I have to preface that I do respect the fact that, like, he made a career out of comedy on the internet. He was one of the first guys to do it. Because a lot of guys in the stand-up scene used to talk mad shit about Andrew Schultz and how he was ruining comedy, and how him and specifically Bo Burnham, they were like a threat to comedians, because they're taking it to YouTube, dude. Like, comedy clubs are just gonna die because people are just gonna go to YouTube for the comedy. Just like, okay, well, and then all of a sudden they all start doing the same shit. So, got to kind of call that out. But my bigger problem with Andrew Schultz is how he's taking, like, subject by subject and then kind of doing the thing where he's just like, guys, I'm just a normie. I like the Zoran support. That's great. And as a leftist, I'll take it. But also, I'm going to still call out the fact that he's an idiot, and that for him, like, he's doing the populist thing, which, again, he's totally entitled to have these opinions, but to not recognize the influence is the problem. So having someone on like Ezra Klein, he just had Ezra Klein on. The way that he just doesn't challenge these guys, and that's part of the problem, is this actually is the qualification argument, where they're not qualified to have these discussions because they can't push back with knowledge that they lack. So it does become just oh wow, yeah, just the other guy just rolling off all this information unchallenged, and also having like the perception that these guys are just like really open to it. Because that's the other thing. These guys don't push back. They don't want to have awkward interviews. So, like, you just see them lapping it up. And then you'll get the Joe Rogan that, like, he'll be talking to another guest and just be like, yeah, I knew Kash Patel was lying. It's like, then why didn't you say something or do something? Like, you literally had the guy in your office and Elon dropped that bomb and you didn't do anything with it. If I was Joe Rogan, I would be just profoundly embarrassed by that. Because again, well, I didn't want to blow up his spot, man. I didn't want to make it awkward. Fuck you. Literally the guy who was pushing the conspiracy, the head of the FBI, and then your buddy Elon drops this little nugget and you're just like, that's weird. Yeah, let's move on to a different topic and then talk about it later. That's some pussy shit. It really is. And I got to say, like, that's the bigger thing that you have to call him on, is just the lack of balls there. And back to Andrew Schultz, where Ezra Klein was on, and he's talking about the IVF thing, and he's just like, yeah, this IVF thing, that's he just keeps dropping these little things where it's just like, yeah, it turns out he was lying to us. I'm like, really? That's funny. Like, that's very funny. Now you're just figuring out that these guys are liars. Huh. It's almost like, I don't know. And then they're using you. So it's like you're doing the propaganda thing and then get mad when you're called out on doing the propaganda. Like, my favorite part is these guys are coming from audience share. Like, they're coming from the perspective of, oh my God, I'm losing audience. Like, oh my God, I played the political game and now I'm going and doing these shows and only assholes are showing up, And then the other part about that is, my favorite part about this is the guys who aren't overtly conservative comics who then go do shows that all of a sudden they're just shit shocked. Like I was just saying, where their audience shifted and they're just like, oh, like now they're just shouting stuff at me and they're not even laughing. It's a lot of like, nothing pisses off a comedian more than just hearing collapse. You're not there to do a TED Talks. So just constantly doing the, yeah, this guy got a great point. Yeah, it actually, I don't know. I can speak for myself. If I heard that over laughs, I think I'd have an issue. But what do I know? Yeah, gotta love the fact that in the year of our Lord 2025, because of the media space and like how it evolved, like these really are the guys that we have to live. Like, do you think that guys like David Pakman are kind of pissed off about this? Like, Sam Cedars at least geared towards accepting this and just being like, he's a comedian, so he can kind of work with that. Also, Sam is like just legitimately funny. Oh wait, Stavi. That's another one that I forgot to bring up, because Stavi is actually Stavi and Adam Friedland are examples on the opposite end of this, where I appreciate the fact that they have the balls to just accept their politics, tell everybody in their audience what their politics are, to take it or leave it, and they can fuck off if they don't like it. And it's like, but if you still think I'm funny, stick around. That's kind of how I approach things on my show here, guys. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but I try to welcome open discourse on my show. I try to have people in my chat that aren't just doing the echo chamber stuff. I also really appreciate people that try to come to the show to learn. My favorite ones, actually, we have one in chat here. He's one of the OGs. He came to my channel to troll me, and then I disarmed him just by being me and just by being like, hey, what are you trying to accomplish with this? Okay. Like, what are we doing here? And then all of a sudden they're just like, oh, well, that's weird. So, because I always try to posit it as, is this how you enter? Like, if you see a circle, right? Which I'm not sure if this happens anymore. I can speak for myself. Where you have like a quad and, you got a bunch of, people who enjoy smoking. You all stand in a circle and then you accept people as they come around. Like, I don't think that people just enter that circle just like, yeah, who's based as fuck, Trump, and you guys suck. Yeah, past that? It's like, yeah. I've also, I know that I've covered this before, but I really appreciate like good debates. Like good faith, like not just good faith, because that's been thrown around on the internet way too much. I'm talking about specifically like old school debates where like what I was taught, where I figure out what I want to know about their position and then ask them questions to try and get answers about their position, because I'm genuinely curious. I'm not just trying to constantly one up the, like, I hate internet debate culture for that, where it just became something to win, which it sucks. It's true, guys. Pep is super strong on his beliefs, especially the crazy unorthodox and conventional beliefs he has about vegans. Oh, we'll cover that next week. Yeah, you guys can have my unconventional takes on veganism. But I was actually about to say that we're going to be leading into the next show here, because we have some important questions. And when you have important questions, we go to Jake, because what can you do with your old pal Jake? That's what I always ask. And it's ask questions. You can ask Jake questions. He can answer them. Well, maybe. I don't want to put him on the spot, but and also, just real quick, guys, thank you for hanging out today and having a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Next week, we're more than likely going to be covering, I don't know. I really don't know. So it's gonna be fun. But everybody take care, and I will see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. If I sound off today, there are a number of reasons for that. Reason number one being after traveling recently. Let's do this as a better gag than it was. Reason number one might be that I after traveling recently got COVID, which has me somewhat verklempt. I'll say this: I am hoping that it could just be because I was talking like a wrestler during a 12-hour stream. But that usually doesn't come with coughing and abusing one's toilet. The other thing is somewhere in the skies of America, I lost the cord that connects my microphone. And I only just now realized it while I was furiously attempting to, get stuff together for my show. But glad that the audience is responding to the mouth words that I'm saying, which means you are hearing them regardless of poor quality. Sort of been the way my show operates anyway. So today we're really just discussing the protest movements that have been in the United States over the last decade, 2 decades even, and the role of police. And I don't mean the role of, the police as enemies. And I don't mean the role of police as friends. I mean the role of police as objects, as known entities, as traffic pylons, as government tools that we either use or misuse. Yeah, might need to reach through that bubble gum holding the shoestrings together. I mean, you're not wrong. You certainly are not wrong. So I think to do this properly, I'm going to need a couple of swigs of this here black coffee. Lordy Lou, that is delicious, I have to say. Look, if you're traveling around the country, you happen to be in the tri-state area, swing by Michigan, because I've been up and down this country a couple of dozen times, and nowhere else have I found coffee quite this good, specifically Southeast Michigan, because in this area, there are a lot of immigrants that come from places that know their coffee. Now, I would argue that New York is going to come close to us. I haven't really drank a lot of coffee in New York. I don't remember any particular beverage I had, but you can't deny that the Italians know their business when it comes to coffee. But you know who else does? The Lebanese. And Dearborn has the most Lebanese of any country that is not Lebanon in the world in terms of percentage of population. And that means that the coffee around here is great. Is this sort of a arms race for a tasty black beverage. There's strength in having immigrants around, you know? And also in Michigan, punchkis. There's a ton of Poles. That's why you got your old pal Jake here. Tons of Poles and Lithuanians came to Michigan in the early 1900s. And as a result, you get a lot of delicious pastries and sausage-based meals. Also a lot of cabbage. My point is that we gain something every time a population comes to America. You know what I would love to be the best in the world at? Burritos. Y'all motherfuckers know how good burritos are. I'm talking to the Americans here. Nah, but the whole world's had a chance to try them. You know how good burritos are. I would love to be recruiting the burrito crowd. I would love to be, I'd love to get some of those Mexican boxers. My word. I want the best boxer in the world to be an American, and I am happy to recruit. You see the point I'm making. You can selfishly support immigration. You can selfishly support just about any leftist cause. And a lot of times when I'm talking to leftists, and I'm trying to use words that don't make us seem like a political party, because we're not. I don't think we've had a political party that represents us in the United States. And that in and of itself is quite sad, but it's also quite liberating because we're bigger than a party. There is no party that would have a platform that leftists would universally agree with, or even come anywhere close to agreeing with. Because that's the nature of being a leftist. If you are a leftist, you are seeking the best outcomes for the most people. You have to be. Otherwise, you're just going to be one person who's aware of the harm coming to one niche group, and you'll never get anything done for that group. So the evolution of this means that our hearts got to get bigger and bigger, and our ethics got to be getting crisp. 1 second. I'm breaking the flow, but I've got to tell Nicholas something. I can just tell it right this. Nick, if our guest comes in, we have no idea if the guest is going to come here. If they do come in, just let them right on stage. Doesn't even matter what I'm saying. Or, you know what? Give me about 1 minute to notice myself. Try to get my attention in the private chat. And if I don't, then please just surprise me. Thank you, brother. Anyway, our politics have to be this way for us to even exist. That's evolution. It was never a conscious thing that we did this. Yet we end up giving ourselves a disadvantage at the same time. That disadvantage is that we assume that when we're telling people why they should support what we believe in, we give them the reasons that we have to support it. What if you were moving out of your house to move to a different house, and the neighbor you hate was sitting there watching you try to move a gigantic, awful couch by yourself? In this scenario, you got no one to help you move the couch. You don't like your neighbor. Your neighbor doesn't like you. They don't want to move a couch. You don't frankly want them anywhere near you, but you need help to move that couch. Oh, and by the way, if they never want to see you again, they need to provide you with help in moving that couch. How are you going to ask your neighbor, soon to be former, to help you move that couch if it must be done in the scenario I've painted for you? You could lie to them, or forget lying. You could butter them up. You could try to be sweet. You could come there hat in hand and say, can I tap on our old friendship? One last thing for good time. You know, that would probably work, because most people, even most people that you hate, in the moment when they're faced with the horror of potentially being rude, to be seen as a mean person, nobody wants that, or just doing something that they kind of don't want to do, they'll just do the thing. But how do you make them want to help you? How do you get them on board, really? How do you sway somebody? Well, I might be honest with my neighbor and say, well, no matter what happens today, you'll be happy tonight, because I'm on my way out. If you'd like me to be gone even faster, you can grab that end of the couch, help me get in the truck, we'll shake hands, and I'll bid you a good life. Your reasons for wanting to get a thing done do not have to be the same as somebody else's who is going to help you achieve that thing. If it feels dishonest to you, I would congratulate you on being a moral person, but then remind you, you don't have to do it dishonestly. You never have to lie to them about what your reasons are. If you feel they must know your reasons to be absolutely sure you're not lying, then fine. Tell them your reasons. But first, gain agreement from them for their reasons. I have an infinite amount of disappointment in humanity for the very existence of the right wing, for the so-called morals that a whole political movement has been built around, or should I say, utter lack of morals. However, they don't surprise me anymore. I have no expectations for them anymore. I assume that the Republican Party is a repository for the absolute worst ideas humanity can come up with. It's the disappointment I feel in progressives that I'd like to address. There's been multiple times now, and for the record, anything I'm about to accuse you all of, I've done myself multiple times on camera, knowing I'm supposed to be more ethical than that. So I fucked up worse. But I've already told this to the mirror. Now I gotta tell it to you, because it doesn't matter if we feel good or not. It matters if we win. Multiple times I've brought people in front of y'all, and they have told you straight up why they were wrong and what you could have done to reach them or not reach them at the time. And I have seen the audience ripping into them, calling them names. I've seen the audience refusing to accept the help Do you actually care about these things? Because if you do, then get cold. If you actually care about these things, set aside your petty desires for revenge, for satisfaction, for finally getting one. It's like we've managed to peel off one of the young foals from the herd, and now you're just surrounding it. You got to get your teeth in there. We don't have that luxury. There's a 17-year-old that spent this sunrise patrolling a neighborhood in California trying to keep his mom safe. Because you and I have spent our entire adult lives failing. So we don't have that kind of luxury. Next time I bring a right-winger in front of y'all, and I'm including this space, not just WYCD anymore. I'm including this space. Next time I bring you a right-winger who is telling us why they became that way, I expect politeness. I expect you to listen to this with the good faith understanding that the goal is to change minds. The goal is to get educated. Also, and this is not for the young cats, this is for those folks that are eyeballing 40 or have passed that mark already. In other words, folks like me who have been trying for years and years and years and years and years to achieve political change in this country via protest and have failed. Let me underline that. We failed. I was there with the pink hats when there was the Women's March. Yes, there were fellers involved too. I was there with the first Children's Crusade. That was the March for Our Lives. I was there for so many Black Lives Matter marches. I mean, I couldn't name all the towns they were in, but Ann Arbor, Detroit, I think there was a Ferndale one that I swung by. And then also just when I would be driving around and I'd see one happening, I would go park my car and pull out the signs that I kept in the back at all times and join. And what did all of those accomplish? I can do this without consequence. That's a big old goose egg, gang. Not a thing. Am I suggesting we stop going to these? Nope. No, they're all we have between elections right now. That's what excites me about the general strike movement. It's an attempt. I don't know how successful it will be, but it is an attempt at least to build something else up. But I also note, yeah. I don't know about this last line. Pipeline protests failed. Cop City protests failed. After BLM people went back to lunch. I'm going to address that in a second. I don't want to, I'm not going to leave it up the whole time because I don't think you meant it that hard. But I do want to point something out that you may not be considering. But we'll get there. The point is, we did all of these things. And by God, did we mean well? Because what else was there to do? What other lessons had we learned? We had only the 60s to go off of. And so we tried. And it's not our fault for trying. And we cannot stop trying in this way. Because we don't know if it's doing anything. It hasn't made any progress. That's been crystal clear. But we don't know if it's holding back the tide of fascism. And we can't experiment to find out right now. This is a time to be very conservative, actually, about the idea of protesting. This is a time where we can't experiment by stopping doing one thing to start doing another. But as Nika points out, pipeline protests also failed. Cobb City protest also failed. and all of the BLM protests ultimately failed because there was not countrywide change. There was some brief overtures made to minor changes in individual precincts, and almost none of those stuck around. We got bamboozled. Because frankly, Republicans don't care if black people live or die. That's my opinion. I'd love it if somebody jumped on here to change my mind, but that's what I think of Republicans. I actually have a lower opinion of them than that, but at a minimum, I think it can be said that Republican politicians simply don't care if a black person dies. So, or they don't care if a person dies if that person is black. But I want to point this out. After BLM people went back to brunch, I understand the feeling. I really do. I do. When somebody from a different protest group joins you for a little bit, but they're not fully in it, you know? They get there for like the middle chunk. They don't stay for the last thing. And then, you know, you said it was going to be a multi-day protest. Well, they can't do Saturday. They got a thing with their kid. And you're thinking, well, do you want your kid to grow up in a world where the earth is poisoned by fossil fuels being sprayed on its surface? You want your kid getting cancer? And they're like, I get it. But I do have a thing with my kids, so good luck. And their commitment isn't the same as yours. Understand that by the time the pipeline protests were happening, the Black Lives Matter protests had been happening for a while. And those people were already exhausted. And those people were already pettily and fatally holding on to grudges about who wasn't at the early ones, or who wasn't really there, or who in their side of the town, their side of town, wasn't willing to give their whole afternoon. So they said, you know what? They did give me 5 hours, and I'll do better. I'll give them 6 hours. But they want this thing to go on for 12 hours. I'm not going to do that. Or how many of them were losing their faith in the very idea of protests? Because I'll tell you, I went to the first one ready to rock. I went to the 31st one ready to rock. There's a few where I didn't even slow down because I didn't want to catch sight of what the signs they were holding up were, because if I saw it was a BLM sign, I was going to have to stop, and I was going to have to join them. But if I was ignorant, I could just finally go to this doctor's appointment, which I could not miss. You know, I think if they were there, but they left for brunch, maybe they were just not good allies. But I think more likely they were exhausted allies. And I think ultimately it's all the same problem. There's not an end point. The boomers who came up with this game plan for how to get political change are now in power. And do you know what the main thing they do for political change is? They just let you protest. I mean, to stop political change, to stop you from getting your way, they just let you protest. It's part of why I get so alarmed at the interactions with police that I see. It's one of the many reasons that I think we as leftists have a fatally short-sighted, a dangerously childish idea of who police are and what they do. Because we get tricked by them so easily. We play into their hands so easily. And the bigger they, the people in charge, have no sweat at all from what we're doing now, because it does not apply pressure to the system. And that is what a protest is supposed to do. A protest is supposed to disrupt. And almost contradictorily, a protest is supposed to be peaceful and organized. So how do you disrupt in a peaceful and organized manner? We're almost there. Here's the good news. It's like you're at the gym and you're lifting a lot of weight, but your form's not right. And you stopped getting gains. You got gains up to a certain point. You're still able to lift these weights. You're not, you've stopped progress. Well, we got to get our form right. There's enough of us in the street regularly now. And there has been since 2015, folks, that we've got a movement on our hands. One day historians will name all of this something. And we will tell our grandchildren that we were in that movement that encompasses Native Americans coming in and demanding their rights as the indigenous peoples of this land. Black folks with the crazy notion that they deserve the same rights as everybody else. You know, not being executed by the government for no reason all the time. Things like that. Gay folks being allowed to love whom they love. Being allowed to spend their lives officially with their spouses. All of these rights, all of these movements together. Oh yeah, regular folks, non-rich folks, not wanting to live like wage slaves, where your family's safety and their health insurance and your child's ability to get an education are all dependent on your boss's whim. Better not anger this person or they might fire you, and then your child doesn't get medication and your other child doesn't go to college, and generations of your family are horrified. Better let them sexually harass you a little bit at work. Don't want to make them angry with you. All of these movements are going to be called something, because that's how regularly people have been going out into the streets in America. And when that happens, we will say we were part of it, and we will all be right. But we will only be saying that with joy in our voices and not sorrow for what could have been. If those of us who have been doing it for a couple of years now sit back, take an honest look at what we've been able to do and what we've accomplished, and start reconsidering our tactics. So first of all, I want to talk about police. Second of all, I want to talk about police. So let's recap the first thing. The first thing, we're at these protests and they need to be escalated now. Now going to these protests needs to be entry level. Now going to this protest means we've gathered a group of like-minded folks. Build community towards what? Build it towards what? Nika asks the good questions. She is listening to this conversation on a level that I find very useful, because sister, you are doing perfect segues for me. Exactly correct. We have to build these communities. We have like-minded people gathered into one park, one street, one whatever the hell. So you get this community together, what do you do with it? Thing number one, best answer I've seen yet, since Matt said, what do we do if Trump wins? Back in those halcyon days of Left Past 10. when Matt asked that horrific question, build towards what? General strike. We need 10.5 million Americans. We can get that. We need 10.5 million Americans who, A, are willing to say that they will strike. B, actually make plans to strike indefinitely once the general strike is called. And C, actually do strike. So to me, based on the kind of participation I see with people who mean well in the moment and agree to do something in the moment, the kind of participation I see long term, I would say we need at least, let's walk backwards. So when we need the 3.5% of America to show up, to sign up, and then actually show up and participate in the general strike. That's 10.5 million Americans, I think. But to sign up, I would say we need about 50 million Americans. I would say we need about 15%. I was trying to do mental math. 22%, a quarter of Americans to actually sign up for this motherfucker. And here's why. We need them to agree to sign up. Sure, lots of people are going to agree, but they won't really mean that they're going to do anything different until the day comes. They won't make any plans. They won't start growing food. They won't set up a savings account to cover their rent for a couple of months. Also, the more people that do participate, the easier it will be for everyone to participate. The faster the strike will go. So we have to aim for a much higher number. Then there's the other people who will try to do those things, and they'll think they did a good job. And then the actual strike will come. And within the first 2 weeks, they will have gone through what they thought was 6 months worth of supplies, and they will go right back to work, not because they don't care about you, not because they don't care about the country, but because otherwise they will die. And it's not their fault. And because it's not their fault, and we cannot, and they will do this not intending to do it, we must simply account for it as the organizers. Y'all are the organizers. I am the organizer. There is nobody else to push this responsibility onto. If you want justice, it's just us. So we have to account for the fact that people will mean well, but not be able to fight as hard as they say they're going to. And that means, quite simply, we need a higher number achieved than is actually, like, to agree to sign up for this thing, than is actually needed to accomplish this thing. And I say, let's just shoot big. 3.5% of Americans, let's get at least 5 times that. In fact, let's get 6, closer to 7 times that. So I want every single person who goes to these things, who goes to the next protest, I want you to know what the general strike is. Go to the general strike Discord. Go to the, no. Hold up. Everybody hold up. Hey. I want you to go to this website. I want you to understand what's on this website. I just realized this will be shared later, won't it? This is going to be recorded. Whoopsie doodles. Presenter invite. Share screen. Share this right now. Y'all, I want you. Thank you, Nick. I'll handle it unless I give you a heads up from here on out, but thank you. I want you to go to this website. I want you to look around. It's not perfectly laid out. It was made by some guy. It was made by one of you, one of me. There's nobody that got paid to put this up. They made it a .com instead of a .org because they don't know any better. because they thought calm sounds more official. I almost didn't invite them on the show because I thought it was a commercial endeavor. It's not. It's just made by amateurs. We're all amateurs. The last general strike in the United States happened before your grandparents were born. We're all amateurs. So you go to this thing. Go to this website. Understand what is on there. Understand how one signs your strike card. It's on there eventually. Poke around until you see it. Okay? Find out how you can print out materials to get other people to that website. Even if it's just a piece of paper that says generalstrikeus.com. And you go to these protests. Protests for anything for people that have a soul. You go there and get them to agree to sign up. I will also point out, the more people are on this general strike, the more strike cards we have signed. By the way, this is an invention of a man named James. That's a Michigander, baby. Hell. The more strike cards you sign, the more negotiating power the people who are in the general strike US have when they go to the politicians from which they are going to make demands. In addition, the more likely they are to get unions involved, the more likely they are to get the heavy hitters. They need those numbers. So y'all take it upon yourselves. Don't ask for somebody's permission. You need somebody from the General Strike US to give you permission. I just gave you permission. Take a knee. And stand by. Also, Nick, I mean it with my whole heart. Don't touch it unless I specifically ask you to. Please and thank you. Take a knee, gang. Yeah. You're in the house of a proper nerd, which means I don't just knight you with a sword. I knight you with a 1796 English light cavalry saber. On behalf of the exhausted worker in the United States, I dub thee, sir or lady, General Strike. Get the fuck out there at all these protests and get people signed up. That is what you're sworn to do. Rise. And then, have a seat, get a coffee, whatever. A lot of pomp and circumstance, I know. If you needed to be asked formally, you just have been. That's as formally as I know how to ask someone. I now expect to see comments from y'all saying you've done this. Don't let me down. Now we get to the cops of it all. It's gone quite cold. It's not. I was going to ham it up. Actually, that was a little bit good. It was almost like an iced coffee. Moving on. The cops of it all. They are, oh no. Oh, there we go. I'm not asking you to like police. I'm not even asking you to set aside your dislike of police. But think about what the purpose of disobeying an order from a police officer is at a protest. So when you see police march up to you and you're there protesting, police march up to you and they say, "You gotta scream," and you say, "No." And then they say, "Well, then I'm going to arrest you." what does the protester start doing? No, don't arrest me. Oh, now I'm going to use state violence on you in front of the cameras and give you a whooping. And then what happens? You and I gather around and we clock. Oh, look at the violence the police are using. What does that do? It makes you and I really agree with the protesters. And it should. I think that's the correct take. But why did they do that in the 60s? They did that in the 60s to expose the police. They did that in the 60s to bait them into doing the violence that we already knew they were doing, but to do it in front of cameras, which were much harder to set up at the time. That's not hard. That's not a surprise to anybody anymore. We all saw Rodney King. We all saw January 6th, where the right-wingers weren't effing touched until there was simply no choice. That's you don't do that arbitrarily. So first of all, if you are at a protest and you don't know whether you're supposed to be arrested or not, you go find the organizers. It's not going to be hard. They're with a microphone or a megaphone, and they are speaking to the crowd. Go find the organizers. Go ask them specifically what the plan is. And odds are, because we are attempting to create political change in this generation, odds are they don't actually know. They haven't actually thought about it. If they haven't thought about it, you should think about it. You should decide for yourself. But whatever you but whatever you do, do it with intentionality, is my point. We're going to get back to that in a moment. When I say decide for yourself, I mean answer this question. Does it help the cause for me to get arrested today? And I don't mean necessarily weighing overall, am I going to be of more use outside of the Huskow or in it? I just mean, is it going to distract from the message of the protest if it's accompanied by a list of arrests that were made? Yeah, I see her point. And I see that you are agreeing with me in a moment, Nika, but I want to address it from this end, because again, it's very helpful to the conversation. And Nika brings up a fantastic point, which is to say, there are times you do want to get arrested. And in fact, I think that's kind of the point of a lot of these. And we just need to understand that's a different demonstration. So when you invite, if you're holding a protest, my friend, we're having a good time. We're talking super lefty politics. This is the real right here. These are the conversations I enjoy having. So when you go to one of these mass protests and it's, there's rumors like maybe we're going to break a record. Maybe it's going to be yada, yada. That is essentially a demonstration. And the purpose of that is to show all the news cameras, is to show all the social media feeds, is to show all the bean counters who count heads that are walking through how strong the overall political support is for this notion that's being stated by the protest. But there's a second, smaller protest for the more dedicated people that may or may not happen, may or may not be of use to that first demonstration. And that's the people who intend to get arrested for this. First of all, before we even talk about why you would want to get arrested. First of all, let us be clear. Don't do it mindlessly. Don't just decide for yourself that you're going to do it when you say, because you have been invited. Even though you are there of your own free will, you are there as a guest of the organizers of the protest. They have a plan. They have put in the work. They have put in work that you didn't put in. They have put in the work to make this thing happen. So you don't get to decide what the message of the day is. You don't get to show up with your own sign that says something totally different than what theirs does. That makes you a counter protest, even if you are on their side in your own mind. So ask them. I was thinking I might engage in civil disobedience today. I'm willing to engage in civil disobedience today. I'm willing to get arrested for this. And if you have need of me, please place me where you would like the civilly disobedient to be arrested. I volunteer. You will be a hero in their eyes, whether they need one or not. If you say it and you mean it, you'll be a hero. And they may well have a spot for you. And if they don't, they may start thinking about where they need people in the future. Now, why might you want to be arrested? What is the point of getting arrested? Doesn't that mean the bad guys win? No. The purpose of getting arrested is to clog up the criminal justice system with decent human beings. The purpose is to get a court date. The purpose is to have your day in court where, as a matter of public record, they must hear why you were there and what you were arrested for. When they demand evidence, or you have the opportunity to demand evidence, it would be in to everybody's benefit, in everybody's best interest, if the footage that is played is of you sitting peacefully with your hands out, or with your hands above your head, or with your hands out, just like so. Obviously, performatively not resisting. Let them drag you off. Performatively not resisting. They point a gun at you, you don't blink, but you don't move. Not an inch. That's the kind of wild courage you're being asked for. You get arrested in a calm manner. You don't get arrested for resisting arrest. You don't get arrested. I know that's contradictory, but they'll do it. You don't get arrested because you tried to fight the cops. I was the bravest at the protest. I was so brave, I was willing to ruin the whole protest. I was so brave, I was willing to make everybody at the protest seem unreasonable, like irrational folks that shouldn't be listened to. That's how brave I was. And then they threw me in jail for assaulting a cop. I'm awesome, because we all know all cops are bastards. So I was willing to let a whole group of people keep getting genocided because, I wanted to punch one of those bastards. Kind of a hero. No. You're a jackass that has no place anywhere near what I would call the front lines of a protest. If you're at the front lines of a protest, it should be because you know what the game plan is, and you've got the balls or the titties or whatever to fulfill the plan, even when you're called names that you can't stand hearing. Even if you think you've been insulted before, you haven't been called the N-word in the 60s by a guy living there in the 60s. Well, maybe you have. If you have, mazel tov. I'm sorry we fucked up so bad. Us future generations. I want to say we tried, but we just failed. Anyway, you get called names. You just take it. You get shoved. You just take it. Because if you are there to get arrested, if you're there to fill the jail cells up with the bodies of decent human beings, You need to make it very clear. I would also encourage you wear a suit. Yeah. This is one time I would say there may be a dress code. If not a code, recommended suit and tie, church clothes. Why? Because of the other things. When you're going to get arrested, make sure there are cameras on you. Make sure at least one person is streaming, at least one person is recording. Make sure, yeah, you suit up. You look like the sort of person who it would disturb nervous suburbanites to see get arrested. Make sure you look like their neighbor, the attorney. Make sure you look like a dentist. Make sure you look like a kind human being who ought not to be arrested. Don't wear a fucking sleeveless shirt and a bandito mask, not even a proper medical mask to stop the spread of disease, but a bandit's mask. Why? Because you wanted to look rad? I saw one of the dudes at these protests with a skull mask. What kind of a fool cares more about looking like the Punisher than saving lives? Don't be that person. I don't care, cross-dress a little bit if that's just not your vibe. It's essentially be a drag king, but for business. But even then, even if you don't want to go that far or you don't think that's worth doing, understand that your physicality will tell a story. And if they see police grabbing up people who are not resisting at all, it helps in a single image. It helps tell the story of who we are and who they are. It also demonstrates that it's not an accident that we got arrested. Crucially, when you see somebody even shoving with police officers, even shoving, it looks like we did not intend to get arrested. It looks like, and then they got the bad guys. And now the story is closed in the viewer's mind, even if they were a neutral viewer. It began with conflict, then there was a physical altercation, and then one side won, and that's the end of the story. But if we merely sit there, if we merely present ourselves to be arrested, not only does the story keep going, I did it out of order. Not only does the story keep going, but also it shows that we are smart. It shows that what is happening is part of our plan, not part of their plan. People are looking for leaders right now. And if the cops appear to be doing what we want them to do, we look like the leaders. So, the next protests you go to, understand, first and foremost, that there must be a greater game plan. We need the need for escalating. I was going to say we need to start. We needed, past tense, a long time ago, we should have been escalating these. And I don't mean escalating in terms of getting out of control. I mean in a calm, organized way, increasing the pressure we put on the system, making it more expensive constantly. First of all, when you go to these protests, sign people up for the general strike. Sign people up for the next step, for the long-term protests. Ask the organizers of these protests, are we getting arrested today? First, ask yourself, am I willing to get arrested today? And understand that the answer might be no. That's okay as well. You might not be able to afford it. Most people who are passionate enough to go out to these things have experienced enough of real America that they simply can't afford these protests or to get arrested at these protests. That's okay. Be there for the political demonstration part, and when and if you can, be there for the arrest part, if it's even present. Find out from the person organizing the protest. Also ask them where and when, or where do you want me to be standing so you can get into contact with me to go send me to the place to get arrested? For example, they might intentionally stay past the time that they reserved the space for and simply sit there and hold hands and wait to get arrested. Do that. And then finally, understand what the role of police are. They are the physical enforcement of the laws. Work with them. And I don't mean be their friends. I mean understand what they are going to do, when they are supposed to be doing it, and how to use that to your advantage. How to use what you know they will do to the advantage of your cause. So if, for example, you know they will arrest you 5 minutes after the park closes, sit down and wait patiently to be arrested. If you know that they are going to refuse to kick out the Nazis that are throwing things at you, make sure there are designated streamers at your protest. If you don't know who it is, it's you. Filming them, streaming the Nazis live, and streaming the cops not doing anything as things are thrown at you. Use how you can predict their behavior to further your goals, and stop being caught off guard by it. Stop being surprised by things we have known this entire time. I love this gap. Exactly. Get eyes on this. If you possibly can, wait. Okay. Something has changed these days. It's good that you stream. Talk to the protest organizers, actually, about when and where to stream. And here's why. Up until this point in history, I would have 100% of the time said go for it. There is a very real chance these days, if it's a protest about undocumented folks, that we might not want to get their faces on camera. I would trust Jammed Tomb. I usually have to leave early because I have disability and makes me pass out too much heat. Fair enough. I would trust Jammed Tomb with most of these decisions on her own, but I'm saying for the rest of y'all, ask the organizers, is it safe to stream? Who can I stream? Hell yeah. Okay. JK says, a mass action is planned in London to protest the proscription of a direct action organization supporting Palestine. Proscription. I don't know what proscription means. I'm going to look that up in a moment. Mainstream media has been warning people not to attend, and the cops have promised mass arrests. Good. JK, let me first look up proscription so I understand what this... Uh-oh. Oh, dear. I hope y'all can hear me. Everything has frozen. Well, don't care for that buffering symbol. You won't get rid of that. JK, if you can hear me, I would encourage you to get arrested, but also become a leader in your area. Make sure people around you know to get arrested in the right way. Dress as fancy as you can. And do not allow them to say that you're some hooligan. I have an utterly frozen computer. Well, we've got 2 minutes left. I'm gonna keep going. Oh, you know what? Here? Yeah, I'll be back in 2 shakes. Nick, the producer, I do apologize. If you can hear me, please take me off screen and play or you know what? Just put up the this space logo so we don't have an all black screen. All right. Well, I'm back just in time to introduce the next show. I did want to finish that point though for JK, and thank you, Nick, for being just an absolute champion. So basically, if they are promising mass protests or mass arrests at these protests, I would say to you, intend to get arrested. If that's what they've promised, make them fulfill that promise. But do not instigate beyond being there at the protest. Dress in a way that will alarm squares. Dress like one of the people that you want to see. Dress like one of the people that you want to sway. Because the cops will arrest you looking like them, and it will make them think, maybe next time it is going to be me. Use the police, whether or not you like them. Use what they are. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. Up next, we have the Power Report starring Dan from the internet and a cast of crazy cats. I love them all. That includes Bam and Kristina. My name's Jake.
Yeah, Macklemore, that song was cool. I support it. But I gotta get on some ratchet shit about somebody you did not mention. I slapped the shit out of Benjamin Netanyahu. I slapped the shit out of Netan because I got to. I slapped the shit out of him. You better hope I slap him and I don't clap him. If you hate a Zionist, let me hear you say fuck him. Leave a hole in Netan chest bigger than a Funyun. Leave his body right there smelling like some Funyuns. And I heard his wife got an onion. I gotta diss him because Macklemore didn't mention him. It's no beef, Big Mac, don't mention it. Wonder how many innocents he killed as prime minister. Blood in his eyes, real Mr. Sinister. Ain't you from Philly, bitch? Slap you like I'm Will Smith on live. And you killed your Sacrabine back in 1995. Trying to kill the Philistines till there's no more left alive. So if I see you in the streets, then you know you gotta hide. No lie, no cap. Had to put his bitch ass in a rap. If I see his bitch ass, it's a rap. Gotta wipe Netan nose, big slack. Yeah, slime him out. Shit real smoke, you know what I'm about. Right of return, get the fuck out the house. Take that yarmulke off, you just got it on for clout. Yeah, we don't believe you. Getting protested every day by your own people. Better hope I don't see you. You better hope I don't see you. Netan. Yoo-hoo! You genocidal, bloodthirsty. Scared to face the music. Blood is on your hands, actually. You never wanted peace, you always wanted a war. That's all you good for. The world be a better place without you. Have to slime him out. Yeah.
Hello, humans. Okay, I gotta get used to the setup here because I'm very not used to it.
thank you for waiting. I know we're a little bit late today. I am still like on the move. This is one of those on the move kind of moments. Okay. Anyways, this is Power Report. It's the 31st of July, 2025. I am Dan. How are you?
I am Bam.
Oh God, no, sorry. I was reading something else. And I was just like, God, that's annoying. Anyways, I feel like there's just so much to go into, but like the easiest thing to go into is just everything going on with Gaza. Like first off, just like off the rip. I know this isn't like in the order of the rundown, but like last week was like a little bit off of the usual sort of show. It wasn't like really newsy. This week and over the past couple of weeks, there have just been so many different changing things about the massacre, if you will. I'm trying to figure out what's the YouTube correct phrase, but good news, you can say fuck more often in the videos now, so that's great for Ray. But yeah, like I think there's a lot of different angles to go in from, and I want to kind of like let you lead the show here, honestly. Especially when it comes to this regard, but there's a bunch of countries coming out all of a sudden because they saw their, like, I'm not sure which picture or video did it for them, but they're coming out trying to say like, okay, we are now going to acknowledge Palestine as a state, which it's up in the air to what that truly means in the broader sense. But you also have the Arab nations who are like calling on Hamas to stand down and release the hostages. Like the Arab nations have become American Christian evangelical Zionists. So there's and then of course there's the realities on the ground that are not laughable of what's happening to people, like the mass starvation. And then you have Donald Trump, who is like, again, kind of riding this line. And I'm not sure if this is a week where he freed Palestine. I mean, to be fair, he's like freed Palestine like 45 times this administration. In fact, according to Netanyahu, there are no starving kids. So maybe it's like 49 and a quarter times. But Bam, there's many more angles, I think, as well. If you want to talk about Eswanti or whatever that country is.
Oh God, don't
feel free to do that too.
Not Eswatini, aka the former Swaziland. There are a lot of angles, and I'm gonna have smoke for the BRICS. I do have smoke for the BRICS countries. We have seen France come out and say that they're going to recognize Palestine as a state in September. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I don't really feel like recognizing Palestine as a state is a big deal. There's like,
me neither.
Yeah. There's like over
Especially
100
right now.
Yeah. There's well over 100 countries that recognize Palestine as a state. Like Spain recognized Palestine a year ago or something like that. It does not move the needle. Okay. But like, I guess just like the preemptive thing for when Netanyahu's not there. When Mark Carney from Canada said that they're going to recognize, and I think it's the same for France and the UK as well, and Germany. Their recognition of the Palestinian state has conditions. The conditions are interesting. It's saying that the Palestinian Authority has to hold elections next year. We'll see about that. and is saying that Hamas has no role in governing Gaza. Now, Hamas said that last year, that they are willing to put their weapons down and not have any role in governing Gaza. Like they said that last year. So it's not really like that crazy, but we'll see. Netanyahu's like the last person saying that there will not be a two-state solution. Well, actually, let me take that back. Our previous president, Mr. Joe Biden, did support a two-state solution. Trump has not said anything about it yet, and Netanyahu is against it. So we'll see what happens with that in the future, but the recognition of the Palestinian state is something for the future. It's not like some, like it's fine, like it's cool, but it ain't like gonna change what's on the ground. Now, I said I have smoke for the BRICS, and I do. Because, I kind of have smoke for tankies a little bit. Because we saw France, your boy Emmanuel Macron, come out and say that France was going to recognize Palestine as a state. And the UK and Germany, along with France, were putting a bit more pressure on Israel to change the situation on the ground in Gaza. I want to say like a week prior to these European nations putting pressure on Israel, the Trump administration, along with Israel, said that they were done negotiating with Hamas. They had walked out of the negotiations because Hamas could not be negotiated with. They weren't negotiating in good faith. So they were done. Then right after that, France and them and Germany and the UK said they put more pressure on Israel. They said they're going to recognize Palestine as a state. And then Israel started to allow aid to get into Gaza. A lot more aid, and not just the Squid Games aid by the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, where you have to get shot to get the aid. A lot more trucks started coming in. They started doing airdrops. Hopefully they stopped doing those airdrops, because I remember when they were doing them before, those boxes were falling on people. But there were some airdrops. Jordan did some, and some other things. Now, I think I was talking to Caesar about it, but I'm just like, it's just really funny to me because we have Russia, China, and let's just include Saudi Arabia. I think they went to the last BRICS meeting. They have done nothing to do anything to put pressure on Israel to change the situation on the ground in Gaza. They have done nothing. It took Israeli, effectively countries that were allies that have been arming Israel and shit, to say like, hey, you got to allow the aid in, because the famine is going on too long. Where was any of this rhetoric from like these countries that are supposed to be like the anti-imperialist fighting force BRICS nations of the world? Even though obviously I've said BRICS is not real, it is not. But for like that segment of the left that look at Russia and China as this like block against the United States and the quote unquote West, how come they have not done anything to change the situation on the ground in Gaza? At the very least, Saudi Arabia and OPEC as like controlling so much oil in the world and in so many Muslim countries, it would have been really nice if it was non-whitey countries that came together. Dan put me full blast when I said whitey. It would have been nice if it was like some other countries that did something to change the situation on the ground in Gaza. I've been saying from day one, like all Saudi Arabia has to do is do the same thing. Let me make this very clear before I shut up. Wait, what's going on in there? Is Dan telling me to shut up? No.
No,
wait.
no.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm done, and I'm gonna shut up. In 2022, Russia and Saudi Arabia came together to make sure that gas prices were very high for the midterms in 2022. Look it up. They didn't even hide it. We're lowering our production, Russia and China together, to raise the gas prices for the 2022 midterms so Republicans can get elected. You've seen the stickers at the gas stations with Joe Biden's face saying, "I did this with the gas prices." They did that on purpose to get Republicans elected in 2022. Has there been any? I seen the gas is $3.50 over here. It's $3.49. Shit, loading a bitch. I ain't seen it this low in a minute. There has been nothing of the sort done by Russia or Saudi Arabia, one or the other, or together, to put any pressure on the world. If OPEC and Saudi Arabia and them said, we're cutting off this oil supply, we're making these gas prices go to fucking $10 until something changes on the ground in Gaza, it would be over. Netanyahu has to respond to that. But nothing. It took Macron, who's the prime minister of England this week, Starmer, and whoever's the chancellor in Germany. It took them to come together to say, Israel, stop the bullshit. 2 years late. And they got Aiden. Is it obviously it's not like great right now. But you know, it's just a shame. Like, I really hope that there's like this faction of the left, and I don't even listen to them anymore, so I don't even know what the hell they're saying. There's only like one tanky that I still hear, and he's old, so I'm just like, you don't really know. But I'm just like, what is it going to take for you people to see that Russia and China do not care about Palestine? It's just rhetoric, dude. They don't care. Just like Saudi Arabia don't care and the United States don't care. It's all the same. Okay, I'll shut up.
I was gonna say you're about to make your like fourth or fifth last point, but it's okay. No, I wanted you to go off, honestly.
I learned it from you. No, I can say more, but I'll stop for now.
No. Honestly, like, you did a really good job of covering it from all angles. Honestly, like, I'm going to actually read some comments here, because there is so much. Aaron says, last week damming it with a Vanguard. This week he makes it with BAM. Mentioning that Macklemore did 2 Free Palestine songs and didn't mention Netanyahu once, which is very, very, very fair.
The second one had like
an undisclosed location. Yeah,
the second Free Palestine song had like 3 Arabs on there. None of them mentioned Netanyahu.
Damn. Okay. That's a little troubling. Yeah, I'm gonna continue. Dan in heaven. Yeah, no, I'm gonna continue adjusting my set as much as I can. Hi, Kat. Hamanep, Bad Lefty. Good to see you. I'm a little bit closer to your time zone now, so that is great. That is good. I'm not gonna hold up my microphone again because it kept disconnecting and it almost ruined the entire stream. So a lot of brick emojis. Love seeing that. Everyone's grilling me for saying like, oh wow, that was a long last point. So yeah, that's totally fair. I'm being self-aware right now. That's why I've talked very little for this episode, honestly.
Yeah, and you're done again. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, it's my time to shine. we're going to talk about Azerbaijan. No, I'm joking. I did want to address one of the comments. Lefty said they did it in the 70s.
Can you put it up? Can you put it up?
Oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. It's because I'd be like looking in the chat on my phone, and then I'd be.
It's okay. I got it. I found it.
Yeah. So, yeah, Bad Lefty mentioned they did it in the 70s, and he's referring to Saudi Arabia in response, and I want to say it was 1973, in response to one of the wars that happened there in Israel, or like surrounding Israel. Was that the Sinai War, 73, or was that 67? Honestly, it was one of those. The Sinai War might have been 67. So, Dan's looking it up, I think. Okay, Lefty says it was the Sinai War.
73.
Okay, nice. So yeah, when The Godfather came out and when the Knicks last won their NBA championship, the gas crisis was because of Saudi Arabia.
No. I gotta interrupt you for the first time on this episode. That felt really targeted, and you know what? I'm gonna be really white right now because I'm in this white room. I resent that.
I used to be a Knicks fan, but that's when they last won the championship, 1973, and that's when The Godfather came out.
Why'd you used to be? And why do you care about when The Godfather came out and not about when the last time you watched The Godfather was?
I don't even know if I was saying Godfather. But yeah, okay, yeah, because honestly, I kind of forget the wars names, but in response to that war, Saudi Arabia cut off the oil supply. They said, if this is going on, we're cutting the oil, and there was a gas crisis here in the United States of America. Super long lines. Ask your grandparents or parents about it or whatever. And now, granted, I think it was King Faisal who did that. Now, granted, he did get killed after that by his brother, who I think they put his brother in the sunken place and had him kill him. But yeah, he did die after that. But it's just when you have countries that have the ability to shake the world up whenever they feel like it, like when they feel like they want to get Republicans elected in the 2022 midterms, and seeing upwards of 60,000 people die, you're seeing famine and Israel for weeks not letting in any aid, saying like, oh, they have enough aid already. Another big article that came out recently, Israel used to say like, oh, we're not letting in aid because Hamas steals the aid. Now they said that Hamas is not stealing the aid. Now, I have a caveat to that because they said like, they were like, oh, Hamas does not like steal the aid, but like I've seen videos of Hamas stealing the aid. So
no. I need to I will say, now that I'm on the other side of this, we need to like break some of these things like down one by one, honestly. Number one, the fact that they're denying, the fact that Israel is denying, like, never mind Zionist Bam over here. The fact that Israel is denying what is going on in Gaza as though it's not a starvation campaign.
Right.
When this is the same country that I want you all to imagine a time, and I don't want you to freak out when I say these following words, but before October 7th, there are Israeli officials that are on record saying, we're going to put the Palestinians on a diet. The starvation campaign was already in place. Like the Power Report, saying in 2024 was like the fascism is already here. And, I think like there's enough sort of like settling in with what Trump is doing to be able to realize that like there's a lot of different things that have been consistent between recent Democratic and Republican Party administrations that have led up to all the mechanisms that are allowing to Donald Trump to do all of these terrible things that are happening right now. That's not to say that Donald Trump isn't uniquely terrible, but like there are, Tom Homan was first brought in to, homeland security and the ability to like deport people and give wedgies to Eric Adams, which, you know, you win some, you lose some. But that was because Obama appointed him. So there is so much that there's just like so much that could be better about how we just like approach this really cynical effort of Democrats who all of a sudden, or, you know, countries all of a sudden who are absolutely just like saying, oh, we're going to acknowledge that, you know, Palestinians have a right to having borders of their own. Right? Like we're going to recognize this thing that Israel is not recognizing. You know, it seems like they have the final word on the issue. That Israel is going to somehow relinquish the open air prison that they have in Gaza. Like, this just seems sort of like the most performative stuff ever. Like, whether you're talking about these countries like we're talking about here, or you're talking about individual Democrats, like in the Senate, for example, and this is my last point of 6. No, but truly, in the Senate, for example, there was a push by a lot of senators to stop sending offensive weapons to Gaza, essentially. Sorry, offensive weapons to Israel, essentially. And one of the reasons it failed was because Elise Slotkin, the supposed Democrat, was not there. And, you know, she's been someone who's been very pro everything that Israel's been doing, even up to this point. But you want to know why she wasn't there, Bam?
Oh my gosh, she was in Israel.
Close, but no. She was on the Colbert Report. Sorry, the Late Show with the recently canceled Stephen Colbert. Take that for cancel culture, Republicans. So yeah, that is that's how we're doing things.
You know, I've been
sorry, my second of 2 points, honestly. I bring that up only because, like, that's one of the things you mentioned in the beginning of how bass-ackwards this, hi YouTube, all of this sort of reaction is, because anyone could have said this in the Democratic Party on October 8th. We were saying it on Power Report on October, like, whatever was the first Thursday after that. I'm not sure if we did an emergency episode or whatever, but whatever was the first Thursday after that, we said this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. We were really balanced about it. And there's no one in the Democratic Party. I'm not sure if we have, I might try to find it, but there's no one in the Democratic Party who was actually acknowledging around that time that, hey, Israel's going to have a heated gamer moment. Maybe we should not enable them to do this. And I'm not even saying, like, even at that point, like, they should have gotten rid of the Iron Dome, but, you know, again, I'll just leave that there. But giving them more weapons, continuing to give them more aid. And again, you have the America First people who are like saying, third point, you have the America First people who are saying that there is no reason we should be funding Israel, but they're doing it for very anti-Semitic reasons, largely, right? But from a humanist perspective, which, like, even polling in America is starting to show now, opinion polling with, like, regular people is starting to break with this, except for Republicans, where support for the war is actually going up compared to Biden, which, you know, just shows that. But with Democrats, opinion polling is starting to show more Democrats in the Democratic Party dislike what's happening than like it, and approve of disapprove of what's happening, then approve of it. So I think it's just sort of amazing, this sort of, like, oh, well, the polling hit 50% plus one disapprove, so now I'm going to grow balls. As though this wasn't bad on October 8th or October 9th or November 9th or November 9th, 2024. Or like won't be bad on November 9th, 2025. Because even if Trump frees Palestine for the 40th time, fourth point, there's no way that this is going to be reversible even by the end of this year. This is starvation. This is generational. This is going to affect people not just for the rest of their lives, but genetically for people who hopefully survive this, for their children and grandchildren. Like,
it's definitely
fifth point, and this is the last one. When Piers Morgan starts to outflank people like Hakeem Jeffries and Alyssa Slotkin, like, dude, come on. Like, what are we doing here? And another thing. Okay, Ben.
No, it's definitely like generational issue. I mean, granted, like after October 7th happened, like, yeah, it's like I was like, yeah, like it's gonna be really bad. But like I'm not trying to like rehash the whole thing, but I think it's been almost 2 years. Like I think we have to put everything into context, and October 7th wasn't a response to the blockade or the embargo or the occupation. October 7th was a response to Saudi Arabia and Israel having diplomatic visits for the first time
I've been
ever.
saying this, yeah.
Yeah. And I've heard some other people say it after me. But but yeah, that is
oh no.
It was a direct response.
Got some nails in the chat, everyone, for oh no.
That was a direct response to that. It was political on behalf of Hamas to not have Israel and Saudi Arabia, the two biggest enemies for Hamas and Iran, coming together and to eventually sign the Abraham Accords. Now, fast forward 2025, are Saudi Arabia and Israel going to sign the Abraham Accords? Yes, they are going to do it. When is that going to happen? Basically, once the war is over, once Israel, like what Netanyahu is doing, he is literally trying to save his ass politically. He's not trying to eradicate Hamas. Hamas is like a few people fighting, like a few people like setting an IED off somewhere, a few people like shooting and stuff. Most of the Hamas people are hiding. It was actually really, I guess it's not funny, but it was kind of funny. They were saying like, obviously there is a famine going on in Gaza. There was somebody saying, he was like, yeah, but like when the Hamas fighters get arrested, they're not starving. Like, you know what I mean? I've been seeing recently, like they're talking about how there was like some study that was done in like 2008 saying like what percent of the time are insurgencies or like ideologies like Hamas eradicated through war. And it was like 7% of the time. And I think one of the big reasons because that is the case is because, let's just stick with Hamas. Like Hamas doesn't care about civilian casualties. That's not their problem. For Hamas, the civilian casualties is Israel's problem. And Israel don't care. So like it's just piling up and it's going nowhere.
And, in a way, neither does Hamas.
No, that's what I said first. Like Hamas doesn't care. Like that's not their problem.
But like it's such a good point that like, this is, I'm not going to say strategic of Hamas because I don't think,
it is 100% strategic. It's strategic.
Okay.
It's strategy.
Okay, well then, yeah. it seems to be working in that sense because it
Yeah.
is
It's making Israel look terrible, and the Hamas people, that the ones that aren't dead already, we saw when that ceasefire happened in January, when I was really pissed off. When they started bringing the hostages out, they had a big old show of force. They were acting like they've been doing something the past year and a half. Like they were acting like they've been really getting it cracking. And it's like, no, dude, actually 40,000 civilians are dead. So you haven't been doing shit. But the civilian casualties is not the problem of Hamas. The civilian casualties, all it's doing is making Israel look bad, making Netanyahu look bad, making people speaking Hebrew in Belgium get like, beat up and shit like that. Like that's what it's doing. Hamas is an ideology, and it's not gonna be eradicated through force. What can happen though is Netanyahu stop what he's doing. Like his coalition, which is like the most rabid right wing, insane people in the history of Israeli politics, get out of power somehow, and they start. This is a side note, and this also this always breaks my heart. Nobody else cares about this. I'm going to say it anyway. It always breaks my heart. It makes me feel like we really need a two-state solution, because it makes me so sad when I hear a Palestinian, like, they're speaking Arabic, they're talking about the situation, and they talk about like how the prices are so high, and they have to say the word shekel. It breaks my heart. I hate that so much that a Palestinian has to say shekel. You need your own money, dude. Like, I don't want them to have to use the word shekel. That's Israel's money, I want you to say dinar, dirham, dollar.
Just to confirm, Bam, how do you feel about other countries using the word dollar?
No,
I
don't
have to
care.
use the word like dollar.
No, I don't care about that. I just don't want, because it's like you need your own money. You need your own nation.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Are you?
Other countries that use the U.S. dollar?
Okay, the other countries that use the U.S. dollars like Ecuador and like Panama. No, but the word dollar is whatever.
Are you anti-Panamanian?
Lefty joined the euro already. No, seriously. That's what. Yeah, shit. That's what, if Trump and them get what they want. But yeah, like the situation is.
Talk about the renminbi.
Forget about all that. The situation is getting worse and worse. Am I going to say the Trump thing? Am I going to do it? Yeah, I'm going to do it. I still haven't seen any free Palestiner mention Trump. Still haven't seen it. Although I have. Yeah, well, I'm going to say mine and then you say yours. I have seen a free Palestiner.
I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Literally. I have seen a free Palestiner post a Candace Owens clip. Wow. I told Dan, and Dan told me that.
And I told him that I saw a free Palestiner, and not just a free Palestiner, this is all Biden's falter.
Right.
Also Zelensky's. And he is saying that we can find common ground with the right-wing fascists and the neo-Nazis. And, was once, given a cease and desist for using the name of an actual freedom fighter for their grifty show. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, I don't even know. They posted Marjorie Taylor Greene, right?
I don't remember exactly, honestly, but I just know that it's just like it's not even that, right? Like it's literally just saying like, these people have not literally, but like, essentially implying that people on the far right, like the people who are supporting mass deportations and all this stuff, are actually correct in all of this. But anyways, you've got me over explaining who this is. I was cutting you off again, and the people don't like that apparently.
No, You know, I know what social media does to people. It can be very frustrating, but I understand what social media is, so I get it. For somebody who, once again, has been in the Free Palestine movement for over 20 years now, there is just so much nuance. It's not as simple as it seems. And really, to understand what's going on, it's not just Israel. It's not just the West Bank and Gaza. It is the countries that are surrounding it. Oh my God. Now, you know what? Because Bad Lefty put Clandis Owens. I'm actually going to say what that clip this person posted was about. Because I was like, you're posting this like this shit is like some brand new revelation. The person is like posting the clip of Candace
Wait, did
Owens.
you send this to me on Instagram or something? Because like I want to
No,
be able to play it if possible.
No, I'll quote her. She's just talking about how Egypt warned Israel about October 7th. I'm like, girl, the American intelligence community said that. Like literally, the Biden administration said that. That's not some secret knowledge, dude. Literally,
But Black, no, literally like, but Black, yeah, I was going to say, like, but Black Doofus, every single intelligence agency, including Mossad, was saying that. like the reason why, like, I'm sorry to be crass here, but like, I just need to be honest. Can I be honest, Bam?
Let's go.
The principal reasons why Netanyahu is like tapping the gas on the more genocide button is because A, before October 7th, he was up in court, and B, October 7th is, and everything that led up to it is basically Benjamin Netanyahu's moment where George W. Bush got the letter in August of 2001 to call back to, you know, an anniversary we're about to have, where the heading says, Bin Laden determined to rip your dick off. And yell ooga booga booga. Like it is so embarrassing for him otherwise that he has to double back and like go, okay, now I'm going to go, you know, let's use the lying Gaza Health Ministry numbers and say 60,000, even though we know it's probably quadruple that at this point, because they've got to use something for the foundation and the mulch of Trump's new resort on the beach. But, and again, I'm so sorry for being crass here, but it's just like it is the facts of how they talk in public. And by they, I mean the Americans who are Republicans and also Benjamin Netanyahu's government. It is an abomination. Every country, like virtually every country is failing here, except randomly South Africa, because at least they were going to the International Criminal Court and like they had people who were like arguing this stuff like very early on. And maybe there are like some other countries like, or, you know, small territories that were actually somewhat influential in some of this stuff. But
I have something to say about that too.
You know, I'm just like, you know, maybe there's not everything that could have been done here. And I'm really interested in what you have to say, Bam, because, you know, I'm happy to yell at you tonight. No, I'm kidding. But this, I've heard the phrase like since October 7th, and, you know, maybe, you know, I want to go back and like look at some of the clips of when Ben Dixon and Emma were on like a month after October 7th, because I think like there's one of my favorite things about Power Report is that like even these episodes that we're doing right now where things like kind of like all over the place, they hold up so well because there's so many clips I can play right there because that just show what is happening right now and what are all the faults of these things. But, you know, I'm sure what you have to say, Bam, ultimately, but I'm constantly thinking about this idea of how history will look at this. And it's hard to think that history will care at a moment in America like this, but there are swings in the world and through culture ultimately until the meteor or the oil companies take us out. And so America as a country is like horrifying.
America's worse than Israel. You know, I was going to say this earlier.
Yes.
It's really like rich to see like any like, you know, Germany.
Also, Bam, I will say for my second point, head start. America had a head start.
No, yeah, absolutely. No, you know, I've been having this conversation. It's kind of nuanced. I'm not going to get into the whole thing here, but like basically we're seeing settler colonialism in real time, because this is the same thing that happened, you know, 400 years ago in the whole Western Hemisphere. But we're just seeing it now. But like America, I mean, the English, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, they already did this shit and created whole countries. You know what I mean? So it's rich for like, you know, France or Spain or whatever, because the Spanish king won't even apologize for colonialism. AMLO asked him a couple years ago. He was like, "No, we helped you guys out. We gave you the Catholic Church and whatever, and a cool language." But this what we're seeing right now, and what I want to say right now, like it's just happening right now. What we've been seeing, not even since 1948, since like the 1920s, about 100 years in that region, is the colonization of that land. The settlers are coming in, they're colonizing. It's happening. But going back to what you said, how will history remember this? I don't think history will remember this, because 2008 history it's not even in people's memory. 2014, not really in people's memory. 2021, obviously this is a lot crazier, but like I've said from the beginning, and I know it sounds away. I know it does. This situation that's happening in Gaza since October 7th, but before that, but just like this, what is happening like now, which is worse than these other ones combined. I just hope something good can eventually come from it. I hope this is the last time. Like, I've been seeing these wars happening in the West Bank and Gaza for a long time, since the second Intifada, and the first Intifada was in the 80s. I was a little young for that. But I just hope that this is the last time and something can happen concretely. I don't think America necessarily needs to be involved. I think the countries in the region, Israel is a Middle Eastern country. I know they're white and they be, you know, whatever, but it's just another Middle Eastern country. The
Sometimes
countries in
Israeli restaurants call themselves Mediterranean.
like these countries need to get involved and figure out a way to have peace. And the thing I think that can't happen is I don't think Netanyahu can be involved in that. Like, I don't think that he's the person that can be involved in that, and like his coalition, because those people are rabid. Like those are the people that want to see like a war with everybody. That's not every single Israeli politician. There are some people that are a bit more reasonable, or you know that you know there are people in the Israeli government that want a two-state solution. To be honest with you, Israeli policy was to have a two-state solution before Netanyahu. Like, I think even Netanyahu believed that at some point, but I could be wrong about that. But I think like the official Israeli policy was to have a two-state solution. That's what needs to happen. In the meantime, it's very unfortunate that like there's all these Arab countries around, there's all these Muslim countries around that don't care. Me personally, I never had any expectation of America or any European country when it comes to this situation because they are Israel's allies. And I've been saying this for the whole since we first started talking about this. America, let's just say America is Israel's ally, and they're going to support Israel in the same way that America is Saudi Arabia's ally, and they're going to support Saudi Arabia. In the same way they're Egypt's ally, and they're going to support Egypt. For the longest time, the two countries that got the most aid from America, military aid, was Israel and Egypt. They were number one and number two. These are realities. But the Palestinian people don't need America. There was actually somebody on Democracy Now! Saying that the USA is like the only one that can end this genocide. I don't believe that. But in the meantime, I just hope that this can end soon. There can be peace, and the people just stop suffering. I don't want to see nobody die. And this is my last thing, actually, because you mentioned South Africa. South Africa, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Y'all went up there to the Netherlands. Y'all went up there and you said, y'all had a lot to say about what Israel's doing in Gaza. But it's giving a little politicky to me because I don't know how hard you went about Russia invading Ukraine. So, I'm sorry, because I'm not saying the two are equal, but your BRICS buddy over there is doing a classic George Bush / Saddam Hussein invasion. It's gross and embarrassing, actually, that you're doing that in 2025 or 2024 or whenever that shit happened, 2022. So South Africa, yeah, that's cool, but I don't know, dog. Keep the shit straight across the board if you're gonna do that.
That's totally fair. Counterpoint, Bam. What is the most moral country on earth?
You said what is the most moral country? Eswatini.
Yeah, who is the most?
If I'm even pronouncing it right.
Not Rwanda.
Oh God.
Which one was the one that used to be called Rhodesia?
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yes.
Yeah.
That's the one. Anyways, Rhodesia. The most moral country. I'll remind you, Rachel Maddow, a Rhodes Scholar.
Stop. Stupid.
It's the same Rhodes. It's the same Rhodes.
It is the same, but no, don't do that. I got a friend that got a Rhodes Scholarship.
Bam is friends with a Rhodes Scholar. Look up what Rhodesia did, y'all. And I'm just saying, be straight across the board with it.
Who's the one that shot up the church in South Carolina? What was his name again? Dylan Roof. He had the Rhodesia flag on his jacket. I was like, I'm like, you going hard, kind of. Goddamn, you real.
Man, why'd you have to tell me that? That's like real depressing, honestly.
Oh yeah, he was like, oh, that's swastika.
We were laughing, we were joking, and then you had to remind that, and
he was like, that swastika is cute. The lightning bolt, that's cute, but I'm going deep. This is a Rhodesia flag. He probably had a Kurdish flag too. No, I'm joking.
Nika says, and no, I'm not saying that like the Nika. Jamed says, Jamed. But it's in parentheses. Anyways, they use the same tactics against Gaza as they've used against us Native Americans here. They even lied saying Hamas did whatever, just like they said we did during the scalping when it was white people.
Dead ass.
That's
straight
real.
up.
And that scalped us. Yeah, I missed Ben live because I had a headache. So glad to see y'all having this conversation. Maybe me talking about Ben Dixon, but I hope it's okay for me to join y'all in this convo. I'm in an uber emotional and fired up about this. I think it's again, if you pay taxes in America, if you pay sales tax in America, if you bought something in a Western country today, or have in the past 2 years or the past 10 years or ever in your entire life, you've contributed a little bit to this massacre, essentially, right? Like, because of how much support that like these countries have gotten for so long. And America especially, for sure. Like, not all countries are equal. I'm sure Papua New Guinea has also contributed to the genocide as well. I'm kidding.
No, but like going back to what they said, I think like this is a time, and I have these conversations with people in my
sorry, just to finish my point really quickly. Like, it is difficult to it's hard to acknowledge continuing going throughout your daily life and knowing that this is happening. I was talking about like the monetary benefit, but like it's just so difficult to do that and know that like this is happening. And it's the banality of evil. It's there's like a movie that was kind of like about this as well recently. I forget what it's called right now, but it's just terrible. But yeah, Bam, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like I'm boring and I always like to, connect the current events with history and stuff. And I think it's important for people, especially us on the left, to realize like, we're here in America and the exact same thing that's happening in Palestine is what happened here. Like, and I was having a broader conversation about this, about like what Israel is and what it could become, because, I'll say it fast, but, you often see like, and I'm just going to make it very plain. The white leftist will talk about Israel and say like those Israeli citizens, those settlers need to leave. And like the Palestinians have the right of return. And I'm like, well, you're also the descendant of settlers, like you are also the descendant of settlers. I'm not mad at you about that, but who knows what could happen in Israel? Like, could Israel just end up like America? And it's like, yeah, like now you have people that are like looking at some other country, like, yeah, y'all need to leave over there in like Taiwan or some shit. Like, I don't know. But that's just like when you look at settler colonialism, like what we're seeing in Gaza is a genocide. It is a famine. It is a forced famine. And this is how
and it's really fast, but like I hope people who are only taking right now to publicly say that, or were poo-pooing people who are saying this before, similar to the people who are warning that Donald Trump is a fascist, like don't sleep well at night. Don't have an afterlife, honestly.
You interrupt me now for what I was saying, but this is how but you were saying like, like this is a genocide, this is a famine, like, yeah. Like these countries, like this is how they were created. The Europeans came in there and they did a genocide. Don't let them tell you that, they were just carrying smallpox and the Indians didn't know how to adapt to it. No, they killed them, they shot them, they killed their food sources. Go look at all the those big piles of buffalo and stuff. They hunted them down. They enslaved them. They took them to other countries. They put them on boats. They took people from like what's today the Philippines. The Spanish took them and brought them to Mexico. They took indigenous people from the Americas and took them to like Algeria and stuff like that. This is what happened on these lands right here, like where you live now, and you see like an American person goes their whole life without meeting an indigenous person. Their whole entire life, they never seen one. They never knew, or they seen something on in their social studies book. They don't know. I used to spend all that time in Alabama. They don't know that all these cities are named after indigenous cities or people, or Mississippi and Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Tuskegee and stuff. They don't even know. Yeah, right. They don't even know.
Tennessee.
And right, and I really hope that doesn't happen in Palestine.
Montauk.
Right, where
Ron
you live
Conqueror.
now. Where you live now. I really hope that doesn't happen in Palestine, where it's just, people of Polish and Russian descent with a few Ethiopians sprinkled in there, and it's like, it's just the name of the street is Beit Lahia, or like that's just the neighborhood somebody lives in, and there's no very, very little indigenous.
Or they
Arab
call it like Bela, like the same way they do like Soho. They just like shorten it.
Right,
the term.
exactly.
Like,
That's actually a great point. That was actually brilliant. That might be the funniest thing you ever said. Like I really hope that doesn't happen there, and the way that won't happen there, truly, is if those other countries in that region don't let it happen. You can't be relying on America and France and Germany. These are the people that did the shit. Them other countries got to step in and say, look, we're not going to let you completely erase the Palestinian identity. We're not going to let that happen. We're not just going to take them here. No, we're going to figure some shit out. Or I'm about to smack some shit up.
No, there's so much good you said there. I was almost forgetting about it, but like, I want to get to the Arab countries piece as well, because you're going off in the intro, but there's so many different angles to go off on this, and I want to read some comments. Nika says it means bear in Chickasaw.
Now Bam's gonna say he's part Chickasaw right now. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Dan. Come on, let's get another one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Bam was gonna do that too.
No, come on, let's get another ethnicity, or let's get another one in there. Belgian, Japanese, El Salvador, Mexico, Madagascar, England. Let's get another one.
Israeli.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Damn it, I was gonna use the restroom right now. It's okay. Let's see if there's any more comments as well, because there's just like so much here. But yeah, Nika, you were going off, and thank you for as well talking about this. But Felix Biederman said, I'm gonna wait till Bam gets back, because I want this to be like a bar, and I want to see how he reactions to this, because it was really good. Yeah, I did also want to mention that an Israeli settler shot one of the key collaborators, Ode Hatalin, or Adwa Hatalin, who worked on the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land, and he was just like shot dead by a settler. Again, another one of these terrible incidents that's kind of done with impunity, because he was shooting people. Not only did he just like shoot that one person, but he was firing his gun at other people who were like, upset and arguing and things like that. Like, in America, of course, you have police who kill people with impunity, but in the West Bank, for settlers, it's like you're empowering an entire ethnicity to do the work of the IDF, do the work of Netanyahu on a vigilante basis.
Good morning, comrade. You're listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning, Comrade. We are joined by a host of guests this week, all of whom are running for the National Political Committee of the Democratic Socialists of America. You may remember our previous conversation that we had with Francis, Alex, and oh my gosh, with oh my gosh, what's the fellow's name from New York? Kareem. Hello. They all joined us last week, and this week we have Christian, Leslie, Katie, Renee, and Jeremy joining us. Welcome, all of you, to Good Morning, Comrade. I'm going to give you a moment to just introduce yourselves one at a time. We can start with Christian.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, everyone. My name is Christian House. You see in pronouns. I'm from beautiful Long Island, New York. And for the past 2 years, I've been the America's co-chair of the DSA International Committee, where basically we spent a mix of the time both as a diplomat to mass parties in Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, Chile, and elsewhere. I've also been organizing domestically, especially in the past year. But even before the election for Migrants' Rights Defense, we helped revitalize our organization's immigrant rights organizing, and an initiative now that's grown to over 50 chapters that it was not just helping local coalitions form ICE defense and distribution of Know Your Rights trainings, but also we're expanding to boycott Avelo Airlines for its cooperation with ICE. So it's one of the most successful international organizing initiatives that this organization has pulled off, and it's still growing. And locally, I'm glad that I got to connect our chapter with it and help our chapter grow capacity. And it's really something, and help the average member connect with the broader global socialist movement, which is kind of my MO. And I'm happy to be here.
Cool. Leslie.
Everyone, Leslie Chang, she, her pronouns, calling in from DSA Los Angeles. Over the last year, I've worked on a number of national priorities. So for our Rights Committee and Democracy Commission, both of which were passed at the 2023 Chicago Convention. And locally, I am one of our branch coordinators, have been working really hard, as you can imagine, on fighting fascism and ICE, literally on our doorsteps. So yeah, it's been tough, but a lot of our members are really engaged in this fight, and I think Los Angeles is certainly not going to back down. So we are going to try not to curse right now. We're going to fight like heck.
Yeah. Oh, hell's okay. You can say hell. Katie.
Hi, yeah, my name is Katie, and I'm the electoral chair of Ithaca, New York's DSA chapter, and I'm running for NPC with the Socialist Majority slate. And my experience in DSA has largely been focused on starting with organizing tenants. I was really involved in a tenant union, and what we found was that we actually needed to change the laws that we were working under if we wanted to really expand and enforce our rights. And so we've been focusing on electoralizing the issue of tenants' rights and using it as a way to organize around the class issue of housing. And through that, we have elected our first tenant majority council in the city's history, city council. And yeah, I've been a leader on most of those campaigns that we've run. And I really want to bring that orientation of like class issues turning into, being electoralized and turning into legislative wins to chapters across the country.
Yeah, that's really cool. Jeremy.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jeremy, he, him. I am calling from my hometown of Chicago, so from the Midwest, but I mostly have lived my adult life and done DSA organizing in New York City. I was the co-chair of NYC-DSA for several years, and in its leadership for even longer. I've been involved kind of in every corner of our chapter's life. including in building our socialists in office work and our committees at the city, state, and federal level. In our work for a ceasefire, I was co-chair when the genocide in Gaza began, and have been was kind of quite an active voice in defending our organization against mischaracterizations of our position and of what we stand for, and in pressing forward for our view of the full humanity of Palestinians and every human being in the kind of world that we deserve. And I've been deeply involved in our electoral work on a whole number of fronts. Most recently, incredibly, amazingly, in Zoran for mayor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty incredible victory for the whole American left, and a kind of watershed moment, I think, for our movement. And so proud to be involved in that. It was actually my 30th door knocking experience with DSA candidates across the country and NYC and elsewhere.
Oh, they should give you a badge or something, you know?
I know. I did help organize phone banks for defending Cori Bush from AIPAC, down by you folks. And I sit on the National Electoral Commission, its steering committee, and help build our national electoral work, support chapters in that work. And that experience, along with experiencing NYC DSA leadership, as well as like sort of the craziness of this moment, is part of why I decided to run with Socialist Majority Caucus for NPC. So thanks so much for having us.
Totally. And last but not least, Renee, who I think we lost. Okay. So let's continue. So you guys are all running on the socialist. Oh, Renee's back. Renee, would you mind introducing yourself to the fine audience?
Yeah. Hi. Sorry for being inconsistently on the stream.
You're good.
My name is Renee Parody. I'm currently a member of New York City DSA. I am serving my first term on the National Political Committee. I've also been an at-large member and a member of East Bay DSA. I helped sort of found the NYC DSA Electoral Project back in 2017-2018, providing key compliance advice and collaborating on our strategy electorally in sort of in 8 years to try to the Zoran for Mayor campaign. I was in California for 5 of the last years, where I helped found and was inaugural co-chair of California DSA, one of the first statewide organizations and DSA chapters. Since getting elected to the NPC 2 years ago, I've done a lot of work that in the sort of intersection between the electoral movement and the Palestine movement, electoral work in the Palestine movement, including the No Money for Massacres phone banks right after 10/7, and then the Unquitting movement, where I served as counsel to the Listen to Michigan campaign, and then brought
I have a little trouble hearing you. Sorry.
where I served as counsel to the Listen to Michigan campaign, and then brought Uncommitted to DSA as a campaign.
Excellent.
Where the national campaign endorsed first the Michigan campaign, and then nationwide, and then also the anti-APAC coalition that DSA joined. I'm running for another term because I believe DSA is sort of the essential organization to the movement, because it's democratically run and because it's socialist. And so that's why I'm one of the co-founders of the Socialist Majority Caucus. The caucus we're all in. We believe that in order to win, we have to build a social majority in America.
Sure. And I'm glad you brought up the Social Majority Caucus. It's something that you are all running on as a sort of group, as sort of slate. I guess my question, sort of just to kick that off, is what is the thing that brings you all together? What is your sort of shared analysis of the organization that, DSA, and what is your sort of vision to sort of, to for success essentially going forward? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? And what do we need to keep doing? Leslie, go ahead and you can start us off.
I like what you said about what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, what does that mean for what we need to do to move forward. I think this aspect of evaluating the work that we're doing in order to learn from our mistakes and learn from what's working is a necessary part of being thoughtful about how we expand our base and grow the movement and build leaders. And in order to be able to do that, we need a well-staffed, well-organized, well-resourced national organization that is really able to take on the challenges of fighting back against MAGA authoritarianism and having a very specific positive political vision in everywhere that we can, but especially in the run up to 2028. And I think that is something that we really deeply believe in. We need to make sure that we are running popular socialist candidates that are able to talk very succinctly and clearly about these issues that working people face. And we need to be able to work in coalition with other progressive groups, other more liberal groups as well, because we need to expand our visibility. So this is something that Socialist Majority really believes in. And we want to build a majority on the MPC that is prepared to take on these fights and is building an organization that is constantly expanding and reaching out to more people rather than looking inward and becoming more insular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you say looking inward and insular, I do think that that is important too, because I mean, obviously there does need to be some kind of standard that we hold ourselves to. However, that cannot be the primary function that an organization like DSA just constantly obsesses over. And I think that's kind of the balance that we're walking here. Katie, would you like to sort of add on to that?
Yeah, and I think Socialist Majority Caucus, we are very focused so much of the time on our like our organizing skills and our tactics, and being very just focused on like the kind of to-do list of what we want to engage, what we think will build the movement. But we do also have like a strong theoretical backing and like points of unity that bring us together. And one of those things is that given the forceful power of the state, given the like the challenges that we would be up against, we believe that the road to socialism is one that's democratic, and that requires millions and millions and millions of people in order to bring it about. Like, and that's why we focus on building institutions and building power. That's where we want to be acting in the millions, and we really want to. We're serious about building a socialist majority. We want a majority of people to be part of the socialist coalition, and because of that, that's why we really need to be. We know we need to be running the kinds of campaigns that bring millions of people into the work with us, and so we want to be reflective and have an organization that can handle that and can be principled. But that's where our outward focus is, because we know that we're not going to do it. We're not going to win socialism by paring down and becoming a smaller group of more pure socialists.
Yeah, there's like two roads to go down. It's organizing the entirety of the working class or organizing the already existing left. And like, we already know, at least to some extent, what the existing left's capacity is. It is a small fragment minority of the population. The goal, at least, the part where I agree with you guys, is that there needs to be a growth of people. There needs to be a conversion of normal people who don't have political commitments into people who we need to essentially sell our project, the socialist project, to the broader majority of the population. That's how I see it. Would anybody else like to add on? Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah. So Leslie and Katie touched on a lot. I'll add as well from an international perspective that really our goal at SMC, we recognize that there's racism and oppressive and imperial institutions that are fundamental to creating the messed up world that we face and have to confront every day. We need to build a coalition, build a majority to oppose it. There's a lot of sympathy for anti-imperialism, anti-atrocity, as we're seeing with our mobilizations for Palestine. I'll tee up Jeremy in a second because Jeremy led one of them and is a good example of this. And one thing we've done, just at SMC as well as my work, is grow our ways to get more people involved and to tap into ways that they can organize. Because right now, especially on an international perspective, There is a separate tendency that prefers to a very educational webinar based, that spends more, that acts less as seeking to enlighten people than to activate people. We know that there's common principles amongst members and the broader public that fits right into our program. And therefore, for us, that's a good start. And we can mobilize them to put pressure onto all levels of government, to put pressure on unions to participate and struggle, and to build broader coalitions along various lines. I'll tease it, probably talk about later when we talk about Zoran. But one area that he's done that I'm really impressed with is his outreach to Haitian communities in New York City.
Yeah.
And that's something I want us to
The
grow
video
with,
from that is amazing, of him just sort of like speaking in colloquial Haitian issues, like in real time. Is like, wow, that's like something that you never really see.
Yeah, and it's
not even in New York City.
Yeah, it's a very these things can resonate not just in New York City, where some of us are from or nearby, but especially in the case of Haiti, South Florida is also a big issue. Or, we've been working with Morena, and one area that I'm particularly proud of there was to find ways to work with Morena's local committees, which mobilize the Mexican diaspora. And our goal there is to grow DSA into Mexican American communities who are already sympathetic with AMLA, with Claudia Sheinbaum, and want to see a similar politic in the United States. There's naturally DSA should be the home for them as well. So it's really about connecting, making internationalism more accessible, but also tying it into the rest of our struggles that my comrades are able to describe in great detail as well.
Jeremy, Renee, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, sure. I think I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, for me, one way I have of thinking about this is like, I have been on the left for 20 or so years. I was involved in the anti-war movement against the war in Iraq. And that sort of was my initial, that and the bailout of the big banks under Obama were some of my awakening moments to the left. But I think in the 2016 moment, on the one side of Bernie and on the other side of Trump, were really I consider them sort of epiphany, an epiphany in my life, sort of Paul on the road to Damascus. The rest of my life has been shaped by being sort of trying to be true to the insights of that moment, and of kind of a revelation. And to me, the revelation was yeah, I'd been on the left a long time, but the left was totally ineffective at moving anything. We had a righteous position on ending the war in Iraq, but we weren't able to change anything. We were allergic to engaging in electoral politics because of the two-party system. And basically it was well, we hate the two parties and that's the system. And so I guess we'll do nothing. And then and what I saw with Bernie was able to, speak in a colloquial, immediately accessible way to so many Americans that had not been tuned into left-wing politics at all, but who found his words resonant. He ran in the Democratic primary as a site of struggle, other than saying, oh, the leadership of the Democratic Party really sucks. Oh, a lot of the donor base really sucks. He just jumped into fighting on the terrain of the two-party system in this really powerful way. And then on the other hand, there was Trump, which was America could go fascist, and this is an incredibly dangerous times. And it really is sort of a socialism that takes building power and winning seriously, or it's fascism. And so for me, those are all lessons that have fundamentally shaped my political orientation over these last years. And that, unfortunately, I feel it's really easy for the left to what did Lenin call it? One step forward, two steps backwards. It's really easy to, for the left to have kind of internalize those lessons briefly, and then to just go back to lots of old habits of speaking only to the already converted, habits of kind of obsessing over minute distinctions. It's very important to have principles, but we also have to have be able to see the forest for the trees and be able to focus on building power for working people because of the level of emergency we're in, and we have to take on the right directly. So for me, those are all like really important lessons, and DSA is a hugely, with our membership model, a hugely important kind of has so much potential, a foundation stone for fighting the fight against the corporate establishment, the democratic establishment, and the right. But we really do risk falling back into old bad left-wing habits. And we should avoid that. We should stay true to kind of the door that Bernie opened up, that in many ways I think Zoran's campaign was kind of a next step through that door, you know, a leap forward. And we have more to come if we stay true to the strategy.
Yeah, I do.
If I could just,
Yeah, jump in.
yeah, and I hope my audio is better now.
Much better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I've been thinking about this. There was already talk about the contrast between sectarianism and mass politics. And sometimes I think there's a tendency in DSA to think sectarianism means when caucuses fight, but that's not it, right? Like it's about an orientation toward the already converted and a focus on perfecting the line. And I think what Bernie showed, as Jeremy said, and as Zoran shows, is that if we go into mass politics, we can win among that left-wing coalition, right? Like, I think the Zoran campaign, they were competing on the terrain of, you know, ranked choice voting, which made it a lot easier. But there were, you know, 5 left to center candidates who were contesting Cuomo, who were contesting Adams. And we had the opportunity to popular front primary, and we won it because of our message, because of our candidate, because of our movement, most of all. And
most
so
importantly,
why,
ability
you know, that's
ability to organize 1.5 million people and knock on doors as well. You can't do that without
Exactly. And not everybody who voted for Zoran and not everybody who volunteered for Zoran is a socialist yet. But we just moved them closer to it. And that to me is why the mass politics orientation is, to Jeremy's point, Bernie's innovation and the thing that we need to come back to in this moment of great peril.
Yeah. And again, I think that it is really kind of important to recognize, because one of the things that Jeremy mentioned as well was that we had these, you know, periods where there was mass uprising all the way back to, you know, the WTO protests in the early 2000s, Iraq War, you know, Occupy Wall Street, all of these things. In those times, there was not a organized vehicle for those ideas and for those movements to be channeled through. And now, you know, with the rise of DSA post Bernie, there is sort of a at least some level of coherency that exists now that did not exist in those days. I don't know if anybody wants to jump into that part, but I do think it's important as far as sort of like what to do with that vehicle and where we're going with that. I mean, I do want to hear a little bit about Zoran. I do want to kind of have more episodes about that in the future as well. But can anybody sort of like maybe either Jeremy or Renee or Christian Kajal are in New York or whatever, just sort of like lay out how was that campaign specifically able to connect with people? What were the things that kind of pushed people towards activating and really knocking out, you know, one of the strongest political machines, a generational political machine in New York City, which is known for political machines. You want to take it, Jeremy?
Yeah, sure. I can at least start. I mean, I think, you know, yeah, it is. I have had the privilege of seeing Andrew Cuomo fall not once but twice. And
that is so crazy that he was able to run for mayor after like 2 years ago when he was forced to resign from governor of New York in disgrace, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, so he had the name recognition, he had so much money from these independent expenditures, just throwing infinite amounts of money into the race. You know, I would get these negative mailers about Zoran, you know, like sometimes many in a single day would arrive at my apartment. So definitely the force there was strong. I think the campaign, first of all, the campaign did an incredible job at just speaking in a direct way about working people's actual needs. Like they, people have talked about Zoran's ability to be like laser focused on the key message and the key platform planks and how they would improve working people's lives. And I do think that like being able to, you know, move through the noise and get back to the signal, as it were, of like, we want to make working people's lives better. Your lives are hard. They shouldn't have to be this hard. And we have some, kind of clear, achievable ideas for making them better. I think that was like super important, that message discipline, that ability to just speak really clearly and not do sort of like, there's a way sometimes where the left is like putting out fires or is trying to get everything perfect on every issue. And our principles are super important on a whole wide range of issues. But also part of, I think, the theory of being a socialist is we lead on there is a majority behind these politics who, not because just of moral conviction, but because their interests are in having a better life, having a better world for them. And I think that really spoke. I'd say another just huge thing is, NYCDSA has been out of which, Zoran grew his political involvement and engagement. The group that was, in the trenches for helping him win his assembly seat in 2020. And, many of core leaders in the campaign came out of NYCDSA. And I think a lot of our electoral orientation really kind of came to fruition in this moment, which was like, again, contesting, using the Democratic ballot line as a field of struggle and getting like, basically people won't, given the two-party system, it's extremely hard to break through if you're not in one of the two parties, but the parties have basically zero control over their ballot lines. And so there's an opportunity for struggle. So running on the Democratic ballot line as a very kind of well-established consensus electoral strategy in NYC. Second, like having an infrastructure that could bring a ton of people into the campaign really quickly. So like basically when you set up a campaign, it's like, how do we make it possible for a mass amount of people to get really quickly involved, who don't have to have training in 10,000 issues, like literally who can in 20 minutes go from being a person who's like, I like this guy, to like, I'm doing a thing to make this campaign happen.
That's a big leap too.
It's huge. It's huge. And it's like, it's again, I think it's not like it took a long time to kind of build that mindset on the left, because there is a part of lefties who sometimes want to be like, no, but you have to understand the nuances of his, position on flood zones and what his policy is on flood zones before I can go out and talk to a stranger. And, I think like getting people involved, getting people plugged in, that emphasis on mass work and on building immediate engagement and then escalating leadership ladders that basically bring a person from that, like, I like the guy, 20 minutes later, I'm knocking on doors. 2 weeks later, I'm a field lead who's helping bring in others to knock on doors. 2 months later, I'm staging captain who's, holding down, East Flatbush for the campaign. Like that sort of bringing a ton of people in and moving them into and through leadership. That I think that structure has really been core to NYCDSA's work. The last thing I'll say really quickly is just like taking winning seriously and taking building power seriously. Like, I think many of us, when Zoran first proposed running, were not convinced that it was winnable. And, still there's definitely some shock. But like,
Definitely.
The only way we got to this moment was by being like, okay, if we're going to take this on, we're going to take it on seriously. We need to knock on 1 million doors. We need to figure out the infrastructure for doing that. We need to like hit for the big leagues and be really, be hardcore about raising the money, about knocking on the doors, about all those things that are required to win.
Yeah, 100%. WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. I also do, and this is like one of the more notable things. I know that there have been city council seats, and when you think about, I'm thinking of Richie Floyd and Pinellas and things like that. Those are examples of people who are like cadre members of DSA who came up through, like even AOC, who was a member, from what I understand, prior to running for office, didn't necessarily run a campaign like entirely through the organization. This is sort of like one of the, at least the highest profile, definitely at least since AOC, victory by DSA broadly. And I just sort of, wanted to sort of flag that as that it is definitely possible to have people come through the organization as members and then be kind of catapulted into positions of leadership. And that's really cool, like elected positions of power as well.
I'll add as well that it's also possible for members to work their way through the ranks of DSA and become members of DSA, like all of us here in SMC, and that's one thing we believe as well, that we work our way up. We believe in meritocracy, and we want to promote it within DSA internally as well, and we want people who know what it's like to cut turf or know what it's like to work in Action Network, to work their way up and pass that knowledge on to more and more rank and file members and enable them to succeed without having to micromanage them or put them in or entrench our individuals and our cronies into certain spots. So that's how we prefer to do things here, and I think that's where we're seeing the benefits.
And like just doing work is so like transformational in this whole thing too. I mean, like, can you imagine, do you remember what it was like when you knocked your first door or did your first shift, like tabling or whatever it is? And it's such a nervous thing. And then after, doing it for so long, it's not a big deal at all. You get to be able to see some of the higher level things. You just like working out. It's like developing muscles, and you get stronger at these kinds of things just by the act of doing. And that's really important as well. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that was part of that first Bernie experience for me too, that I referred to earlier. It's like, I'd been considered myself a socialist for like 8 years, and the thought of like talking to someone about it who wasn't about my politics, who like wasn't already in like a left-wing reading group with me, or maybe like showing up to a protest, like it just was like a shocker. It was just this like, whoa, you mean I have to like talk to more people about the things I believe in to win power? Like, what an idea.
Or even talking to your coworkers in your workplace. When you organize your workplace, you have to talk to your coworkers and make that happen as well. It's all like, it's not exactly the same thing, but it's connected, and it becomes, as you do it more, more and more, you just kind of get better at it, and you get used to it, and you get to understand the terrain at higher levels. I do want to change gears a little bit, because while we are in this position to build up, these really important campaigns, and be that with unions or be that with electoral things or whatever, we also, like, in the midst of some of the kind of craziest stuff we've seen, the craziest stuff that failing capitalism has to offer is really all coming through it right now. I mean, Leslie, I'm sure seeing what happened in Los Angeles last month rather, with the ICE raids, and we're also still seeing ICE raids and pitch battles, but essentially between a union leader getting waylaid by federal officials and all these horrible things. And I mean, even in New York, there was the Brad Lander who got basically roughed up by police and put in prison for a short period of time, or put in holding. When it comes to the sort of like fight back against these things and the sort of balancing, I guess you could say, well, we'll get to balancing later, but when it comes to the fight back, that's a high priority. And what does that look like in an organization like DSA? Is that really a part of our role? Is that a part of DSA's project at all? Leslie, do you want to sort of start us off with that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think this is a place where DSA can really make a difference. We are well positioned to make a difference too. I mean, I think about kind of the whole suite of organizing opportunities and levers that we can pull. There's the legislative side and the policy side, right, where we have elected leaders in positions of power who can really push on policy priorities. Los Angeles, we had established ourselves as a sanctuary city. There's a lot more that we can be doing on that front, but certainly I think if we hadn't done that, we would be in much more dire of a situation right now. Then there is the aspect of kind of like direct action, right? Like direct action, civil disobedience. What exactly does that look like? How do we engage? This is also something that I think we need to talk about as an organization. And then there's the political education aspect of things. Know your rights presentation, right? How are we educating people? How are we reaching out to working class folks, helping them understand what their rights are so that they're prepared if when ICE shows up at their doors? Community canvassing. How are we going door to door to help small businesses understand, hey, like if you put up a sign that says private employees only, ICE can't go back there. And so, and then there's this aspect also, I think, of like mutual aid, right? Jail support, court watch, all of these things. And I think every chapter should be prepared to think strategically about where they're best positioned to make an impact and then work on a strategy. And I think this is where having a strong MPC that is thinking clearly about this vision and can work with chapters and can work with field organizers to really make sure that all chapters and organizers have the tools and resources they need in order to identify where they can make the biggest impact. And then broadly, nationally, we need to be pushing comms on this. Immigration is a really hot issue right now. I think it's a very polarizing issue. We need to be very, very forceful with our messaging to talk about the ways in which immigrants really built the United States and why they really benefit communities. And so, and again, like in the absence of having like a national comms director, this is, I think, an area where, DSA has really fallen short a little bit. And a lot of the burden now has fallen on chapters to try to prepare ourselves. But I think looking ahead, certainly beyond August, like when we hopefully retake a majority on the MPC, we should be working with every chapter to prepare them for this, because ICE is in Los Angeles right now. ICE is going to come from many, many neighborhoods.
And they're not only in Los Angeles, they're out in Oxnard and all these other places where there are tons of farm workers, and they're attacking them as well. And it really is like we need to recognize, and there needs to be like broad scale agreement that farm workers are workers just like every other worker. And in a critical key period too, or a critical key point, they do a lot of the work that documented Americans, whether you like to hear this or not, they do a lot of work that documented Americans won't do for less wages. It's really horribly like insane how they're able to use all of these, H-2A or whatever visa, or H-1A, I can't remember which one it is, to classify these folks as lesser than, non-citizens that can come over here, work, and have their status be dependent on their employer, and then be kicked out of here as, or basically be attacked by ICE. You see the videos of them with the vehicles driving down the road, and they're running from the vehicles. It's really horrifying stuff, Christian.
Yeah, and to add to what Leslie discussed, one area where we were successful modestly in organizing the members and chapters was our Build to Mayday initiative, in which we worked, myself and a couple of folks from our International Migrants' Rights Working Group worked with our National Labor Commission on connecting the two tenets of what we know in America as for Mayday, which are the organized labor and immigrants' rights. Remember, in 2006, one of the largest mobilizations in this country's history pre-2020 was actually the Day Without Immigrants on May Day of that year. And we're seeing a swath of migrants' rights and local migrants' rights coalitions that we're encouraging chapters to build into. But we also need greater national coordination, and also national to build greater partnerships with other immigrants' rights organizations to ensure that there is a uniform defense across all sectors of society, the legal, the labor, and on the ground. And because really, when it comes to the right, their goal is to create an underclass of laborers who don't have citizen protection and therefore are forced to be pliant. in every manner. It's talked about the raids in Los Angeles. There's been raids on Long Island. There's raids nationwide. It's a quota system that's meant to dehumanize and ultimately lay the foundations for greater racial profiling of any American, really, and suspect them of anything, really. So this expansion of the police state that's being fed into is a great crisis, and we need a national leadership, and I'm hoping to provide it, that mobilizes across all chapters and all sizes, because there's going to be no discrimination from ICE on this. There's anywhere that's where there are immigrants, whether they're of Latino origin or of any African, anywhere from the global South, they're going to be targeted and identified by a rapidly growing, what's going to be the largest national police body in this country's history. And so
larger than most militaries in the world.
Yes, larger than most militaries in the world. And if we spend our time just minimizing our presence, limiting ourselves on drawn down criteria that prevents us from working across multiple coalitions and forming partnerships that we need to protect people, we're not going to be able to stop it. So we need to be able to find ways that include members, get them activated and involved as quickly as possible and as effectively as possible.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie.
I was going to say, I think that also in the question of like, how do we respond to Trump? I think in the Trump administration, we have to also consider how do we respond when they're contesting for power, and how did we respond in 2024 when there was an election and DSA decided to stay out of the general election for president. Some chapters did slightly different things, but on a national level, no real message. And there was kind of like a sense that we would be better socialists for not engaging in it. And I think
a lot of good that does you, right?
Yeah, and I think there's two reasons why we could be better socialists. And the first one is that things wouldn't be different, or they would be better for the working class, or they wouldn't be better in a Biden administration. I'm sorry, a Harris administration.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. The two campaigns were so indistinguishable that happens all the time.
Yeah, but and we're seeing and we could have guessed before that that's not the case. You can't argue that the working class is better off now than it was last year. And the other thing is that, does it make our organizing conditions better? Does it change our chances of success? And I think given the amount of repression, the amount of fear, the amount of just like disorganizing kind of behavior and the government's attacks on organizing, I don't think that argument stands up either. And I think that we, despite large protests and despite an attempt to create a front against it, I think our organizing conditions are worse off, and that if we want to be outwardly focused and we want to organize millions of people to be socialists, we can't stay out of these inflection points where people's lives are changing. And if a worker is like, my life got worse because of this thing, and we're like, oh, you don't understand, we can't put our fingers on the scale in that moment because Biden's not a socialist or Harris isn't a socialist, then we fail to be a compelling political force, because we're not involved in that moment, and we're not actually trying to improve the conditions that we're saying that we're trying to improve. And so we need to be out front and being honest and talking to people in the real way. Like, nobody's happy. Like, we're not happy about fighting the right by voting for a liberal Democrat, a corporate Democrat, someone who's bought by billionaires still. But regular people understand what's happening, and they're not, and we don't have to pretend like we're going to ostracize a bunch of people by making compromises, because everyone's just making compromises trying to get through trying to get through their day. Sorry, I'll wrap it up there. I know I talked a little bit too.
No, you did not. That was great. That was really important points. Okay, so Renee.
Yeah, just to be explicit. So I currently serve on the NPC. So all these sort of choices to absent ourselves from the anti-Trump stuff are ones where I or another member of the minority have brought this to the NPC, and they said no, that's so we didn't join the King's protest because people thought that
Sorry,
folks
you're a little
dressing up as
garbled
the
there.
founding.
You're a little bit jumped in and out there. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, so for instance, we didn't join King's protest formally because considered bad form for people to be dressed as founding fathers, that might be offensive. So we didn't join the No Kings protests, even though that's a moment where thousands of people are out in the streets. Leslie mentioned, we don't have a communications director. The NPC majority sort of fired our communications director in a politically motivated firing as part of the layoffs, hasn't hired a new one. We have 4 field staff covering the entire country. At the very moment that we should be ready to go in and join the fight, we're not just absenting ourselves from the battlefield, we're decommissioning troops that we need, to continue the metaphor. And then, just the last thing I'll say is, like, we had brought as again the Trump Response Committee, the NPC minority had brought forward a proposal to turn on the voter file access for all the most vulnerable Republicans, the ones that are targeted for, the big, beautiful bill for everything, months ago, and said, let's get this infrastructure in place, the tools we need to call, the everything we need to be able to do these kinds of pressure campaigns. But when the big, beautiful bill came around, we didn't have that infrastructure in place because it was voted down. It was considered not a priority. And so we weren't able to do national phone banks to vulnerable Republicans to say, don't vote for this bill. We weren't able to do the advocacy that we should have been doing because we just refused to make it a priority.
Yeah. Leslie?
And I think this is one of the distinguishing factors between those of us who believe in mass politics and those who want to have that more sectarian, insular view, where we believe very strongly that we have to contest for power in the spaces where people are paying attention, right? Running candidates along the Democratic Party ballot line is a clear example of this. Joining in coalition with organizations that are putting on, that are broadcasting messages against Trump. WFP, right? No Kings, Indivisible. All of these organizations put on huge rallies really after inauguration, and there was an opportunity for us to be really visible in that fight, and we chose, or the NPC majority chose, to walk away from that. And I think that's a really critical error, and this is something that we really need to rectify. Hopefully come August, we need to change the orientation of this organization because we're not going to grow if people don't know who we are.
Yeah. So appreciate that. And I know you do got to jump, but thank you so much for joining us, Leslie. While we do move on, I do think it's important that we kind of talk about, in addition to the folks that are running for NPC, which is you guys, but there are also, various and important so the convention also, in addition to electing leadership, very important part of the organization, but also there's a lot of resolution business that sets the trajectory of the organization that for the next 4 years. What are some of the things that you think are some of the most important points of discussion that are going to be taking place in this convention? We can start with perhaps Katie.
Yeah, I want to go into the convention resolutions. I am going to start with it. I think that I would say if there are DSA delegates that are watching this and you're thinking about how to approach convention, I would really encourage you to spend your research time first and foremost on the NPC, because resolutions are great and they do help us understand the will of the membership. But the truth is the implementation all comes down to NPC nominations, the local chapter leadership, and just the kind of the political will of the people elected. And I'll say like that sometimes, because the vocabulary that we use is very jargony and the like nuances are like all over the place, like the candidates for NPC can say very similar things but act very differently in their like terms. Like for example, I went to convention in 2023. Red Star Caucus was talking about how they were like the #1 electoral caucus, and they like really supported electoral work. And I was like, okay, so I should vote for either the SMC people or the Red Star people because I am really excited about electoral work. I'm like really interested in what these chapters are doing. And that's like the Red Star Caucus has been really adversarial to electoral work on the NPC. And if I had voted for them, I would have regretted it. And so you should really focus on the work that the candidates have done, how they create the politics that they subscribe to. So I would really encourage delegates to spend their time doing that research. But I also, we've the group of us here have introduced some resolutions about being really proactive in seizing the moment that we're in to win big elections, like to fight for bigger elections, to build bigger coalitions, to basically make thousands of Zorons, or maybe just a couple Zorons, but have them in Congress, and to focus on what we need to do as DSA to be ready to run those kinds of huge, logistically challenging, really expensive races. Like congressional races, we need to be serious. They cost millions of dollars or even tens of millions of dollars. And so we need to focus on our own capacity, but also on the coalitions that make it possible. Because just like DSA was a huge leader in Zoran's campaign, but it doesn't happen without the other organizations that jumped on too. And then, so I'll talk about those, but maybe I'll hand it to Christian to talk about the internationalism resolutions as well.
Sure. I'll explain it. We want to fight the roots of repression from at home and abroad, and that involves a multi-tendency and both national and local approach to protecting immigrants and protesters, whether they're fighting against Israel's atrocities and genocide, or the U.S. atrocities against immigrant populations as well. I'll pass it on over to Renee on the rest of the platform real quick. But basically on the international side is we're looking to have a multi-sectoral, local and national approach towards fighting these local and international oppression.
Renee? And we can sort of wind it up here, just sort of, get our last words in, but go ahead, Renee.
Hi. Yeah. So I am a co-author on the Democratic Road to Socialism, which is essentially a resolution reaffirming that we believe that the way to socialism is to get a socialist majority in this country, and that this is not a theory of vanguardism. This is not an anti-democratic institution, the Democratic Socialists of America, and reconnecting to the really rich theoretical and historical tradition of democratic socialism, and why that is the orientation that the organization should have going forward. And thanks so much. My bus has just arrived.
All right. Thanks, Renee. All right.
Yeah,
So,
I'm happy.
Go ahead,
I
Jeremy.
was just going to say really quick, I think one overarching way to think too about convention is just convention is we're a membership organization. We have a rich internal democracy. That is super important. In my mind, our democracy is best sort of utilized. Democracy for socialists is in part an end in itself, but it's also a means to an end. It's about thinking about how do we, us debating, what's the best way to change the world? And that involves assessing where are politics today? How do we intervene? And I think one thing that has been, a kind of theme that's run throughout this conversation is, unfortunately, some of the current leadership of national DSA tend to not have that political an orientation. They're very involved in like minutiae and their own caucus lives, but they're not like, what are the big fractures of the moment? Who needs to be organized? How do we organize them? How do we move thousands, millions of people into action to address the moment? And for me, that's the sort of like, the red thread through how I'm thinking about going into convention is it's like, we have to intervene against Trump and stop this fascist wave. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to build coalitions. We're going to be on the front lines of defending against the Medicaid cuts. We're going to prevent the right from isolating immigrants off from other workers and build coalitions around bread and butter issues that bring working people across the country together. We're going to run against the Democratic establishment and use people's disenchantment to get more socialist leaders into the public eye, into office, into fighting positions. We're going to increase the sort of loss of status and power that the establishment, the Democratic establishment, is experiencing right now. We're going to lean into that. And we're going to make an organization where we can kind of focus on these political issues and where it's not going to be, I think we're also supporters of a one member, one vote resolution that would bring all of our members more into electing our leadership and discussing our issues, because like the vast majority of our membership is in it not to like engage in all the drama, but they're in it because they want to change the world. And that to me is like what we want convention to be about. Let's change the world. Let's seize the moment.
Yeah. So I guess sort of, last 2 minutes of the show, where can we find more information about all the stuff that y'all are doing? And yeah, where can we kind of keep in touch with, you guys and with the group? Start with Katie.
Yeah, so we have a website, socialistmajority.com, as well as, the classic social medias. And we'll be sharing there about our convention platform and our candidates. So on our website, we have our full platform for convention and our blog that explains, our position on different things within the organization and kind of our take on what's going on. And I really do, I regret in my former answer not bringing up one member, one vote, which is kind of one of our big things that actually is one of the things. There's resolutions at convention that like are policy platform ideas basically, and things that change our bylaws or our constitution that are like structural changes that have to happen at convention if we want to do them. And one member, one vote is an example of this that would bring, like Jeremy said, all of the members of DSA into electing our leadership, which means that we can have a lot more input from people, from DSA members across the country in the leadership elections. People, not people who aren't paying attention at all aren't going to open up the email and read it, but the people who are paying attention but maybe can't make it to convention, people who have strong opinions about leadership and want the leadership to represent their vision for DSA's future, will be franchised. They'll have the opportunity to vote, and that I think is a really exciting change that could bring more people into the kind of
democracy, right? Weird.
Decision makers. And sorry, I know we're running out of time.
Democracy, right? Weird.
Yeah.
What a concept.
Yeah, it's just democracy.
All right. Well, thank you, Christian, Katie, and Jeremy for joining us. Thank you also to Leslie and Renee.
Thank you, Jeff.
Of course. Happy to have you guys. And, thanks for listening, everybody. This has been Good Morning Comrade, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye-bye.
Oh, hi. We're live. Cool. Good to know. Hi, everyone. It's your girl, Kristina. And I'm currently dressed as Eve Teschmacher from the new Superman movie. I did it this weekend as a little test run, and I got the attention of actress Sarah Sampaio, who played her in the movie. She loved it. She shared it on her Instagram story, and I have to say, I freaked out. I fangirled so hard. I was like, "Oh my god, I got her attention." I've been getting her attention, but it just makes me so happy that I did a good job. Here's the fit check, but I don't have the shoes on, but like here's the whole look. I got the rings, I got the bracelets, I got her sunglasses. The hair is not exactly the same, but it's close enough. But let me take these off because yeah, I gotta be. So let me tell you guys about my weekend. Obviously, I did my streamathon because I've been streaming on Twitch as an affiliate for 4 years now. Crazy, I know. Where's the time go? Thank you, and thank you for all the compliments. I do look fantastic. I got the earrings and everything. It's a dead ringer. And also I got suspended from Twitch for a few hours. Let me tell you all about that story. So, I did my streamathon. I was doing my streamathon, and when I'm taking naps in between, I play some Craig Ferguson. Now, keep in mind, Craig Ferguson was the Late Late Show's host for 11 years on CBS. CBS cares. And they really couldn't care less about him. I mean, he doesn't have his own YouTube channel from CBS. It's just fan accounts that upload the archives. And so I was on Monday. Was it Monday? Yeah. Yesterday? Yeah. I haven't gotten much sleep lately. So I went to, as soon as I was about to turn on my camera and appear, because I was telling people, I'm awake, let's go. OBS was freaking out on me. It was like, it was glitchy, and I'm like, what the hell happened? And then I had to log in. I tried logging in. They're like, your account's been suspended. I'm like, what the hell? And so I contacted my mods, and someone followed my account and basically outed themselves by saying, you're gonna learn about the laws of copyright or whatever the hell. And so I filed an appeal. I basically was like, I was targeted specifically, and Craig Ferguson is not really a copyright issue. And so they banned the person's account. And they were like, at VR's like, they're like, it's our mistake, but it still can be counted as a strike on your account. And I'm like, well, if it's your mistake, why does it count? So that's a weird thing. I want to kind of talk to Twitch about that. So, but I'm here. I'm still able to stream on Twitch. So that's good. But that was, and also too, like a lot of people were saying that you cannot make a frivolous copyright strike or report unless you represent the actual company, like if it was Paramount or CBS. But CBS couldn't care less about Craig Ferguson. We all know this, even when the show was live, like on for like, between 2005 and 2014. So, yeah. Yeah, I was like, what the hell? I'm like, what the fuck did I do, man? I didn't do anything wrong. I was just chilling. Okay, I was trying to get some sleep. But we had a lot of fun. Shout out to Rhizome, a Twitch streamer who highlighted me. I gained like over 100 followers in like 2 minutes on Saturday night, or was it Sunday night? I think it was Sunday night. I can't tell. I was very busy focusing on the streamathon. So that was fun. But I'm back. I was like, what the? Also, dude, if you're gonna out, you can't out yourself saying you're gonna report someone for copyright, because then it's gonna be labeled as frivolous. Because a lot of people are like, what's this person so we can warn others? And they're like, and I was like, I think their account's gone. But, I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I think I'm so funny when I'm not. But yeah. Oh. So I know, really jammed. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Like a lot of us were like, "Whoa, we're being bombarded." Like, what happened? Yeah, there's like level 10, 12, 14. I haven't gotten a hype train this year at all on Twitch, believe it or not. Like none. And we're in August, so Gotta try to figure out a way to make a profit from Twitch and apply for partner and get help with that. Because if I get like juicy rates every freaking day for like a month, I can probably get partner. But the problem is I don't have Oilers like my other streamer friends who are a little bit smaller than me do. Exactly. Violet. Yeah. So like I don't have Oilers like all my other streamer friends do. So like I always like to say I have the poorest community on Twitch, which is kind of true. So like it's like your audience reflects who you are. You know what I'm saying? It is 2025. An Oiler, okay, for those who don't know what an Oiler is, someone who has a lot of money to spend on streamers. So you'll see people gifting like 100 subs or more like every day or a full week on someone's Twitch stream. And so they're able to reach their sub goals every freaking day. And it's like, and I'm over here like, hi, my mom and I are struggling right now. I mean, my mom's freaking out about money still because we paid July's rent, but we still need money for August's rent because my dad's money came like the last day of July, so we're able to pay July's rent. At least the managers are oh my god. Yeah, that's so funny. So life. So like we still need help with this month's rent so we could get finally caught up and we just don't have to worry about paying rent at the end of every month or so. Oh, that's so cute. I was partying to the Backstreet Boys when they came in, so that was hilarious. Yeah. So, oh, I saw The Naked Gun, by the way, guys. Go see it. And I gotta say, I'm feeling like a boomer right now because Gen Z are like, this movie's not funny. It's a remake. And I'm like, first of all, it's not a remake. It's a sequel. Second of all, we don't have these type of comedies anymore because people overdo it and they don't play it straight. This movie, however, does it. Also, I will say this, an hour and 30 minutes. A running time that my co-host Conan Neutron would approve of because he hates movies that are like over 2 hours long. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand why this movie was very fast-paced because you can't do too many jokes in a 2-hour movie like that because they would just get stale and dull. Oh, speaking of, one of my mods let me know about this, guys. Don't worry, I'll get in some news, but I want to, talk to y'all because I feel like it. I found out that, okay, so when someone raids into a Twitch stream, you used to have to refresh the chat so that your views would count. Because of everyone botting views, botting subscribers, botting followers, and all that, Twitch has made it a very stupid policy now that says you have to for your view to count as a lurker, you still have to comment on the person's stream that you're raiding into. So if you post like emotes in chat, I think that would help. So like if you're lurking, if you're not active in chat as a lurker, which makes no sense because lurkers don't necessarily comment in chat, your view will not count unless you comment in someone's stream chat now. I swear to God, Twitch makes it difficult for someone like me who's been on that platform for 4 years to overcome staying as an affiliate. I hate that rule. I'm like, you might as well just do the refresh. You might as well just keep the refresh rule in then. Thank you for giving me. Yeah, I'm here to express frustration as a fellow Twitchy streamer. So yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, and I have a bone to pick with some people that I know. With all that's going on with the leftist male Twitch atmosphere or just leftist male space, content creator space, a lot of people need to stop having the end goal be Hassan orbiters, because I feel like that should not be the end goal. You should start if I were to make partner, right, and I get really good views, I would be rating down like crazy. I wouldn't be rating up to Hassan. I would not be rating up to someone bigger than me because it's like, why? They do not need my help whatsoever. So I'll be rating people that I know. Like, for instance, if I reach partner and Jam's online, I'm rating in. If I get like 500 or whatever, I'm rating in. I used to raid people with leftover majority port raids, so there would still be a couple hundred people in chat. But the problem is, I rated people who were like, I got here all on my own. I don't need help from anybody. And I'm like, in this space, you can't do this alone. I mean, look what we've accomplished so far. We can't get to what we do for a living and do it by ourselves. You need help. You need community. I'm still friends with so many people who got me where I am today. Like, and I'm forever grateful. Like, I'm not gonna abandon someone the moment that they help me, get to a point where I'm doing pretty well. The goal needs to be community building, making sure we listen to exactly, Jam. I agree. I agree. And I will forever say that. And with all the stuff happening right now that's going on Twitch, I'm over here like, I'm Mama Bear. I feel like I built a pretty safe and fun and chill community, which is one thing I'm the most proud of. So I always say to people I'm like Mama Bear. If you come after my community, there will be hell to pay. Okay, if someone tries to stir stuff up, I'm there. If you need to reach out to me, I'm there. Okay, like come to me if there's something that's bothering you, because if you're in my community and something is wrong, I want to make sure that that's not the case. Y'all ready for this? Sorry. Exactly. And I feel bad for a lot of marginalized streamers who are like, I'm giving up, I'm quitting, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I don't want to be part of this anymore. And it sucks because their voices are the ones needed the most. Okay. Their voices are the ones that are needed the most compared to someone who, even though I'm a woman, I'm also white. So I have a lot of privilege. Just saying, I'm a white woman. I have a lot of privilege above any other streamer. So it's just a very tough spot right now, but I'm hoping things will get better. But again, certain streamers need to set an example. Like, because if you end up fostering a toxic community, then that's your fault. That's your problem that you got to deal with. It should be up to you to fix that. Whoever have all space, we need to talk right now. Exactly, Jammed. Exactly. See, from one Twitch streamer to another, we know. I feel like some people are very ignorant and they don't care that they fostered a toxic community. So just saying. Also, I'm having a little drinky drink. I'm having a little Tito's vodka lemonade. Yummy. Also, tonight, movie night extravaganza at 8 p.m., guys. We are going to go over Star Wars movies this month. We're starting with Rogue One. But apparently, people tell me that there are prequels to Star Wars, and then there's like these sequels that came out in like the 2000 teens, and I feel like I'm being gaslit because I look up and I don't see those films at all. To me, they don't exist. So why are people trying to tell me that there were prequels that happened in the late 90s and early 2000s and other sequels that like came out, like J.J. Abrams directed them? I looked up. They don't exist. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Stop lying to me. Those movies do not exist. There's only the original and Rogue One and all the TV shows and streaming shows that happened. Okay? Rogue One is the best one. I'm just saying. Rogue One's the best one. I think that's the best one to start out with too. We're gonna have Jason from This Is Revolution on to discuss Rogue One tonight. So that's gonna be fun. We got Bonnie Burton coming on to this month, who worked with Lucasfilms. So she knows a thing or two about some behind the scenes stuff, and it's always exciting to have her on. Also, guys, I have a confession to make. I am so scared to live in Aiken right now. Why? Because we got radioactive wasp nest, which means we have radioactive wasp down the road from I live down the road from the SRS entrance. I'm screwed. If I see a wasp glowing, I'm running the opposite direction. Of all the places to get radioactive wasp, it had to be my town. My town. Oh my god! Can we make a movie about that? I feel like there should be a movie about that. Well, Rich P, thank you for asking. This is how it happens. So, 3 more radioactive wasp nets found at Aiken, South Carolina nuclear facility. Is there a threat to the public? Yeah, there is. Don't be downplaying this news. This discovery of a radioactive wasp nest in the Savannah River site near Aiken, South Carolina, hello, I'm doomed, was reported by the U.S. Department of Energy, DOE. So it's like Doge, but without the G? Okay. On July 22nd, the contamination level of the nest was greater than 10 times the total contamination values laid out in federal regulations for areas that require contamination monitoring. 3 more radioactive nests have been discovered since July 3rd, when the first nest was found, according to the New York Times. You guys gotta fund my move to Brooklyn. I swear to God, I don't want to be here anymore. The U.S. Department of Energy is managing the discovery of 4 wasp nests with very low levels of radioactive contamination. Edwin Deschong, manager of the DOE Savannah River Operations Office, said in an email to the Times, "The nests do not pose a health risk to SRS workers, the community, or the environment." Okay, where are the wasps at? Where are the wasps? That's the one thing they're not talking about. They're not talking about the wasps. They're talking about just the nests. And I'm like, yeah, but how was those nests made? By wasps. I'm scared. However, some experts have expressed concern regarding the wasp nest and the absence of important information in the DOE's report, including the absolute level of the radioactivity found in the nest, the specific isotopes that were found, and the type of wasp that built the nest. Ars Technica reported. What did I just tell y'all? Where are the wasps? Where are the wasps? Where are the wasps? I'm freaking out, okay? I live down the road from one of the SRS entrances, like a few miles down. Help. Why are experts concerned about radioactive wasp nests? Yeah, I wonder why. Biologist Timothy Masao with the University of South Carolina told the Times there's some legacy radioactive contamination sitting around in the mud in the bottom of the lakes, which lines up with the DOE's explanation that wasps may have become radioactive upon gathering legacy contamination for their homes. But Masao worries that large areas of significant contamination may have escaped past surveillance, resulting in the current wasp fiasco. Alternatively, this could indicate that there is some new or old radioactive contamination that is coming to the surface that was unexpected, he said. Were the wasp nests at the site killed? Why the typo? What the hell? The first radioactive wasp nest was sprayed to kill the wasps. Dead wasps were bagged as radiological waste per the DOE. The ground and surrounding area did not have any further contamination. Has a similar incident happened at the Savannah River site in the past? A 2017 report from the DOE stated site officials once found radioactive bird droppings on the roof of one of the site's buildings. Oh my God, we could have had the birds. Masao pointed out the dangers of this since birds can carry radioactive material over long distances. Oh my God, no one told us about this? Jesus Christ. The DOE asserts that there is little to no risk to the community at this time from the wasps that have lower contamination on them. Wait, what? So there are wasps out there with contamination, and generally don't stray more than a few hundred yards from their nest, according to statements from the DOE to the Aiken Standard. Hey, that's my local newspaper. I hate that my town is making national headlines over radioactive wasp. What is the Savannah River site in Aiken? Oh God, I don't care if I'm doxing myself. Help me! The Savannah River site was built in the 1950s and was initially used to produce plutonium and tritium for nuclear weapons during the Cold War, aka it built bombs. I lived down the road from a former bomb plant. Today, the site is focused on nuclear materials management and research and development, including operations at the Savannah River National Laboratory. No. Okay. Enough. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. Y'all are just as freaked out as I am about this, and I understand why, because I'm deadly afraid of wasps and yellow jackets and hornets. Bumblebees are fine. Bumblebees are out here like, doink. Oh, I'm sorry, person. You're not a flower. Let me go over there and pollinate a real flower. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm fine with bumblebees. They're just little boopers. You know, they're like, boop. I'm sorry, but wasps, hornets, yellow jackets, those are lethal and they serve no purpose. I swear to God, they serve no purpose. Bumblebees serve a purpose because, you know, pollination, flowers, and springtime and all that. But yes, wasps wasps were fueled by spite. Exactly, John. Exactly. Bumblebees are so adorable because they're fat. They're really fat. They're like this big, and they just want to, you know, pollinate and make honey and all that. I mean, we eat we can eat actual honeycombs, you know. I mean, I as much as I hate spiders, I would rather have spiders eat things, you know? But I don't know. We are so doomed over here. Help me. I swear to God. Okay. So, things are going great. I'm assuming when it comes to the world news, you know, people are not caring about, you know, like turning online stuff. Oh wait, no. People are focused on Sydney Sweeney and her BBBs, big bountiful boobs. I can relate. So I don't know if I think you guys know that I have great genes thing that's going on right now, and President Trump's out here like talking about it, and it's just making me uncomfortable because it's like, again, he's so creepy. Why can't he be normal and not comment? And now you have Jesse Waters saying, well, Sydney Sweeney's going to marry Barron Trump. And I'm like, why would a 27-year-old marry a 19-year-old? Isn't that grooming? A few months ago, these people said she was made to hit the wall and have poor white poor girl eyes or whatever the hell. It really is. It really is. And American Eagle's like, oh, we're not gonna be subtle. She has great genes. But here's the problem though. No one is being normal about Sydney Sweeney's ab or her body at all. Like, as someone who grew up and developed very, very early on in childhood, I was subjected to so much sexism and misogyny from like elementary school boys that I didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. Hi, Alex. What's up? So one of the things that bugs me is that Sydney Sweeney is not doing what a Marilyn Monroe or Jane Mansfield did. Like, they're like, yeah, we play blonde bombshells, but we also took serious acting courses with like the Actors Studio. We know more than one language. We know how to play different instruments and stuff like that. Sydney Sweeney's image is very confusing. And this is someone who's watched a lot of her films, because I actually enjoy her films because she plays characters that are not like the dumb blonde. Like, she played my neighbor, Reality Winner, who lives in Augusta, Georgia. She played Reality Winner. She doesn't play like a sexy temptress in any of her stuff. She played like a nun in Immaculate, where she gets pregnant with the Antichrist. Like, she does films that are very against type. And when it comes to like her real business. And so her image is very confusing because she's doing all these ads where she does prop up her sexuality like it's no big deal. I get it. You know, we gotta, you know, do ads. But the problem is that when Zendaya does her ads, because I'm comparing her, you know, her and Sydney Sweeney, because Zendaya and Sydney Sweeney are both from Euphoria. And Zendaya, when she does all these, we know the type of person Zendaya is. She's like a, you know, a down-to-earth type of girl. She's very glamorous. She doesn't really promote her sexuality. She just likes to promote like her brand and the films that she does, because she's a really good actress and she knows how to. She knew what image she wanted to curate, you know. And so when we equate Zendaya with her ads for like luxury brands, we equate her with being luxurious. or like when she does smart water ads or whatever. With Sydney Sweeney, it's like I'm being sexual by drinking this spring water. Ooh, oh, I'm gonna sell my bath water. Ooh, oh, I'm gonna be very sensual, like licking ice cream off my fingers. Ooh, like I'm like, but then on the other hand, she also knows she is a tomboy who knows how to fix vintage cars. So it's so confusing. I'm like, you can't be these two things. You gotta mesh them together like Marilyn Monroe and Jane Mansfield did back in the day. Yeah, ew. Oh, thank you, Alex. Yes, Teschmacher. I'm so happy I got Sarah Sampaio's attention for that. But you see what I mean? Like some of these actresses today, they built themselves an image. Whether it be like the quirky girl or even like Aubrey Plaza. Everyone says she's April Ludgate. But she's much more than that. She's very weirder than April Ludgate. She's willing to do stuff. But once again, these people who are lusting after her and making a big deal about her body are also like, oh my god. 6 months ago, they're like, oh my god, no one cares if she got big boobs and da 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 da. And then Megyn Kelly was like that, but now she's like, liberals hate women with big tatas, and I'm over here like, what about those of us who do have them? Like, I'm just saying. Also, too, what's with women who do like OnlyFans and Fansleys that are on the left? A lot of sex workers are commie socialist women on the left. I'm sorry, but you guys are just being weird about it on the right. I would just give her a brown wig. Yeah, like, I just hate, and I think what pinned down to this is, okay, so you guys know the actors on actors thing that Variety does every like few months, where they pin two actors to interview each other, like with Cillian Murphy and Margot Robbie for Barbenheimer. That was great. So Christina Ricci as Sydney Sweeney did an interview together. They interviewed each other, and Sydney Sweeney expressed her frustration about being objectified and having to use her assets, to make it in Hollywood. And Christina Ricci just flat out told her, get used to that. Just get used to that. That's what it is. That's just the way life is in Hollywood for someone like you. And I'm like, great advice, Christina Ricci, who doesn't have a figure, who's built like a twig. I'm like, it would have helped if Sydney Sweeney was doing an interview thing with Pamela Anderson, someone who knows what it was like to be objectified and have like a private thing about her life be exposed to everyone. The tape she did with Tommy Lee. She didn't consent to that being released, so she had to joke about it when in fact that brought her a lot of pain. And I feel like Sydney Sweeney should have been paired up with someone who understood what it was like to be a very curvaceous woman in Hollywood and be typed and just, mocked. And she had to play this role. Oh yeah, that's true too, Alex, but like not to the extent that like, all this. So yeah. But look at Pamela Anderson now. Like a lot of people are surprised that Pamela Anderson is actually more smart than we give her credit for. Like when she did her Criterion Closet, Sofia Vergara example too. That's a good example too, Rachel. When Pamela Anderson did her Criterion Closet, where she picked DVDs from the Criterion Closet collection, she was picking like avant-garde French films from the 1940s and David Lynch and other foreign films and very like the most random films that are very niche and like only like real film nerds would know, like myself. And so over Movie Night Extravaganza, we're like, wow, like damn, Pamela Anderson, you know your stuff when it comes to movies. Like I love that. Like and also too, when it comes to her politics, she was there, talking about Julian Assange and all that, like, about America, the government spying on the US, citizens and all that stuff, like all that. So, maybe in 10 years or so, Sydney Sweeney will realize that she did herself wrong by propping up to this very misogynistic right-wing audience, give or take, because they keep changing their minds about her depending on what she does. So that's kind of my thoughts on all that. Yeah, she's Canadian, so she actually got Liam Neeson, her boyfriend, to eat poutine, and he's like, "Why does it look so gross?" I'm like, "Poutine looks gross, but it tastes good." It's like most German foods. German foods look gross, but they taste okay. I say this as someone who's 69% German. I love my fried potato pancakes. But yeah, like it's just disappointing because, like, I mean, there are better role models out there for young women and girls like Margaret Qualley or even a Zendaya, of course, and who else? Who I'm thinking about? Florence Pugh. And there are so many young, like older Gen Z, young millennial actresses out there who are doing a lot of things, speaking out about Palestine and speaking out about Trump. Like, a lot of them do this too, like, regardless of if they're from the US or the UK or whatever. So it's very, very important to remember that there are actually actresses and actors out there, or Jenna Ortega, who do give a damn about what's going on in the world. And speaking of Jenna Ortega, little side note here, guys, a lot of people think Jenna Ortega got a lot of work done, and it's just that she bleached her eyebrows. And they keep showing photos of her from like 3 years ago when she was still like a teenager. And I'm like, she's like 22 years old now, 22, 23. She's her facial features have changed. She's probably, lost some weight, and she just bleached her eyebrows. She looks exactly the same. If she filled in her eyebrows dark, you would, not notice there was a difference. Olivia Rodrigo's pretty cool too. Also, I will say this, singers like Olivia Rodrigo and Sabrina Carpenter are pretty awesome because they are the few artists who care about the oldies. They care about the classic bands. Like, Olivia Rodrigo brought in Weezer to sing some of their songs. Sabrina Carpenter brought in Earth, Wind, and Fire. Like, if I was like a singer with that, I would bring in Toto to sing Africa. Like, that would be my thing. That would definitely be my thing. I'm just saying. Even though I would have also picked Earth, Wind, and Fire. Because I love September. So I'm just saying. Anyway, okay. Now, I have another political story to cover because this is a doozy. Y'all heard of Mike Flood, right? From oh my god. Y'all know Mike Flood in Nebraska, right? He had a big town hall and it did not go as expected. I've been seeing a lot of clips on TikTok, and it's been amazing to me to see all these rural Republican voters scream and shout and like boo him. But here's the thing though. We see these voters at these town halls booing, asking questions, the real good questions, yelling at him. Do they always turn out for the election, for the midterms, the general election, primaries? Do these people turn out? That's the one thing that I always question. Like, yes, it's nice seeing these viral clips from these town halls that Republicans have, where this constituents tear them a new one, but like, are they going to go and vote for like a Democrat who has a better plan? Or even a Republican who's anti-Trump? Like, will they remember next year? Exactly, because that's the midterms are coming up. So I have an article. This one has been me just ranting for most of the time. I do apologize, guys, but all right, let me scroll back up. Rep. Mike Flood booed at Nebraska town hall after defending Trump policies. Ugh, I ain't gonna be looking too good for you. Congressman Mike Flood said he wanted to talk about President Donald Trump's signature legislation and declared there was a lot of misinformation surrounding it. You don't say. That's when the shouting started, continuing for more than an hour as the Republican lawmaker faced a rowdy town hall crowd in Lincoln, Nebraska on August 4th full of people irate about Trump's new bill and other policies coming from his administration. Audience members in the University of Nebraska Lincoln Kimball Recital Hall press flood on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files accusing Trump of fascism, raised concerns about the custom government programs. They yelled and booed continuously as Flood spoke. It really goes to show that dead internet theory is real, because a majority of online activity is like 75% bots now. And so it goes to show that these people that are not online are well aware of the bad things Trump does. But what will they do after this is what matters. Trump carried Nebraska by 20 percentage points in 2024, and Flood won his district, which includes Lincoln and other communities in the eastern part of the state, by the same margin in 2024. But the town hall reflected an energized opposition to the new administration. Trump's top legislative priority, a package that includes sweeping tax cuts and deep reductions to spending on programs such as Medicaid, was a frequent target. One woman called the measure a monstrosity. I love her. She went viral as hell. The president signed the new law on July 4th, with the White House in recess until September, because they didn't want to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. Lawmakers are now home in their districts, hearing directly from voters about the legislation. Is that any better? Are they safer in DC, or are they safer in their districts? I think they're safer in DC. Polls indicate the measure is unpopular. Trump and the GOP have been gearing up to sell voters on it ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. The town hall highlighted the challenges they face. The crowd unloaded on Flood, who tried to preempt some of the criticism by opening the event with the defense of the law, lauding the tax reductions, and focusing on Medicaid work requirements and a fund to help rural hospitals. More than anything, I truly believe this bill protects Medicaid for the future, Flood said. The crowd booed, and the criticism kept coming. The law is projected to cut $1 trillion mostly from Medicaid and affordable and the Affordable Health Care Act insurance plans, and eliminate insurance coverage for 11.8 million people over the next decade, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. A person raised concerns about the thousands of Nebraskans losing health insurance coverage. Other constituents focus on the CBO projection that the law will increase the national debt by $3.4 trillion over a decade. With the Trump administration embroiled in a controversy over releasing government records about Epstein, a wealthy financier who died in jail in 2019 while awaiting a trial on federal sex trafficking charges, one question posed to Flood: why are you covering up the Epstein files? This is, if you go and look at the website, like the White House's social media accounts, the U.S. Department of whatever the hell account, most of the comments are about Epstein. Like, no one is buying the stupid memes that they're posting, the ruining of fun stuff like that Jet 2, whatever the hell it's called. I mean, seriously, guys, scroll through social media accounts of like the White House and whatever, and you'll see so many people posting memes about the Epstein files, the GOP protecting pedophiles, and so on. It's glorious. This is his kryptonite. This is his Achilles heel, I'm assuming. Flood said he favors releasing the records. The congressman was also pressed about how to ensure the accuracy of the nation's economic data after Trump decided to fire Erica McEnteffer, the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, following the agency's release of a report showing weak job creation. Yeah, we haven't had that many jobs, because most of the jobs that are being lost are jobs from undocumented immigrants and their labor. Jobs for white folks are not increasing because they refuse to do those types of jobs. Go figure. Flood said he didn't know the details, but if all that person did was get the data out there, and I don't know that's the case, but if that's all they did, I would not have fired her. But I don't know because things are complicated, Flood added. Let me tell you guys something also. Another thing. Mike Flood also was like, should someone who's not so he basically, I think he said, like, should a able-bodied 20-year-old who's not working get free healthcare? And everyone was like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, you little socialist in the making. I see you. I mean, the fact that they're like, yeah, if a 26-year-old is able-bodied, can't work, and it's not working, they still should get free healthcare. Because I guarantee that 28-year-old able-bodied person has applied for 50 jobs and only heard back from like 1.5 applications. Just saying. I'm just saying. Like, tell me I'm wrong, guys. Tell me I'm wrong. I bet you won't, because you would agree. Okay, apparently Epstein said it was Trump that taught about the traffic women. He was also aware that Trump would unalive. Well, also, just a reminder, guys, Epstein got a lot of the girls from Trump that he trafficked. All the employees that were stolen from him were underage girls who work with their mothers at Mar-a-Lago. Just a reminder. Just a reminder, guys. That's what happened. Just as a warning. But also, I heard that Congress wants to subpoena and have Bill Clinton and a bunch of other people involved in the Epstein files testify. And I'm like, what about Trump? You cannot. Here's the thing: Bill Clinton and Trump definitely intertwined at cross paths on Epstein's Island or in the Lolita Express. But if they bring up Bill Clinton, he's going to spill the beans on Trump. Yeah, Maxwell was Epstein's ticket to like more like fame and like society and being like a socialite type. That's right. Yeah, a lot of women were coming forward in 2016, but Trump supporters harassed, stalked, and doxxed them, and they all resented their lawsuits against him and Epstein when Epstein was still alive. And oh yeah, you gotta think of people. That's right, Groove Dragon. That's very true too. You know, people are not even they might be physically able, but mentally, you never know. I'm one of those people. I have really bad panic attacks if I'm out in public for too long. Yeah, and he also was a fraudster, if I'm correct, Rachel. Another thing too is that once again, Epstein introduced Melania to Trump. That's how they met. So there's always been this rumor that Melania Trump was an escort first before modeling. And that might be true. So there's always that consideration that people don't put two and two together. I mean, also the first time they had sex was on the Lolita Express, and it's like, ugh. Yikes. Double yikes. Also, a little fun tip. I finally posted a TikTok. Did you guys know that there's a mashup of Barney, Barney is a dinosaur with Freaky Leak by Pia Pablo? It goes hard though. I mean, I'm over here like, I wonder why I love the color purple so much. Because I was a Barney girl through and through when I was young. I had everything Barney. I had a Barney bedspread, Barney this, Barney that. So I know I'm lame, but I was a PBS kid growing up. More trolling and not trolling. Did you guys see that from PBS Kids? I love that Mr. Rogers meme. I wonder, am I allowed to show TikToks on here? Yo, Nicholas, let me know if I'm allowed to share TikToks on here. Because I mean, it's so funny. I was like, I have one on my Instagram, but I'm over here like, okay, it fits. I wonder if there's someone's gonna do a Mr. Rogers one. That would be hilarious, honestly. A Mr. Rogers mashup with like, I have no idea, some like crunk hip hop song, because I like crunk music. I'm just saying. Okay, just good to know. But it's like a DJ did like a remix with those two together. It was. Can't you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? That would actually be a cool mashup too. Guys, post in your favorite like childhood PBS and think of a song that can mash up with it in chat. That'd be hilarious. I also grew up on Sesame Street and the Muppets. And Arthur. And I grew up on a lot of childhood Scooby-Doo. Also We all know that. Also, just a reminder, guys, Warner Brothers and Discovery have split up again. What's the point of the merger? I have no idea. But they got rid of all the classic like Cartoon Network cartoons. Can you guys help me out here? What was the point of all these streaming services if they were not going to have like their entire vault in all like the entire vault on the streaming service? I mean, look how long it's like. Okay, I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a show on Disney called Adventures in Wonderland, which was a educational 90s twist on Alice in Wonderland. I know most of the cast, and there was no place to find it unless someone uploaded like a VHS on a YouTube channel. But I kept hounding Disney. I'm like, you got to put Adventures in Wonderland on Disney Plus. That's a classic. Kids will love it. You learn about obesity, diabetes, sexism, misogyny, racism, obesity, race, like all that on a children's show from the 90s. That show, if that show was airing today, like a new version, it would be called woke and too adult for kids to handle. So yeah, but for those who don't remember, for those who don't remember Adventures in Wonderland, White Rabbit on rollerblades. That's how people remember, because people are like, "Oh, that was such an acid trip. It wasn't real." Yes, it was. I'm friends with the guy who played the Mad Hatter because he created Only Murders in the Building. So I have a connection to Steve Martin, Martin Short, Selena Gomez, Meryl Streep, Paul Rudd. I have a connection to so many celebrities that I just don't ask. I don't ask John, who created Only Murders in the Building. I'm like, can you give me like the contact information for Martin Short or whatever? Hey, Letterhack, what's up? Yeah, Adventures in Wonderland, a early 90s Disney educational children's show. Alice would have an issue. She would go through the mirror to get to Wonderland. That whole, and there would be a White Rabbit on rollerblades, and there would be Tweedledee and Tweedledum in hip hop, harem pants, and the queen was a sassy diva. Yeah, so yeah, and now it's on Disney Plus. I was watching. I was telling the cast, I'm like, the show's finally on Disney Plus. And I'm telling all my friends who are parents to watch it with their kids, and they're loving it. Because the show, I mean, if you guys have Disney Plus, again, Disney Plus would actually cares about like their mascots, and the fact they put this obscure show on was crazy. I was like, finally, if you have kids, go watch Adventures in Wonderland with your kids, because they will learn about in a strange way, but for children. I do. If you want your kids to learn about sexism or racism, discrimination, misogyny, any of that, but for like a child to understand, like it's like very subtle, but you can tell, especially when you're older. Have your kids or any kids watch Adventures in Wonderland, because not only will they know about like homonyms and pronouns and vocabulary and math, they'll learn about valuable lessons about like, what if my best friend moves? What do I do when my best friend moves away from me? What am I going to do? Or like, don't discriminate against someone because they're different. Or they did a show about addiction, but they tied it in with obesity, like food addiction, how having way too much will be bad for you. Like it was very creative that they actually did a show about like addiction, because they had yes, it was Rich P. And they how the show worked is that they successfully worked with educators. See, back in the day when Disney had educational programming, they actually worked with actual educators who would have like a national registry of approval to do these episodes. They had musical numbers and a lot of good stuff. Oh, I know Fraggle Rock too. Also, HR Puffin stuff is on Tubi to watch, by the way. HR Puffin stuff. That's on Tubi to watch. So I've been watching that, and so is my mom, which is funny. But yeah, there are a lot of, I love Adventures in Wonderland because it teaches kids valuable lessons that it would go over your head, but when you get older and you're like, oh, I learned about bullying. Guilford Gottfried appeared as a bully in one episode, which is hilarious. He even got to sing. That was hilarious. But yeah, highly recommend. It looked like an acid trip, but I know all the cast members of Adventures in Wonderland. The White Rabbit actually was in the Princess Diaries. It was actually the I don't know if you remember the one neighbor, Mr. Robitussin, who wrote soap operas that lived next door to Amelia, next to Mia. He was the White Rabbit in Adventures in Wonderland. And he was also in Pretty Woman. And a lot of people are like, how do you know these people? I friended them on Facebook, and I'm part of a community where they engage with fans, so that's how I got to know them all. So that was I also like to let people know about Theodore Tugboat. If you're Canadian, you know Theodore Tugboat because he's just Canada's answer to Thomas the Tank Engine. And in my opinion, Theodore Tugboat was better. Ooh, call me out, Americans. Like some Canadians are like, what's that? And I'm like, you do not know Theodore Tugboat and you grew up in Canada? How? It's crazy. I just think it's funny. But yeah, if you want to, this has been an interesting episode. I go over and tell about my Twitch suspension, Sydney Sweetie, Radioactive Wasp, and now talk about childhood shows that I enjoyed to get you guys, learning about more shows. And again, as a Barney kid, I'm starting to realize why I like the color purple so much. Mm-hmm. Yes, it was a very packed hour. This is what happens when I get like 24 hours of sleep. I hope you don't mind. But there was surprisingly a lot to cover. That's good. But again, guys, I'm looking forward to tonight in a few hours where we go over Rogue One with Jason Miles of This Is Revolution. And also, too, I think we'll have an after party. I'm going to be engaging in chat throughout because I know the three guys are going to be talking a lot and I'm just going to be like odd woman out, So I'll be engaging with you guys during the stream later on. And we might have it at the party. I'll let you know because I know you guys like to switch over to our Movie Night Extravaganza account to partake in an after party when anything goes, as you've learned. So there's that. But again, I appreciate you guys complimenting my Eve cosplay. I'm so glad I got Sarah Sampaio's attention. I'm probably the first person to even think of doing a cosplay about her. I'm so happy. So happy. And thank you for comforting me while I freak out about radioactive wasp in my town. I'm scared. Oh God. And also learning about more stuff about Sydney Sweeney and the fact that Republicans are probably now sad that they have to stay on they have to stay in their district for a whole month due to the fact that they don't want to talk about the Epstein files over in DC. So there's that. Yay! No problem. Yeah, literally, they're like right over there. Come on. What? This is no. We're not doing that. We're not. I want to stay good. I want to stay healthy. I want to be good. Okay. So, yeah. But remember, guys, remember what I said earlier. We are a community. We are all in this space together. I just love how it's called this space because you could just use it for anything. But remember, we're all in this together. We don't do this by ourselves. This is the point of this space. Okay? Just remember that. And know that you're loved. And all of us are here for you. And we are going to be expanding eventually. I also will let you guys know my friend Vasora, who's a fellow Jersey girl who lives in Australia. She'll be starting her own show this week at 10 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. So no more repeats of Movie Night Extravaganza. You're gonna have to deal with Vasora Down Under. Because I thought that she would be a good pick, so I like helping my friends out, you know, give them a little boosty boost. She also streams on Twitch. So you know, give her some love. I dare you. Or else. Just kidding. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna do some movie night prep. I'm gonna bring back my segment where I tell who would have been casted where in awards, because they keep stealing that from me. The boys, you gotta help your girl out and be like, let Kristina talk more or whatever. I don't know. But thanks for tuning in, and we're gonna have fun later tonight because we're discussing my favorite Star Wars movie. So I will see you guys in a few hours. Bye.
Hello, folks. I forgot my glasses thing. I think Nick was waiting for that. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, TV, music, video games, whatever I want to do. And I love the message that Kristina left us with. She's great. She does want, like I do, this space to be a place for so many different kinds of creators. That's what I love about it so far, is like just seeing the variety already. And like everyone's got different specialties. We got different ways of coming at issues, but it's all from this same good faith place of wanting to help each other out and bring us all up. A rising tide raises all boats, as Sam Cedar says all the time. Let a thousand flowers bloom. I've been watching all day, and I wanted to touch on some of the things that some people were talking about earlier about the Sydney Sweeney bathwater thing. The Sydney Sweeney ad, yes, it's white supremacist coded, right? Whether intentional or unintentional. No worries, Nick. And it's weird throwback to a Brooke Shields ad from when she was 14 that she's since said she felt uncomfortable doing. The whole thing's a weird campaign, right? Like the Balenciaga thing. It's a weird campaign. I can see artsy fartsy people who are rich and sitting around being like, what's shocking? What's going to like wake people up and realize that we're the cutting edge brand and fucking up, right? Pepsi had their famous ad with Kylie Jenner or one of the Kardashians. And it reminded me of this video from this dude Vito Gesualdi, who I watched a few, like 7 years ago when I was starting my job that I'm actively working at right now. My work laptop is off screen. And I don't know if he's since gone right wing. I know it could have been. I just stopped watching him just naturally. It wasn't like I don't like this guy anymore. It was just like sometimes you get into something and you drop it. But he made this video, and Sydney Sweeney is in these American Eagle ads. And before that, she worked for Dr. Squanch, some like men's like grooming company that advertises on podcasts like Harry's Razors and shit and Manscaped. And one of the ads was the bathwater ad, where they're gonna put like a drop of this bathwater that I'm sitting in this commercial for like body wash into a new bar of soap, and we're gonna sell those. And this is not a new idea. First of all, people keep saying Sydney Sweeney's selling her bathwater. She didn't. It was this company. Now, she approved of all this, obviously. So I understand why people say that. But she's not the first. The first was this lady, Belle Delphine, who is one of the few words, thank you, Nick, that I've muted on Twitter because it was everywhere and I couldn't get away. I was like, I'm looking for news and like video game stuff. So she actually did sell her bathwater 6 years ago. This video came out and it's 54 seconds. It's about a minute long. I just wanted to play it. And he got a lot of play off this, 18,000 views. I thought it would be more by now. But he actually made a video where he went to a protest at like Berkeley or something when Candace Owens was there or whatever, and handed out Pepsis, to try and stop the protest. He makes silly videos like that, like H3 when it wasn't serious. You know what I mean? So I just want to play this video.
Anybody who thought this was real is retarded. Please like and subscribe.
Right. So, sorry for the trigger warning. I didn't know he said that at the end. My bad. But this is the kind of feeding into the male gaze. Male gaze. Feeding, because that's a film term. Feeding into the... I agree, Jan. I apologize. I did not. I forgot that it was in there. I'm sorry. But I just the fact that Sweeney is approving of something that was like a 6-year-old meme on the internet, that this OnlyFans girl sold her bathwater, is a crazy business decision. Like she's an actress, like she's on the rise in the industry. She has her own production company, like Kristina was talking about. She said, you saw it called oh yeah, thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. Yeah, my bad. Like, sorry. And I will hold on. Sydney Sweeney. She has her own production company. Like Kristina was talking about, that movie Immaculate that happened to come out around the same time as The First Omen, and they had similar themes. And I happen to think The First Omen is really good. I haven't seen Immaculate, but the reviews kind of shift that way as well. I don't know if like she's running out of money or she spent too much on the production company or these movies. I think she also put some of her own money into Immaculate in particular, because she had auditioned for the movie years prior, and it was in development hell. And then she got famous from Euphoria and was like, oh, I'll prop up this movie as like my own self, like my first production company movie. It's gonna show the industry I'm serious about being a real player. And maybe it didn't do well enough, and I think her production company was involved in the rom-com she made with that guy who's everywhere, Jeff Powell, Glenn Powell. I think it's Glenn Powell. So maybe she needs the money and she's really like, I'm going to just lean into what's popular right now. And they're fetishizing me anyway. I'm going to make it work for me. I have no idea. But some other things that I saw when I was watching this space, great place to see all kinds of different lefty creators. They were talking about Bill Burr. And I love Bill Burr. I've listened to his podcast for over like 15 years, probably. Like a lot of the stuff he's saying now isn't new. He's always been against billionaires. He's always been against people being taken advantage of. And you know, it doesn't hurt that his wife is just more socially conscious and politically conscious. And they met on the set of Tough Crowd, if you know what Tough Crowd is. It was a show on Comedy Central hosted by Colin Quinn with a bunch of comedians talking about, like, you know, topics of the day, right? News topics and just cracking jokes. And she was the casting director, one of the casting directors. And they're adorable. But there's these clips that's been going around of Burr on a podcast. Who was talking about it earlier? Pep Talk. Newcomer to this space. It was the first show today. And I wanted to show some of these clips. This is a channel, by the way, called American Redact that I think covers a lot of like the podcast comedian space. Yeah, this is the one that I was looking for. That's good. I found this at work one day at the office, and I couldn't remember the name of it. Good. Now I have it at home. But yeah, let's just check out some of these Bill Burr clips because it's always fun watching Bill Burr. I can never get enough. If you missed it earlier, I'm playing it again.
Cast out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes and just give you this pass. And it's like, you know, there's a really ugly thing that's going on out there. And, you know, it's the kind of things we've already seen this.
Like, I just want to interject. Burr is notoriously doesn't like talking shit about other comedians. Period, point blank, right? He sees them all as we're all part of this community. I don't want to say names. So he's not going to say names, but this channel will.
And we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go.
Like many people on Earth right now, Bill Burr seems to have reached his last nerve with this group of grifting podcast bros in the Rogan sphere and adjacent circles, as he just spent a good portion of this interview he did yesterday with Variety calling out the absurdity of what this whole thing has turned into. Because if you didn't know already, these podcasters Bill's referring to here have truly been playing with fire lately with the people that they platform. And it seems that they have zero clue about the actual impact these massive podcasts will have on the public for years to come. They're really just in it to make money. It is grifting at the highest level, and it seems to just be getting worse. Like, why on God's green earth are the Nelk Boys interviewing the Prime Minister of Israel?
Yo, I haven't heard of the Nelk Boys until this happened. Like, and when I did, I was like, maybe I vaguely heard of them in the past. Like, maybe once. I have no idea who they are, but the fact, dude, when I started working at this job and I had a lot of time to watch YouTube at work, I learned so much lore, retroactive, about like Gamergate and like the rise of conservatism in just gaming spaces and prank YouTubers and H3 and like all that weird stuff. And and like Game Grumps, like it's an entire Hollywood ecosystem that exists on YouTube. And I was unaware, like it's so, but kids do. A lot of kids, like this, most of the audience on YouTube is young, right? Just so the fact that they were like the prime minister is insane. Netanyahu, and of course, Netanyahu chose this because he knew they weren't going to ask real questions and he can deliver all the propaganda. And, like everyone who goes on Rogan, come off looking normal-ish, right? Despite how crazy they are.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the
you're wrong.
BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's? That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
And it's gotten bad when Bill Burr has to finally step in and be the voice of reason, since he typically avoids these heated topics until he just can't take it anymore. And so he really doesn't hold back here. Like, he pretty much calls Joe Rogan and his whole crew a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals who think they're genius because they read stuff online, when in reality they're just dumb guys who don't realize that they're causing irreversible damage just by having these types of people on.
You're talking about the billionaires and politician stuff. What do you feel, and podcasters, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who've appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to leverage comedy for their own goals?
Oh, dude, it was before that. I remember the first time I saw a president go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening The Office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for fucking president.
Yeah. You don't. If you're not prepared with someone else with you who knows policy, who knows, this candidate's record, I wouldn't either. You know what I mean? Someone running for office, like local council or even Congress, who's like a progressive, of course I would have them on. Or a conservative, I would have them on. But for president, without at least, and if I had someone from Congress on, I would be texting people that I know policy and saying, oh my God, I'm having this person on my podcast. Can you help me? Like, I would not be confident that I could just wing it.
With my intellect, I'm not going to sit there and be like, so like, what's your foreign policy? Like I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my wheelhouse. Like I am just way beyond. Like this.
Then Burr really starts to go in on who people assume are Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz.
Now, again, I've mentioned this before. I've met Andrew Schultz. I used to be friends. Still am kind of technically. You know how you're friends with people, but you haven't talked to them in many years, and you're still friends on like Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Like that's how I am with his brother. So it's weird. Like I actually did see his brother last year or the year before because I was like, oh my God, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's have lunch. And he was telling me at Andrew's wedding, Rogan was there with some of the podcast people.
Criticizing them for thinking there's some form of higher intellect, like they've ascended beyond the normal working class civilian, just because they can regurgitate whatever they read online that day in a somewhat coherent way. And Bill Burr explains here that this is all ego-driven, as they desperately want to appear like someone who's more valuable than who they really are. D-tier stand-up comedians at best, who have to get onto their tippy toes just to reach for the low.
And that's what I mean, dude. Like they are not A tier. And look, that has to do with the industry. That has to do with likability, workability, working with others, dude. Patrice O'Neill, R.I.P., who Bill Burr, by the way, every single year does a benefit show for to raise money for Patrice's family because Patrice was the breadwinner. Patrice and has done it since he died. I've been twice. It's great. These comics, like Patrice was the reason I bring up Patrice is that he's an amazing comedian. If you haven't watched Elephant in the Room, do yourself a favor and watch it. Trigger warning, obviously. It's from the mid 2000s, and he was edgy then. But good politics ultimately. And that's where Burr got a lot of his, is being on set of the Chappelle Show and meeting Donnell Rollins and Charlie Murphy and Patrice. Well, actually, he knew Patrice just from comedy earlier. But I listened to his podcast for a long time. I know a lot about his life. It's weird listening to podcasts or watching YouTube. You just by osmosis learn a lot about these people's lives to the point where you develop parasocial is a whole other thing. Anyways, Patrice was notoriously not good working with like executives and shit. Like he had NBC pilot, I think, that was gonna go, but he had problems with the executives and notes and shit and working with them, and that happens. So some of the A-tier comedians, like A-tier, like Amy Schumer's A-tier. You know what I mean? Is she great? There's others that are better. She had moments, but there are others that are better. Some of the A-tier just comes from like Chris is just being able to work with studio people. However, Joe Rogan I think had an in with studio people because he was on news radio in the 90s, a sitcom. So maybe that's where he still has some kind of juice. But his rise, it was just podcasting, man. He was just early to it. And just, yeah, anyway.
Lowest hanging fruit. But as Bill Burr put...
And again, Tony Hinchcliffe, like some of these other guys, they're touring comedians. They're successful stand-up comedians. They're not... Bill Burr level is like, you're getting into acting. You're getting, he's on Broadway now. Like, that's someone like Bill Burr's an example of an A-tier comedian who deserves to be there. Not only because, he can work with studio executives, but also he's that good. You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, they're just dumb jocks who would...
Like, for example, on Legion of Skanks podcast, there's a comedian, Big J. Okerson, who I think is an A-tier comedian, but is kind of being held back by wanting to hang out with his friends who aren't, and his friends being like Dave Smith and Louis J. Gomez, both of whom are funny in their own right to an extent, but just not as good as Big J. Anyways.
Only sounds smart in a sports bar.
There's a difference between the people
Yes,
that...
Ethan, Burr was in Breaking Bad, and the story he tells on his podcast of how he got that was he saw the first episode. He was like, this show's coming out with the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. How's this going to work? And he saw the first episode and was like, yo, this is going to be fucking dope. And he told his manager, I don't care if it's a bit part. I don't care if I don't have any lines. I want to be on this show at some point. And had worked to get on that show, and eventually was. It was a fun side character from what I remember. I stopped like halfway through the last season because it got too sad for me. I wasn't watching it when it was on. I binged it on Netflix one year, like 10 years ago. And anyways.
Sounds smart in a sports bar.
Yeah. So like basically the point Burr is about to make is just because you read something written by a smart person doesn't make you also a smart person.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover shit and figure shit out. And then there's the people that read it. Like the amount of people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people, but they can do it. But then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit.
Yeah.
That was a bit I used to do in my act where it's just like, there's nothing worse than when a dumb person reads because now they think they're smart. It's just like, no, you're just a dumb guy that knows a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Like intellect to me is how you process information. It's not just reading a bunch of smart shit, putting in your head and then puking it out at people and be like, in 1492, that's not smart. You're torturing people.
Yeah.
So it's more like how you put stuff together. And like somebody said to me one time, I go, Bill, you're a really smart guy. And I go, yeah, in a sports bar. You put me in a sports bar and you want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports. I am scoring very high.
Yeah.
All right. You put me in like that forum to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school a lot. So,
and Bill saying this is truly satisfying, as Joe Rogan and his offspring have been impersonating philosophers for
right. So that's enough of Burr. I don't want to do the whole episode about Burr. I was going to play a game today. We'll see if we get to that. By the way, if you're wondering, this shirt is a South Park shirt. And my lovely off-screen fiance, my lovely, what was it? Behind the scenes wife. She's not unless she's got headphones. She sent me a little tweet that South Park put out just now, 22 minutes ago. So let's talk about South Park. ICE put out joinice.gov 4 hours ago, and South Park just retweeted it. Wait, so we are relevant? Hashtag eat a bag of dicks. Reminder, folks, new South Park tomorrow night, 10 o'clock Eastern, Comedy Central. It's not paid. I would love for them to pay me. I would love to work for South Park. I'm super excited to see what they got to say. What should I write? How's that? Anyways, halfway through the show, I guess I'll do a little ad break. Watch my channel, subscribe to my channel. You see the banners down there. I got Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, and now CASHAPP. I made a CASHAPP when I was told to be part of the space, just in case you want to tip. I'm so fucking excited to see South Park tomorrow. I wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm going to remove that and then just upload the one that I can play sound. Because I think it's funny. The girls are fighting, folks. The girls are fighting. Tucker Carlson and said something about Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes came back at him. I didn't watch this whole thing. That's from the Vanguard. Shout out the Vanguard boys. It's like this video. But yeah, let's see. I wanted to see what Nick Fuentes had to say. I saw a little bit of it, but like
accused of being the CIA by Peter Thiel's best boys, by Tucker Carlson with his daddy. Tucker Carlson's, and you know what? Here's the other thing. Tucker Carlson said, I'm a weird gay kid in the basement. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago. You're right. Well, okay, you're not right about all of that. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth.
He just realized he said you're right. And he's like, wait, you're not right about all of that. Wait a minute. What a fucking idiot.
Alf Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school, then a $45,000 per year selective Ivy League school in New England.
Dieter talks about this a lot too on American Wasp. You can watch that on this space tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. He talks a lot about the waspy nature of Tucker Carlson, where he comes from and whatnot. And just the mindset of those people that run the fucking country. The Martha's Vineyard people. Obama's part of that. There are black people. There are people from all races part of that. But Dieter comes from the waspy background, so that's what he talks about.
Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee. And then, after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them.
So, I mean, we don't have to watch this whole video. I just wanted to laugh at the fact that the girls are fighting. Did Tucker say anything about it? I want to see. Tucker, Nick Fuentes. No, that's all right. Oh, well, here's Nick Fuentes. Let's see if I can play this. Twitter audio is usually pretty fucking bad. So we'll see if you can hear this. Let me know in the comments. By the way, comments, I'm sorry I haven't been reacting to you as much. You know how it is. Also, shout out DJ Exclusive, who you can see on Thursdays on this space. First show of the day usually. He was going to be on today with me, but he was feeling under the weather. So we wanted to say shout out, DJ Exclusive, feel better. Sending you love. Love you mean it. Sending you chicken soup, ginger ale. That's what always works for me when I'm sick. As South Park says, the white man's cure in the episode about the Indian casinos. Anyways, let's see this Nick Fuentes thing. Let's see if you can hear it.
I mean, this is part of the sad thing about Pepaganda, as far as I'm
Can you
concerned.
hear
The
it,
sad
folks?
thing is, and I know that no one who watches him will believe me, Pat does raise issues that I think are important. Doesn't mean everything he says is false. It doesn't mean he's not talented. He's enormously talented. Doesn't mean he's a bad person. I'm not attacking him personally. I mean, I think that, the sovereignty of the American military, et cetera, I mean, these are not just crank issues. It's young white men who've been totally cut out of our economy.
Actually, I have no idea the context of this. Just, again, funny the girls are fighting. Funny Nick Fuentes and Tucker. Nick Fuentes apparently is like coming after him because he's a creature of the internet and Tucker's not. Tucker's a creature of traditional media. So it's going to be interesting watching him try to fight back against that. Whether he addresses it, whether he doesn't, whether he's gonna, I think he's gonna come off like Cenk Uygur, talking about the Vanguard, because Cenk refers to them as like, some channels, some people like won't say their names, disregards them, tries not to bring attention to them. I think that's what Tucker's really gonna do with Nick Fuentes. I mean, even in the clip that Nick responded to there, Tucker was talking about him flippantly, like people like Nick Fuentes, like the gay kid in Chicago. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Yes, we love Silly and Billy here on this space. They were on with Letterhack a week or two ago, talking about Superman. That was awesome. I am going to now share with you a band. Letterhack does comic book recommendations. I do too. Do I have one on me? No. But yes, I do. I'll grab one. This one is not. I was gonna say it's not as political, but it's a Star Wars book, so it's inherently political. Read Darth Vader. Read Darth Vader, Volume 1, by Gillian. Kieran Gillian. Written by Kieran Gillian, artist Salvador Larroca, colorist Edgar Delgado. It's beautiful. I know you can't see much. My camera's shitty. But like there's cool shit. These books, this book there's two. This is part 1. Takes place between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. By the way, shout out Movie Night Extravaganza, which you can watch later, and I'm going to be watching later about Rogue One. That's coming on this space tonight. They're doing Star Wars month. This book is like Vader's events between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Now I have another one that's between another set of 2 that's between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. I can't remember which one this one. I think this is. Yes. So basically, Vader's being told by the Emperor, hey, you know that Death Star that I spent fucking years making and, blew up under your watch and you're the only survivor? Find who did that. So that's the story of this book, and it's fucking awesome. And of course, it's inherently political because it's Star Wars. People being taken advantage of, Darth Vader, what he has to do. Also, people who try to go up again. It's cool. It's very cool. Good. I got the Imperial hat. I saw it fitting. It goes with the black and white. But Letterhack does his comic book recommendations, and I wanted to recommend a band. We're gonna try this. I hope the stream doesn't get pulled down because of this. When I made a reaction to their new album that came out, they have 2 albums, and when I posted it, it said like this creator allows their stuff to be shared, so it didn't get any kind of restrictions or any warnings. So I wanted just to play a music video for you because the first video I saw of theirs, it made me go, oh, I want to watch more. And then I got their album, and then I saw that they were creating a new album dropping soon, so I made a reaction to that. And then I saw on their website they were coming to New York, so I got tickets. Like, they're my new favorite band, and they got anti-capitalist themes, depressed millennial themes. The story of this band is this guy, it's called DERY. This guy and his wife, who is on bass, moved back in with his parents during COVID. He was in a band for 10 years. They were about to go on tour, and then COVID hit. Then moved back in with his parents and his little sister, who's like 10 years younger, and she's also into music. One of their parents is a music teacher, and started like running by songs by her and working together, and they went viral on TikTok and made an album, went on tour, made another album, is going on another tour. Like they're up and coming, and highly recommend them. So I'm just going to play the first video that I saw that I think everyone's going to find pretty relatable. Oh, well, after this ad. We'll break down the list.
If you got time to lean, then you got time to clean. Is what they call.
Hold on, is it still muted? Bad Lefty, or are we good? So, oh really? Audio good. Okay. There we go. Run it back. 10-second penalty, as Jay Black would say.
If you got time to lean, then you got time to clean. Is what they told me. They don't own me. They just own the only thing that's keeping me alive. They swear it's not.
Just right there. They don't own me, right? It's not slavery. They just own the only thing that's keeping me alive. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Threat, cause I could always start thing that's keeping me alive. They swear it's not a threat, cause I could always start to death. I guess I pledge allegiance to the paycheck. So I'll sign the dotted line, cross my T's and dot my I's. Say the customer's always right, cross my heart, hold the dial, turn my frown upside down, lock my knees till I pass out.
Now, you know, if you watch my music reactions, I put the glasses on. Good.
Don't ask me why, cause I don't know. I just work here.
Penalty for talking.
I don't.
Yeah, penalty for talking. But if you watch my music reactions on my channel, you'll know when a song gets me going, I put the American glasses on.
I don't know. I'm so over the payroll. Just don't ask me why, cause I don't know. I just work here, I suppose. I don't care, you can burn it down. As far as I'm concerned, call it apathy. Maybe I'm just lazy, I don't know. But it's still me, myself, and I against the world.
Fucking, it hits. It feels like I describe them as like Weezer, Green Day, Blink-182 mixed with like Modest Mouse, Franz Ferdinand, indie punk, pop punk mixed with indie rock, mixed with like a little sprinkle of like real punk. Sorry, I keep pausing so much.
I myself all a part of me, scoop out my brains, and maybe then I'll blend right in with management. Pretty rich or talented, you need to make it. I guess I'll just pledge allegiance to the paycheck. So I'll sign the dotted line, cross my T's and dot my I's. Say the customer's always right, cross my heart, hold the dial, turn my frown upside down, lock my knees till I pass out. So my soul for the payroll, just don't ask me why, cause I don't know. I just work here, I suppose. I don't care, you can burn it down. As far as I'm concerned, call it apathy. Maybe I'm just lazy, I don't know. But it's still me, myself, and I against the world.
You're just grooving, folks. You're just grooving.
They'll say that's just the way the real world works. Everything's supposed to hurt. They idolize self-sacrifice and demonize self-worth. And all the while they'll just sit back and ask why no one wants to work. We'll all have...
Right? Don't they say that? Why doesn't anyone want to work anymore? People are lazy. The college kids, the 28-year-old dudes sitting around in their parents' basements. They got health care, so they don't care about getting a job. That's what I'm saying, yo. This band, I want this band to fucking catapult. I want them on the fucking, at the Grammys. I want them at the fucking VMAs. I want them fucking everywhere. I want them at this goddamn Super Bowl. Because it's fun music. It's relatable music. And it's not that deep. Right? It's the kind of stuff that I make on my channel. Like, it's music reactions, it's trailer reactions, it's video game playthroughs, it's movie reviews. But if I'm talking about Andor, I'm going to talk about genocide and what's going on right now in places like Gaza and Sudan. You know, I'm not going to shy away from those topics in the reviews, but they come across on YouTube like anybody else's review. Just like Ben Shapiro and The Quartering and Nerdrotic and those motherfuckers do it with theirs. They infest what looks on YouTube like, oh, it's just a movie review about The Last Jedi. Okay, I'll watch that. It's not as valid as a real film critic. And by real film critic, I mean, you know, someone like me, someone like Red Letter Media, someone like Dan Merle, someone like Amanda the Jedi, Jesse Gender, Olay, or Lurinati Pop, Comic Pop, like people who know movie structure and storytelling and how shots are crafted. And yes, talk about the story and the politics involved from a good faith perspective. And they let you know whether they agree or disagree, but they can still talk about the merits of the movie. Like, dude, The Dark Knight, Christopher Nolan, for as much as he's lauded and whatnot, is like libertarian coded. The Dark Knight, Batman creates the Patriot Act so that he can spy on everybody and use their cell phones to find the Joker. And he's like, yeah, we have to do this because we're catching a terrorist. Like, that's what that movie is. In The Dark Knight Rises, they talk about Occupy Wall Street just being like crazy anarchists who just hate the rich because they're angry that they don't have that kind of wealth. And they don't want to work hard. They just want to steal shit and run amok throughout the city. And Bane encourages that so to distract everyone from the bomb that he has, right? So Christopher Nolan, pretty watch Interstellar. Watch the beginning of Interstellar when Matthew McConaughey is talking about public schools and they don't teach science anymore. Blah, blah, blah. This is why we need private schools and homeschooling. And blah, blah. I'm telling you. But anyways, we're finishing out this song. I got off on a rant on Christopher Nolan.
To work, we'll all have a hearty laugh and roll our eyes and catch our breath, all together with our chest. Send it back and tell them, I don't know, I just work here, I suppose. I don't care, you can burn down as far as I'm concerned. Call it apathy, or maybe I'm just lazy, I don't know, but it's still me, myself, and I against the world.
They make it. And they made the whole thing. And they make all their videos and stuff, man. So yeah, man. DERY. Listen to DERY, dude. They got 2 albums, Suburban Legend and This Movie Sucks. The YouTube channel. They got behind the scenes of how they make videos. They got all their videos. Like they're basically like, hey, we went viral on TikTok and became a band and are a band now. So here's our experience signing a record deal and like what that means and going on interviews, and you know, they're documenting it as they go. They literally are like 4 years old. So highly recommend DERY. We got about 15 minutes left. And let's take a I cherish these friends. Good. I'm glad. I worry I go off topic and shit or forget what I was talking about in the first place and then just leave y'all hanging. I'm sure I do. I'm sure everyone does. I'm looking at comments now. Let me put them up so y'all can see. Oh, I guess that's just new comments. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. I mean, that's what Emma Vigeland says on the Majority Report. What it is to be a leftist is realizing how fucked up everything is and then watching everyone else go, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Driving you crazy. I wanted to play, if you remember a couple weeks ago, I played an FBI game on here with Kristina. Shout out Kristina from Cosmepolitics. I saw her get banned on Twitch yesterday and then come back. I was happy to see that it only lasted 4 hours. And I saw someone who did it. Someone threatened her in the comments. So, you know, we want to shout out our mods here on this space for holding it down in the comment sections. I don't know. I mean, this is like a long game, but I think we can make a little progress today. Or I could just look at Twitter and see what's going on and talk about that. Should I just do that? Ooh. I mean, that's a good idea. Because look. Sony approves Spider-Punk animated film. So Spider-Punk, breakout character from Across the Spider-Verse, is getting his own movie. Yeah. My wife very excited about that. I showed her the first Spider-Verse movie because I was like, hey, the new one's coming out like this weekend. I want to see it. Let's watch this one. They see if you like it. And she really liked it. So we went to go see the next one and she loved that, especially because Spider-Punk is in it. So so we're excited. Dania Kaluuya is co-writing the film. You Get Out. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe that character already has a voice actor, so I don't know. But that's cool. I'm excited about that. I wonder if it's going to be before or after. It's got to be after the third movie. Yeah. Yeah. Slowly but surely over 3 years, introducing more comic booky ideas. Let me take some water. I got to remind myself to hydrate. I talk so goddamn much. Maybe next week we'll do the FBI game. But I just want to chill with chat for a little bit. It's like week 10 of this space. I was counting. There's the Democratic walkout from Texas. I think we all just agree good, you know. Who was it earlier? I think it was Jake on what you can do, or it was Pep Talk, either one, or it might have been Good Morning Comrade. But it was, first of all shows on this space, great shows. I think in December is when they'd be able to go back to Texas, and the plan would just fail by the end of the calendar year, something like that. So if these Democrats really do stay in Chicago all the way through, that's good. But we'll see how that plays out. What's trending? Palpatine? Why is Palpatine trending? What? Star Wars Starfighter. Matt Smith, who I think was Doctor Who. He was in the Game of Thrones thing, the House of the Dragon. Is going to be the villain, and he was the villain in Morbius. Shout out Morbius, I guess. It's fucking Morbin time in new Lucasfilm pick starring Ryan Gosling. So Ryan Gosling is starring as in Star Wars Starfighter. Is that the Patty Jenkins thing? Let's see. This deadline. Hold on. I wanted to see what this is. We'll read that after. After fighting battles for House of Targaryen, Matt Ready is blah, blah, blah. Jonathan Troper penned the script. But Patty Jenkins was supposed to make Mia Goth is on board. Sean Levy directing. Okay. Maybe this was like the Patty Jenkins thing. Because what was Patty Jenkins' Star Wars thing? Rogue Squadron. She was going to make a Rogue Squadron movie. But, like, that's in development hell. What does it say about Reddit? Oh, this is a year ago. Right. So this is Star Wars Reddit just being like, yeah, it's not happening because they're not making Wonder Woman 3 either. By the way, I've been banned from Star Wars Reddit. Probably for posting one of my Andor reviews in there, which is fine. I hope I get to be able to post again. But anyways, so that's fucking cool. Maybe that's that project, that Rogue Squadron project, like reworked for Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling. Okay. The film will shoot this fall and set to go on May 28th, 2027. All right. Well, we'll see. That's cool. That's some cool news. What's this South Park news? South Park production seem to be overseen by George Cheeks in post-merger structure. You're going to hire a guy named George Cheeks to oversee South Park? That's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious, dude. And he looks like this? Bro. What the fuck? At the new Paramount, following the completion of the Skydance acquisition, because the FCC, I think, approved it. The scripted production operations overseen by departing global CEO Chris McCarthy are being folded into the new formed Paramount TV studios overseen by Dana Goldberg. Co-chair of Paramount Pictures and chair, blah, 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 is expected to be run by Skydance TV president. Ooh. Let me make that bigger for y'all. President Matt Thuno. Okay. With one exception, South Park. All right. The long-running animated series produced by South Park Digital Studios, a joint venture by creators Trey and Matt, will be part of the portfolio of new Paramount Global co-CEO George Cheeks, who has been named chair of TV media at post-merger Paramount. All right. In his role as president of Showtime, MTV Entertainment, McCarthy led both MTV and studios. Okay, so yeah, that's why you get the MTV logo in front of South Park a lot of the times on streaming, even though it didn't air on MTV. It just, that's their logo for like Viacom or whatever, which is weird. In one of the last acts of Paramount, he worked on Parker and Stone's deal. Cheeks will oversee Paramount's broadcast and cable television business. All right, so all the TV stuff. BET, Comedy Central, Nickelodeon, Showtime, and news and sports as well. Well, South Park is a streaming juggernaut for exclusive rights over the next 5 years. Just Paramount explaining the $1.5 billion Paramount just committed for exclusive rights over the next 5 years. South Park's original run on their little linear cable network, Comedy Central, which is why its studio fell with Cheeks, keeping the network and production side under the same top executive. All right. So it has to do with the fact that Matt and Trey own most of the streaming rights because they signed that deal in 2007 when the studios were like, streaming, what the fuck is that? Who cares? Yeah, sure, you can own that. You can have your own website where you play South Park for free. Who cares? No one's going to watch it on there. Exactly. So now all the studios want to have been for the last 10 years, which is why Dan Merle, great source. I'm going to show you Dan Merle's page because he knows a lot about the business side of this shit. He's got a lot of, first of all, there was a new War of the Worlds. Did you know that? With Ice Cube, and the whole thing is shot like that movie Unfriended when it's all a screen, like the whole movie shot like a Zoom meeting or something. So he's very good at like box office stuff and whatnot. Anyways. With that, Cheeks will be adding 2 shows that have been taking shots at President Donald Trump, South Park and The Daily Show, onto his ongoing oversight of departing the late night show with Stephen Colbert, which also has been critical of the president and CBS News, which was sued by Trump, leading to a recent controversial settlement that was quickly followed by the FCC's approval of the Skydance Paramount merger. Right, so they have the whole so a guy named Cheeks is going to be overseeing South Park and The Daily Show, when South Park and The Daily Show and Late Night with Stephen Colbert, which is still on the air because it ends next year, are all pissed off. Good luck, Paramount. Good luck, Donald Trump. Good luck, George Cheeks. Welcome, Christopher. How are you? So yeah, what's going on, Chad? How y'all doing? Yeah, that's like handing Matt and Trey a golden shit wrapped in talking money. Oh my god, dude. So let's see what they do tomorrow. Let's see what they do tomorrow. 10 o'clock Eastern on Comedy Central. And you got to catch it on Comedy Central now. Because, well, I mean, actually, or Paramount the next day because they have streaming rights now. But folks, thank you so much for bearing with me through this hour, for being with me and bearing with me. I love this space. I love all of you. Follow me on all my places. Thank you, Johnny Too Late, for putting it in chat. Throw me a few bucks if you deem it necessary. Follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, YouTube, Twitch, all that. Carlos is up next with some actual news and a difficult truth.
get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We grow by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's having an awesome day. Welcome. Thank you, Alex, for that wonderful show. Today's word of the day is cheeks, apparently. That is the word of the day. We appreciate the show, Alex. Good stuff. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to all the This Space creators. And shout out to you, the chat. Bad Lefty, John Lithium. Heat, how's it going? Rich P, Nadia, Groove Dragon, George Waters, Ethan, Pinkerbell, Violet, welcome everybody. Moaneb, Alex. How's it going, everybody? Seriously, folks, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you for your support. If you enjoy the content that you see here on this space, make sure you hit that follow button, subscribe, like, share, comment. Do all the things, folks. It really, really does help us out. This space is live Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. There's syndicated content. There's live content. All kinds of stuff. There is something for everyone. So you make sure to spread the word, folks. It really does help. Appreciate that, Groove Dragon. Thank you, Violet. Is that the Majority Report Studios? Yes. Pendulous Dragon, welcome. Got style by the mile. Appreciate that, folks. All right, let's get started. We do have quite a few things to talk about. Let's get started. The whole bit about they're actually wanting to plan to simultaneously militarily occupy numerous major blue cities at once is or should be alarming. Yes, I believe, I'm not sure if this all ties in together, but they are definitely making a list of what they deem to be sanctuary cities or sanctuary places, and they are planning to take, at least for now, legal action. But I have heard what you're talking about, Nadia. If you haven't seen the town hall that was probably ill-advised from professional clown Mike Flood, you should definitely go check out the town hall and other clips of the town hall. This particular clip is pretty much the embodiment of the Republican Party and the Republican platform as far as any policies go. This is what they're about, and more people need to see this. In Nebraska, of all places, too. Etchbox, welcome.
It talks about two big changes to the Medicaid program. One of those changes is that if you are able to work and you are able-bodied, you have to work. If you choose not to work, you do not get free health care.
I mean, like, first of all, that is such a ghoulish thing to say, that if you don't work, you don't deserve health care, which, I mean, like, if you need health care, it would be presumed that you can't work to begin with. A healthy population is able to work better, regardless. So this doesn't make any sense. This is just ghoulish behavior. And they just keep asking why no one wants to work. Listening to him getting booed felt so good. Yeah, and this isn't like a liberal bastion. This is Nebraska. So another way of putting it is work will set your healthcare free. Work is not only the only way people contribute to society. A large amount of disabled want to work. They want to force to work are disabled because of work. Yes, that's right. And we're only 22 seconds in. He's talking about people like me, not technically disabled enough because all my medical testing keeps getting denied, but also disabled enough I can't hold a job because doctor's orders I can't lift. Yep.
You do not get free health care. Okay. So here's a question.
I mean, like, healthcare, first of all, should be free for everyone. The whole GOP embrace of explicitly named not as Nazism, Nazism have been worrying too. Yeah, this is American fascism. That's what this is. This MAGAism. It's American fascism. Yes, that's what this is. We are the only industrialized nation without universal healthcare coverage. America first, try America last. Or as Woody Guthrie said, when they say America first, they mean America next. Single-payer healthcare would save the taxpayer billions. Yep. But unfortunately, those billions need to go to private healthcare, to the private industry.
So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work should get free health care?
Yes. Yes. Like, doesn't he get health care? Does he not get free health care? It's not just the saving, it's the productivity gains it brings. Yep. Because as it turns out, a healthy population is just able to work. Free healthcare, free education, food, clothing, heat, and shelter. He imagines he works for it. What he does barely counts as work. Be serious. True. Per Hitler's American Model by James Q. Whitman, Nazism was Americanism from day one. I mean, they certainly drew a lot of inspiration. Government salary, government benefits. He needs to sit down. Yep. He just wants you to not have that. He just wants you to not have health care and to be a slave, essentially, right? Because you have to be beholden to your job to get health care.
I don't think that a majority of Nebraskans agree with you.
That's right. So when in doubt, just call your constituents fake, right? This is like, did he forget that this is a town hall with his constituents? I think he forgot. Or perhaps this is just what he wants for everyone. Only developed country to force our workers into this hellscape with the best healthcare in the world. Yeah, if you can pay for it. It's striking how this guy genuinely seems to hate his constituents even more than normal GOP standards. No, I think that if I may, I would argue that this is the GOP. This is the standard GOP platform. They just feel like it's okay to be more upfront about it. That's what this is. They have no shame. There's no. This guy has zero shame. Like, he's talking about healthcare like it's some trivial, like, excess, right? Like, he's treating healthcare like, oh, these plebs, these plebs just want 70-inch flat screens TVs, right? That's how he treats healthcare, as if it was some kind of as if it was like a not a commodity, but a luxury. There we go. Thank you, chat. That's what it is. Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to an adequate standard of living for their health and well-being, which includes access to food and clothing, housing, and medical care. Yep. Right, he's talking about it like it's a luxury, not a necessity. These leaders don't understand how the system they are leading works or fails. I would argue, well, maybe they don't know fully, but they're aware of one thing, that they've got to deliver for the big corporations. So to a degree, they understand that. They understand that they've got donors. They've got their constituents clearly are not the people, as he clearly is very open about that in this town hall of his constituents. The real constituents are the capital class. Ladybug, welcome. A kakistocracy, the least qualified people are in charge. Yeah, we've got a blend of oligarchy, fascism, and kakistocracy, plutocracy or kleptocracy, right? Well, we've got the the four horsemen of the political apocalypse, essentially. Maybe not least qualified, but a particular style of underdevelopment. Yeah, well, plutocracy. But I feel like this clip kind of embodies the entire vibe of how this town hall went. And I think that also it is a perfect example of how the Republican Party just loathes you. They don't want you to have health care. They don't want you to have assistance in any way, shape, or form, from food to student debt relief. They don't want you to have anything. And I think these 50 seconds over here of him unironically saying that people don't deserve health care is perfect. It's a perfect embodiment of the Republican Party and how they've been for decades. And now they're pretty open and shameless about it. They've got, it almost feels like they feel like they've got nothing to lose. That's it. It's almost like we're a single-use commodity. Once you, one you've used till dead, and then just get a new one. Yep. There's a fair amount of hypocrisy ruled by spies as well. I didn't even know that had a term. Learned something new today. Shifting gears here, I think chat was talking about, I think it was Nadia, about this potential militarization and occupation of blue cities. And I think this kind of, in a way, speaks to that. Or at least on the legal side. At least they want to pretend like there's some kind of legality or legal basis to what they're doing. The Justice Department publishes its list of 35 sanctuary jurisdictions vowing to bring more immigration lawsuits. Essentially what they want to do is they want to force these areas, these safe zones, to cooperate with the Gestapo. That's what this is about. At least that's what they're trying to argue. The Justice Department published a list of 35, quote, sanctuary jurisdictions on Tuesday today, vowing to bring lawsuits against states, counties, and cities that limit local cooperation with federal immigration agencies. Agents. So essentially, yeah, they want to force local and state governments to cooperate with the Gestapo. That's right, Pinkerbell. Sanctuary policies impede law enforcement and put Americans at risk by design, said Attorney General Pam Bondi. I'm not understanding how that works. So far, the only people I see getting arrested are mothers trying to pick up their children at school. Workers being arrested at job sites, immigrants trying to go through the process the right way, being arrested at immigration courts. That's what I see. So states' rights bad? Yeah. Apparently. The Department of Justice will continue bringing litigation against sanctuary jurisdictions and work closely with the Department of Homeland Security to eradicate these harmful policies around the country. So I imagine that if they don't get their way, they could just send in federal agents, I guess. The Justice Department put 12 states on its list: California, of course, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Minnesota, Nevada, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and District of Columbia. It also included Baltimore County, Maryland, Cook County, Illinois, San Diego County, California, San Francisco County, San Diego, California, San Francisco County, California, along with 18 cities from Seattle to Philadelphia. In April, the president signed an executive order redirecting the Justice Department to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws known to be known as sanctuary jurisdictions. This is not that can't. So essentially, like deciding to not work with the federal government doesn't mean that you are obstructing the federal government. Oh, hey, is there a raid going on? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. My left eye. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, folks. Hey, if you haven't seen us before, this is This Space, a working class media collective. There's live and syndicated content of all types. So there's something here for everyone. If you enjoy your stay, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Do all the things, folks. Like, share, comment. And thank you, My Left Eye, for bringing your wonderful community over. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in. What has the expansion of military spending given us except an investment in war, higher potential civilian collaboration, body count, especially in the event of a domestic peasant uprising? Oh, for that we have unlimited amount of money. Like and smash. Let's get the show on the road. Under the order, the Justice Department was to notify each jurisdiction of its defiance of federal immigration law enforcement. Wait a minute. Here's a problem. And I could be wrong. But if I remember correctly, immigration enforcement is up to the federal government. Immigration enforcement is the federal government's job. It is not the job of the local and state authorities. And I think that kind of the point of sanctuary areas or sanctuary cities or sanctuary counties are to double down on that. There's nothing to defy because the state and local authorities aren't responsible for immigration enforcement. What they're doing is saying, "Oh, you want to do your thing? We're not going to help you. We're not going to share information." That's it. Right, bad lefty. By its nature, it's federal. If the jurisdiction continued to be in defiance, the order directed the Justice Department to pursue all necessary legal remedies and enforcement measures to end these violations and bring such jurisdictions into compliance with the laws of the United States. The Justice Department has taken legal action against a number of sanctuary jurisdictions in recent months, suing New York City in July to challenge its sanctuary city laws. Republicans in Congress have also homed in on the issue in fiery committee hearings this year, questioning Democratic mayors and governors over their jurisdiction policies. Yeah, so they're just big mad that Democratic areas are not going to cooperate with federal agents, and that's what this is about. Now, whether or not this stands is to be seen. I don't know how far they're going to try to push this, but that remains to be seen. Which Hegseth memo are you talking about, Nadia? Hey, remember when we were told that Democrats are weaponizing the government against political opponents? Yeah. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Justice Department opens a grand jury probe into investigation of Trump and Russia, i.e. the Russiagate scandal. Oh, the one about military occupying blue cities. Gotcha. So this is actually a memo from Hegseth's brother. There are several outlets reporting on it. This is from The Independent, but this is what Nadia was talking about. The memo leaked from Hegseth's brother called for the army to help with deportations nationwide for years to come. A leaked memo from the Department of Homeland Security suggests the Trump administration is considering using the military to boost its ongoing mass deportation agenda, while acknowledging the deployment of troops in LA wasn't perfect. The memo was allegedly written by senior advisor Phil Hegseth, the brother of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. The New Republic published text on Saturday. President Trump has already used the military personnel in his aggressive deportation campaign. In June, Trump nationalized 5,000 National Guard members and sent them to LA to push back against protesters, yada, yada, yada. The LA stuff. So, yeah, the DHS memo outlines a June 21 meeting between senior DHS and Pentagon officials, according to the New Republic, and suggests that U.S. military members will be needed to carry out Trump's deportation efforts for years to come. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty disturbing stuff. They want to farm out the goon squad duties to local cops. Yeah, and unfortunately, in some areas, the local sheriff's office have complied. They're mentioning the memo, but I'd be careful because a lot of places will mention the thing, but not describe it in anything but a whitewashed way. No, I mean, this is pretty serious. Even in this like kind of mainstream, even in this mainstream framing, I mean, this is pretty. This is pretty dark. Does Brother Hegseth even work for the government? I think so. I think he's in the Department of Defense. The DHS memo outlines a meeting between senior DHS and Pentagon officials. Is he? That's actually a good question. Okay, he is a senior advisor in the DHS. I literally just read that. Sorry. Yeah, he's a senior advisor. Everyone here is also aware of our joint work in LA. It states it hasn't been perfect and we're still working through best practices together, but I think it's a good indicator of the type of operations and resistance we're going to be working through years to come. So it was a testing ground. It does suggest that they are expecting similar operations to be carried out in the future. This is something definitely to pay attention to. We will be keeping an eye on this for sure. Surely this is a declaration of civil war. I don't know if I would say civil war. More like this is a threat. This is a threat to start occupation. Essentially. Hans, welcome. This is a threat for. This is a threat to occupy, quote, blue cities. If this doesn't get people in the streets of DC, nothing will. I mean, you would think so, Etchbox, but the cynicism in me doesn't believe that enough people are aware of the severity of the situation we find ourselves in. So much so, like I would even go as far as saying most people don't even know about this to be angry enough to go to hit the streets. Never mind the fact that capitalism keeps us, running on the proverbial hamster wheel 24/7, meaning that we have no meaningful time to really sit down and think about what's happening, or too tired, or have to deal with, with other stuff as working adults. But I think that most people just don't know. They just don't know. The distractions are endless. Yeah, and most people they just literally don't know. They just don't know. If you ask like the average person, like if they knew about if they knew about a memo that the Department of Homeland Security was talking about potentially expanding and learning from the operations that happened in California, the answer to that is probably like, no, I had no idea. Heck, I didn't even know about what's happening in California or what happened in California. I'm learning about it now. Yeah, and we're, for the most part, people here are more inclined to be plugged in. A lot of us are plugged in or more plugged in than the average person. So I mean, I can only assume just how little of awareness there is. Oh, I don't doubt that, Violet Quinlaw. The Posse Comitatus Act is a U.S. law enacted in 1878 that limits the use of federal personnel in domestic law enforcement, aiming to prevent military interference in civil affairs. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, yeah, of course, but none of what we think is normal and legal and lawful, all of that goes out the window, right? I mean, their argument for bringing legal action against sanctuary areas, whether it be sanctuary cities or counties, is is that they're interfering with federal operations when that has nothing to do with federal operations. They're not wanting to work with you doesn't mean that they're obstructing you. So, like, again, what is legal and what the laws are and what's constitutional, all of that, we have to kind of remember that none of what we think is applicable is applicable, if that makes sense, right? Because clearly, the Constitution doesn't matter. Clearly, laws don't matter at all. We have a person who was convicted of 34 counts of criminal fraud. I mean, laws and what we think of legality and constitutionality, or what's constitutional, that's kind of been jettisoned. They could do it with a pile of circuses, but it's hard to keep coming up with that many circuses, so they have a workforce instead. Yep. Individual members of the military swore not to obey legal orders. Yeah, and how much of that can we count on? How much of that could we count on? That is a serious question that members of the military should be asking themselves, right? Or should be consulting their legal professional, their lawyer. Matt, appreciate that. They fired most of the Jags almost day one. Yeah, for a reason. That's right. It's almost like we read each other's mind there, right there, Violet. Even that should be a clip. I don't doubt it, Rich P. The numbers who do it will be insignificant. You might be right. I'm afraid you might be right there. Anyways, putting the train back on the tracks. Where were we? Yes. Bemoaning the idea that Democrats were going to, or were weaponizing the DOJ against Republicans and against Trump. Of course, actually, in reality, in classic 1984 style, it's actually Republicans who are more than willing to do this very same thing they are accused the Democratic Party of doing. Attorney General Pam Bondi signed the order August 4th, yesterday, directing a federal prosecutor to present evidence to the grand jury. Fox News and the Wall Street Journal reported, citing sources familiar with the investigation, the Justice Department has declined to comment. So basically, they're investigating Russiagate. That's what this is about. I did see that they're also trying to investigate Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton over something else. I'll have to research that more. But clearly, this is just another case of every accusation is just a confession. Accuse the opposition of what you yourself are doing. The move marks a major escalation of the Trump administration's efforts to investigate the investigators behind the years-old probe. Robert Mueller, who ultimately took over the probe as special counsel, concluded that the Russian government interfered to help then-President candidate Trump defeat Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton, but there was no evidence in the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The new criminal probe followed allegations from the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard, made at a July 23rd press briefing that the Obama administration pushed a contrived narrative that Russia interfered with the 2016 election to benefit Trump. Just to be clear, so that we are putting this in context, Tulsi Gabbard is 100% a Russian agent, in my opinion. I saw a helpline somewhere for military personnel who are concerned about possible illegal orders. I thought it was posted on Park Rose Permaculture, but can't find it now. Park Rose Permaculture is great. Great. Highly recommend. If you don't know, I would recommend to follow her on Blue Sky and check out her YouTube. I'd be worried about to call a line like that, probably a trick. No, I don't know, not necessarily, because there are attorneys who are more than willing to, consult with you if you have a concern about almost anything you can think of. Notice they haven't actually named the special prosecutor. They don't have anyone qualified to present a grand jury with evidence for this BS boondoggle. Yeah, this is all nonsense. This is all nonsense. Always accuse your enemies of your own sins, Joseph Goebbels. There you go. I mean, this is classic, right? That fits perfect. That fits perfect within the Republican modus operandi, right? That would fit the Republican MO perfect. That same day, the Justice Department announced it was creating a, quote, strike force to assess evidence highlighted by Gabbard and investigate potential next legal steps. Yeah. Remember when they investigated Hillary Clinton? And they found nothing? Yeah. I thought this was a Goebbels tactic. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. When Trump was asked on July 22nd about the Justice Department's conduct when it comes to investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, Trump pointed out to allegations from Gabbard saying she caught Obama absolutely cold and Obama had committed treason. Of course, there's no evidence of any of that because, of course, the reason why he's mentioning this specifically is because he wants to, how do I say this? Terminate opposition. I saw something in a video saying that evidence used to point the finger at Clinton came from Russian disinformation. Remember when John Durham did this already? It's like the kids running away from the cops and tripping your buddy up so he gets caught first, giving you a chance to escape. Yeah, and then getting caught anyways later. Yeah, none of this is going to fly, legally speaking. This is just more... this is just more distractions. I feel like particularly when it comes to the Epstein stuff, but also I think it's indicative of the kind of hostile partisanship that these people are willing to take and accusing and the audacity to accuse Democrats of action of weaponizing the DOJ to try to bring Trump down over like the whole Russia thing, when indeed there was plenty of evidence. Just because there was no evidence that they directly colluded doesn't mean that the Russian government didn't try to influence the election, which they did. There's plenty of evidence of this. In fact, I'm pretty sure some people went to jail, some people went to trial over this. In fact, if I remember correctly, some of those same people were pardoned by Trump. Michael Flynn. That's right, hermeteorologist. We've got one more story, folks. The Confederate statue that was toppled during the BLM protest will be reinstalled. Yet another symbolism of what this administration is, of what this neo-Confederate or Confederate American fascist administration is about. First and foremost, like, statues are pretty cringe. Statues of Confederate traitors are on the next level. That's right, Nadia. The National Park Service is planning to restore and reinstall a statue of Albert Pike, a Confederate general and Freemason leader who was toppled during the BLM protests in June of 2020. The restoration aligns with federal responsibilities under historic preservation law, as well as recent executive order to beautify the nation's capital and reinstall pre-existing. When I think beautifying the capital, I think of putting I think of putting traitors back, statues to traitors back in the DC. Yeah, that's what I think. The National Park Service said in a statement pointing at President Trump's executive order making the District of Columbia safe and beautiful by putting up Confederate generals. Yeah, a Confederate general. Yeah, that's complying with making D.C. safe and beautiful. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, who represents Washington, D.C., said in a statement that she would reintroduce a bill permanently to remove the statue. Yeah, that was the people have spoken moment. The decision to honor Albert Pike by reinstalling the Pike statues is odd as indefensible as it is morally objectionable. He resigned in disgrace after committing a war crime and dishonoring even his own Confederate military service. Even those who want Confederate statues to remain standing would have to justify awarding Pike any honor, considering the history. The statue of Albert Pike has long been a source of controversy. Before it came down, it was the only statue of a Confederate general in D.C., though the memorial itself does not mention his military service, which is kind of odd. Pike is wearing civilian clothes, Instead, the engraved words read author, poet, scholar, soldier, jurist, orator, philanthropist, and philosopher. And real small detail. He was a traitor, and he supported and joined the Confederate cause to defend slavery. small little detail. Small little detail there. The Daughters of the Confederacy brought it from the 1920s. No, this was not one of those. Not one of those statues. Pike was born in Boston but settled later in Arkansas. He joined the anti-Catholic and anti-immigrant Know Nothing Party. Huh. Fantastic. But he and other delegates walked out of their convention when the party wouldn't adopt a pro-slavery stance. So, yeah. I mean, seriously, really? Author, poet, scholar, soldier, jurist, orator, philanthropist, and philosopher, and a staunch supporter of slavery. Again, just a small little detail. He became a Confederate general in 1861, working between the Confederacy and native tribes. Histories of the KKK have identified him as a post-Civil War leader of the group, though his involvement and role has been contested. The D.C. Council tweeted in 2020 that members had been calling for its removal since 1992. On Juneteenth 2020, protesters pulled the statue down with ropes and set it on fire. I'm completely fine with that, given who this guy was. And the fact that, there's no mention of this, right? It would be one thing if there was, some kind of educational purpose. If there was some kind of educational purpose to say, look, this is who this guy was, and this is what he supported, okay? You want to talk about his philosophy? Yeah, his philosophy was he wanted to keep people enslaved. That was his philosophy. He was a racist, pro-slavery traitor who joined the Confederates. That's his philosophy. And this is also a testament to this country's ability and just willingness to just kind of whitewash and paint over that, right? Because if you had no context over who this guy was, and all you saw was a statue of him saying, that he was an author, a poet, or a scholar, or a soldier, with nothing else, you would think that he was some kind of stand-up guy that was revered. I mean, after all, he was in the nation's capital, right? How we just kind of have this ability, and this just happens to be an example. This just happens to be a perfect example of that. But I can assure you this is a pretty common theme. In response, Trump tweeted, the DC police are not doing their job as they watch a statue be ripped down and burned. These people should immediately be arrested, a disgrace to our country. Yeah, I mean, 1,000%, this guy absolutely knew what was happening, and Donald Trump, it's very clear of what he supports, right? Don't mean to offend people, but didn't the majority of your founding fathers own slaves? Yep. I mean, that's not offensive. It's just the truth. Why would that be offensive? That's not offensive. That's just true. I mean, look at how many of the founding fathers owned slaves. How there was already, even at the formation of the country, the only reason they were able to maintain the Union of Colonies at the time was because they had to make a deal to maintain slavery, because there was delegations from countries from states that had slave economies, that their economy was dependent on slaves. And it was kind of a sticking point. It was kind of a sticking point for them. The Park Service has planned for the statue to be back on Flint's DC's Judiciary Square by October. Yeah, just to be clear, like I agree, Etchbox. Like the founding fathers, they were just they just happen to be. They're just people. They're just people, and they're not gods. And it's kind of weird that a lot of more right-leaning folks kind of revere them as some kind of, gods or something. All right, folks. It's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. Movie Night Extravaganza is on next. Thank you, guys. And thank you for the support. Thank you for the raid earlier. I appreciate that. Nice to see all of you here. Thank you all for your support. As always, folks, if you enjoy the content, do all the things. Like, share, subscribe, spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. If you want to catch my content, check out the YouTube and Twitch. It's all a difficult truth. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Thank you. Thank you to the producer. Thank you to all the content creators as well. As always, folks, again, we'll be back on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay here for Movie Night Extravaganza. Thank you all. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, Tuesday, 7 p.m. here on this space. Bye-bye.
Since Leo died, yes. Oh. Oh. My condolences.
Search the house.
It is Star Wars month on Movie Night Extravaganza. We're going to cover the original trilogy this month. Some say the only real trilogy. A New Hope on August 12th, Empire Strikes Back on August 19th, and Return of the Jedi on the 26th. George Lucas's iconic trilogy has its roots in the Vietnam War. Looking at Empire, the fight against imperial despotism, as well as samurai films, especially Kurosawa, westerns, and the work of Joseph Campbell, such as Hero with a Thousand Faces. But first, tonight, we're going to talk about the 2016 spin-off Rogue One. It takes place between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope.
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, Director.
In fact, the main action of the film is 1 week before the events of A New Hope. In the opening crawl for Star Wars in 1977, it began with rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, rebel spies managed to steal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star, an armored space station with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Rogue One is the story of that battle and how the rebel spies managed to steal the secret plans. Starring Felicity Jones, Diego Luna, Mads Mikkelsen, Donnie Yen, Zhang Wen, Riz Ahmed, Forrest Whitaker, and Alan Tudyk as the K2 droid's motion capture and voice. He's also the Gary robot in Superman. Originally pitched by John Knoll, who was a special effects supervisor on the prequel trilogy, Disney hired Gareth Edwards, who had just finished Godzilla, to direct, and Gary Whitta, a couple years off of the Book of Eli, which we actually talked about with him on a previous episode, to write the screenplay. Gary ended up doing his draft and coming up with the story, working alongside Gareth Edwards, and then leaving for other projects. The screenplay had rewrites done by Chris Weitz, who most famously worked on American Pie and About a Boy with his brother Paul, and then wrote and directed The Golden Compass. And then Tony Gilroy, the writer of the Bourne trilogy, joined to write extra scenes and do some reshoots. Rogue One was filmed by Greg Fraser, who had filmed Zero Dark 30 with Catherine Bigelow. He's since done movies like The Batman, both Dunes, and Vice with Adam McKay. Rogue One's filming style has been compared to Zero Dark 30 quite a bit. It's meant to be a gritty war movie rather than a sci-fi film. Which gives it a distinct feeling different than the original trilogy, even as it inhabits the same universe, the same galaxy far, far away. It's also been compared to a heist film, as a central part of the film is acquiring the Death Star plans.
We've heard word of rumors circulating through the city. Apparently, you've lost a rather talkative cargo pilot. If the Senate gets wind of our project, countless systems will flock to the rebellion.
Controversial part of the film is that they used CGI to bring back Peter Cushing and a young Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher was still alive at that point, and actually was shocked to learn it was CGI, and not just footage they had from shooting the original trilogy. But bringing back Peter Cushing set off ethical debates about the use of CGI and bringing back the dead, which actually seemed quite quaint compared to the AI wars we're experiencing right now. At least you actually have to make the CGI replica of the person's face and then superimpose it on a real person's motion captured body, right? The character of Cassius Andor, played by Diego Luna, would end up being the star of Tony Gilroy's prequel show, Andor. So a TV show prequel to the movie, which is a prequel to The New Hope. Felicity Jones plays Jyn Erso, the daughter of the research scientist Galen Erso, played by Mads Mikkelsen. 15 years before the events of the movie, there's a 19-year gap between when Revenge of the Sith ends and A New Hope begins.
I won't do it, Critic. We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close to providing peace and security for the galaxy. You're confusing peace with terror. Well, we have to start somewhere.
Galen Erso is kidnapped from Lamu by Orson Krennic, played by Ben Mendelsohn. His wife Lyra is killed, but Jyn manages to escape with the rebel extremist Saw Gerrera. The Rebel Alliance, attempting to stop the Emperor and Vader from taking over the galaxy, has fractured and broken, with Saw Gerrera as the most extreme leader of a faction willing to use torture, murder, and anything else, whereas the Rebel Alliance is far squishier and more squeamish. Saw Gerrera is like a space communist, and the rebels are space social democrats and liberals. After 15 years, Jyn is rescued from a labor camp by the Rebel Alliance, knowing she could probably draw out her father. The rebel captain Cassius Andor is under secret orders to kill Galen Erso. Rogue One fills a bunch of plot holes from A New Hope, like why is there a button that just be shot and the Death Star self-destructs?
We call it the Death Star. There's no better name, and the day is coming soon when it will be unleashed. I've placed a weakness deep within the system, a flaw so small and powerful they will never find it.
How did the Rebel Alliance get the Death Star plans in the original? Who got Princess Leia to send her message to Ben Kenobi? Characters from the original trilogy return: Princess Leia, Darth Vader, Peter Cushing's Grand Moff Tarkin, C-3PO, and R2-D2. A major theme in the film is the absence of hope, which makes sense. A New Hope is the rekindling of hope that comes from Leia's message reaching Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is the time before such hope. There are some great speeches about how revolutions live on hope. Definitely hits hard now, as it did in 2016. Rogue One was one of the most expensive films ever made, sitting at number 41 on the top 100 most expensive films. Crazy, the most expensive film ever made is still The Force Awakens, which came out a year before Rogue One. Cost Lucasfilm and Disney $447 million and brought back $936 million at the box office. Rogue One cost $280 million and brought back $1 billion at the box office. It got 2 Academy Award nominations, Best Sound Mixing and Best Visual Effects.
You're asking us to invade an Imperial installation based on nothing but hope.
Rebellions are built on hope.
There is no hope.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Jason Miles, the host of This Is Revolution, a guitarist and singer in Bitter Lake, and a writer for Sublation and Damage magazine. I, of course, am your Imperial host, Forrest Miller. Y'all got any more of them kyber crystals?
Yeah, man.
Y'all got any more? Y'all got any more of them kyber crystals, man?
That was a really good intro. I was worried because I don't know if you know that there's a new thing on YouTube that if you show anyone holding a gun, they'll pull the video down.
That's cool.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Does that go for? Does this go for blasters too?
Yep.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
What was that?
No,
Jason,
don't play.
Jason, welcome back. Yeah, I think Kristina is gonna ask
Yeah,
something
what-
I was to. I think was
what
it
was that?
head of state? Maybe was that it?
Sean had my Barack the Vote shirt.
A
Right?
while ago. It definitely
Yeah.
was a while ago.
It was a long time since
Yeah.
it's been on.
No, it was Bulworth.
Oh, I like that movie.
Wasn't
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Wasn't it Bulworth?
I
We were
don't know,
talking
it was,
about.
was one of the election. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I think. Wait.
We were
I was
talking
here in
about,
Mexico.
Do we still have it? Hold on a second. I'll look for it.
I
think we
was
still-
definitely
we
still have
in
some-
Mexico.
We got some gifts still hanging out from that. Believe it or not.
But I want to say that was a really good introduction for us. I like
Yeah,
it.
I kind
Anyone-
of stole your. I feel like I stole your introduction style.
my
at one point.
introduction.
Like-
Look, I want to say this about Forrest. If you take the time to do that, which I'm sure you have some templates saved that make it slightly easier, but still, You're gonna flub the narrative, and you guys should sign up to be a patron just because this guy is putting in that level of extra work.
It takes. I mean, it takes like 6 hours probably on one day a week to do it. I mean, it's not like, you know, I do the Ken Burns thing on a lot of them though, which makes it easier. Where it just is like if you have a photo and you just zoom on it like Ken Burns.
Zoom out.
Yeah.
No, but you mixed in some like the footage of actual. Just like snag the fucking trailer and put it on top. I've been trying to do some extra stuff with the way we cut clips and add imagery and all kind of animation behind it, and no one gives a shit, but I give a shit about
people. The people that aren't commenting aren't always the ones that chime in. Also, there's plenty of production stuff people never see too. Like people think we just show up and talk, and like sometimes it does feel like that. I get it, because we try to make this like irreverent and, you know, fast moving, but like informative. But it really, it is work. Creative work is work, and it's weird that's not treated as such. However, we don't take this doing Star Wars. We do not take this lightly, because this is like it's like the third rail of movie podcast, right?
and if you think about it,
you're gonna piss somebody off no matter what you say.
Maybe outside of Star Trek, this is like the first like relevant into like nerd culture and fandom, if you really think about
which
it.
we've stayed well away from.
I actually so, you know, this is no knock on you guys. Like, it's Star Wars month. We did a Star Wars month on my channel TIR, and if anyone who's watching this knows who I am, I some of the stuff that I do on the show I make up on the spot because I can do it, right? It's like a baby getting able to eat ice cream every day for dinner, and for me, Star Wars month was the equivalent of that. But and then there was no rhyme or reason to it, but
it's also a different kind of show with a different kind of audience, and I think that actually speaks to your credit when you do things that are more fun or pop culture-y, because then people, it's almost like a breath of fresh air from like the heavy topics or whatnot, right? So people engage differently. At least that's my experience.
Well, I wanted to throw this out at you guys. I don't know if you guys do this. We actually watched the movies. We did these watch parties where we sat and watched them, and I get to step back a little bit, and the patrons get to banter with each other about how they felt about certain films. I didn't know I had huge Star Wars fans in the audience. So the guy that plays the new Superman, I don't know if you guys have been talking about this dude, but he's pretty interesting.
We literally covered the movie like 2 weeks ago. Yeah,
I thought you guys.
And I'm Eve too from the movie.
He's
so.
dressed up as like the one character. Yeah, so
he seems like
never heard of it. Yeah, is what we're saying.
But he's the one that said, someone asked him randomly in an interview. They said, "What's your hot Star Wars take?" And he was like, "Oh, you should watch the movies 4 or 5, 1, 2, 3, and then wait, no, you should watch 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, and then 6. Then ended up with Jedi." He said, "Watch it in that order," and I thought that was interesting. And he said, "Well, the first 2 are the original 2, and they're really good. And go back and watch the prequels as kind of a flashback, if you will, and then wrap it all up with Return of the Jedi." So we did that. We watched Rogue One, Star Wars, Empire, then went back and watched Revenge of the Sith, which was a much better movie than I remember. But Rogue One, for a lot of people, is their favorite Star Wars movie. They'll say next, if they're our age, Conan, they'll say next to Empire is their favorite movie.
I mean, I think I just said that on Letterboxd like an hour ago, because it's true. I mean, I firmly believe that it is the best one made since the original trilogy, and one of the reasons why is because it broke conventions of what Star Wars movies are, as opposed to that recent trilogy, which really, especially the last one, is, I know,
we don't need
it's just fan service. Like, hey, what are the worst people on the internet want? Cool, we'll give you that. That's that last movie. But
and
even that first
Star
one,
Wars content is now these days.
Well, how do Kristina?
But hold on, I don't agree with. Hold on. First of all, I'm still talking. Secondly, I don't agree with that statement at all, Kristina. Like, I don't. Andor is the next correlation beyond Rogue One. This is what got us Mandalorian. This is what got us the more interesting, different kinds of Star Wars tales to begin with. Because Jason and I are uber nerds who watch Rebels and who watch the Clone Wars cartoons, which rock, by the way. There's a lot of them. But like, come on, man, average person's not watching that stuff. And those are really good, but
I watched the Clone Wars cartoons when I was like a kid. I remember my brother and I got really into
It's sad that I'm gonna have to ban Matt Gilbert for saying this, but we don't allow hate speech on this show. I'm sorry, we just don't allow it.
I remember I went to the video store. I got all the well, at the time I think there's been way more since there, but they had the Clone Wars DVDs, like the seasons of it. I remember popping them in one by one and watching that. But it's been since I was like a But
so, Kristina, I think you were trying to interject a point though, weren't you? What was the point you were trying to say?
It seems like, I mean, oh god, what was the last show that got canceled after like one season? Like a lot of people did not.
Oh, the one with the guy from The Good Place, who was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, like a lot of Star Wars.
The Disciple, right? That's what they called it.
That was a Star Wars show.
Yeah. No, it was good, but everybody hated it and they canceled it. And
Was
then
that the one-
Ahsoka
was
didn't
that the
do
one-
so well either. But
Kristina, was that the one that had Abigail Thorne in it or whatever from YouTube?
Yeah. Yeah, I think for like, yeah.
Damn it.
But it seems like a lot of people hate the Star Wars fans who just want that nostalgia. Like they want, they want Luke Skywalker to keep appearing with the CGI young dude with the face. Like a lot of Star Wars fans want that, and then there's the other half. We're like, no, we need something.
The Acolyte.
New,
It's called the
something
Acolyte, by the way. That's what.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
something new and something different. We can't be stuck in the nostalgia in the past. There's
So
other things to explore.
So you interjected into my point to make the exact same point I was making, which is the fact that those last three movies, especially that last one, because that was a response to Last Jedi for people. Oh, it's too woke and whatever, this and that.
I love Last Jedi.
I like Last Jedi. I have a lot of people dying on hills already. We're only 17 minutes in. Jesus Christ! Can we wait till we see the Empire? Thank you very much. First of all, I don't need the casino world ever in my life, and I'm like 70% of what they did with Luke I just don't care for. I mean, Space Ocean 11 is great, but like let's save that for Disney Plus or something. But I do like that movie, like that's fine. Like I like some of the things that were done with it, but I hated the reaction to it, and that's basically we specifically didn't put on the doc because we don't want to talk about them, and ironically we're talking more about them than the movie we're covering right now. But somehow Palpatine returned. Dude, Oscar Isaac should have won the Oscar for delivering such a heavy piece of exposition, for basically explaining the most cynical take of in cinema history. To bring back the worst elements of a franchise for all the worst people.
Yeah, but to circle back, this is why Rogue One is still considered, almost 10 years later, it represents the heart of the original trilogy. And that's why I think a lot of people really love it and still do, and they will always say it's probably one of the even top 5 Star Wars movies if you think about it. Like best.
Yeah, well, they make fun of it. They make fun of this in like not make fun of this, but like they literally have it like in the middle of Clerks, right? Like there's all these kind of plot holes, I guess, for lack of a better word, or like kind of choices, I guess, that George Lucas made in the original trilogy that like are, people have kind of created their own lore around them, but they're not explained. I mean, like a perfect example of it is just that you could shoot into a shaft and then the Death Star fucking blows up. And it's like,
you think of these because right, and we think of these characters as these iconic characters now. But when it came out, it was just a movie. It was just some space movie. I don't know.
You're talking about the original Star Wars?
The original Star Wars, New Hope, which we're covering next week. So coming back to, we don't know any of these characters, and or season 1 and season 2 was nowhere near to being a thing. It was like who are these people? Like, what's their deal? And bringing back that element is huge. And it also goes back to like Seven Samurai and Magnificent Seven and this whole like overwhelming odds that they will not win. There's no way for them to win, but still they try because it's a communitarian effort for the common good. And that's something that's so huge, all from a tossed away line in A New Hope at the very beginning, right?
Many Boston's eyes, yeah.
That's good writing.
Did you feel this way? I was just watching it actually right before. It literally had 8 more minutes to go before I logged on.
Oh man, and you actually I think the ending of it is like so great. Like that's
the ending of it. You don't want to watch it because you don't want to cry before you get on.
That's true.
I don't have a
Kristina to help me with making. So great to be here tonight.
Right?
I was almost wrecked rewatching it earlier. I was like, oh god, I forgot because I saw it in the theater.
But as I was watching it, this one thought went through my head. I was like, I feel like George Lucas watched this in his, probably massive home theater, tearing up like, yeah, this is what
I have a little tidbit about that actually. George Lucas personally wrote to the director, like, this is probably one of the best Star Wars movies ever. Like he loved it so much.
It encapsulates the spirit of of Star Wars, New Hope, whatever you want to call it, without the magic, and really gets into why Andor works so well for people, which is this story of regular people having to band together for a common cause.
And for a cause that they personally are going to die at the end for. And
you're going to die.
And they know that.
You may not survive to see the mission complete and the fruits of your labor.
In fact, it's unlikely that you will. Like, it's highly unlikely that you will. And that's, and again, I know everyone loves to eat praise in Andor, and they should. It's great, because that's the type of Star Wars stories that we can now get because of Rogue One. You would not have Andor, you would not have The Mandalorian, you would not have any of these different kinds of Star Wars stories that are actually good and telling different kinds of stories without Rogue One. It just would not happen. Also, it was mentioned in the opening, but a friend of the show, Gary Whitta, who was on for his movie Book of Eli, is one of the writers of Rogue One, one of the main writers, actually. And a lot of that's him. And a lot of that is just bringing in different kinds of people. And instead of just bringing in the same old, it's like bringing in like consultants to like win elections for the Democratic Party that like don't know how to win elections. Like, you know, like, okay, these guys that are constitutionally incapable of being wrong about it. Oh, we made no mistakes. We tried too hard. We cared too much at our jobs. That was the problem. No, man, you wrote a mediocre movie that's just like trying to like get into like Gen X and Boomer nostalgia. That's all you're trying to do. And,
really
and looking back
at
Force Awakens, that's what that is. And I'm sorry, there are things I like about it, but believe me, like Rise of Skywalker outdid it big time. But it's unfortunate because we deserve better.
I don't remember those movies because they don't really sit in the same place with me. And
they shouldn't. And I keep bringing them up but only as a contrast. We shouldn't talk about them.
We don't. You know, I think there's one thing to bring up with Rogue One is really the prequels. And as an older person that saw them as an adult man, I definitely did feel let down. And it wasn't until probably not too long ago, I was hanging out with my daughter and her boyfriend, they're about 26, and we were talking Star Wars because my kid knows that I love Star Wars. But sadly, that little girl that never watched Harry Potter, but she's seen all the Star Wars movies.
Maybe that's not so sad at this point. I don't know.
She made me feel really bad about it the other day. But I asked her boyfriend, I said, well, what's your favorite Star Wars movie? And he looked at me and he goes, the one with the kid in it. I was like, Phantom Menace? He goes, yeah, the one that the kid won in it. He goes, we never saw kids win. And that kid was winning, and I thought that was cool. And it really put into perspective that that movie really wasn't for me. And I do meet a lot of younger people that appreciate that movie. And Forrest and Kristina, as younger people that grew up probably going to the theater, maybe. I don't know when you guys were born last year.
I had all the Burger King, McDonald's toys, and all that stuff.
Yeah, how did you guys like the prequel movies?
Oh,
why were we
when I got them
about these fucking movies? I didn't want to talk about these movies.
I said the prequels.
I don't want to talk about these ones either.
Rogue One is the best of the typically when it comes to like a prequel or something. But I mean, I did not like them, but really understanding how bad the writing was and like how a lot of the fans treated certain actors and how their careers went. I felt like I'm kind of relieved that Hayden Christensen did get a second chance. People do love him. They've like, the chemistry between him and
but it doesn't mean it's a good movie. No, it's a terrible movie. No. It's hot dog water. They're horrible. I saw that in the theater and it was one of the biggest letdowns generationally because there's still a monoculture at the time. And there was such a buildup to these movies. Oh my God, there's a new Star Wars movie. Oh my God, Lucas is, it's crazy. It's going to be the best thing ever. And it was charitably not that.
All right.
I mean, I rated it half a star. But the things that I've noticed, so hold on, you're going to let me finish because it took 10 years for me to hear anybody express a positive opinion about this movie. Yet, generationally, I'm with what Jason has noticed that like a lot of younger people are like, oh yeah, I really like those movies. They're pretty good. So take of that what you will. Like I don't know. I don't understand it. They are definitionally the movies that tell you what you should be feeling rather than show you.
So Revenge of the Sith. Rewatching
Revenge of the Sith is the best of the worst of them.
I was shocked. I was shocked at how well because we had watched all these like Rogue One and stuff. When you watch Revenge of the Sith,
made you watch it.
Say again.
The way that the Superman actor, Dave.
The way he kind of suggested it, and then throwing Rogue One in that mix because he didn't say Rogue One, surprisingly, but throw Rogue One in that mix, and Revenge of the Sith hits a little different. Because Rogue One ends so perfectly. Like I've never seen a movie end so perfect where you have to watch Star Wars after. Like you have to try to prevent yourself.
Matt Gilbert blaming the idiots, his words, not mine, at Red Letter Media for ruining the prequels discourse. First of all, one of those idiots is the old co-host of my show in PROTONIC Reversal. So, but also they're not wrong. They're 100% right. Those movies are trash. And by the way, I'm still hating you.
So my right before I was reminded of this, and then we could switch to talking about anything about this after I said.
Yeah, I would love to talk about Rogue One. That'd be great.
I was reminded that right before COVID, like 3 weeks before COVID, I rewatched the prequels, and I blanked this out of my mind. But I was with my friends, and we were like sipping, and we were like watching the prequels, like rewatching them, and then I went home. I like kind of staggered home, and it was like literally a week before COVID. And the next day, I like texted my friend, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna give up drinking for the next foreseeable amount of time since we're all going through the pandemic." And she thought that it was the prequels that had made me decide to go
influenced your sobriety.
Yeah.
I have a question, especially for like Jason and Conan. How long do you think Rogue One was probably considered like a thought to make like a prequel to one of the original Star Wars films?
I mean, it predated the Force Awakens. It predated Force Awakens, and it actually goes back a ways. God, it would be really great if we could have had Gary on to actually talk about this. But
Have you heard the interview with Mark Hamill after or right before Jedi, when they were doing the press junket for Jedi, and they were like, "Are you done with these movies?" And he goes, "No, they have a plan for 2 more."
Yeah.
And one would be for a movie after, and one would be for a story to tell how Anakin became Darth Vader. Have you seen that interview?
No, I have not. But
it was 2003, by the way. That was when it was first pitched as an idea. So it was all the way back. It was at the end of making.
That's what I was leading up to. Yep.
Now, I don't know about a quote unquote Rogue One movie, but maybe you guys know this, maybe you don't. After Jedi, Kenner was writing scripts and giving them to Lucas because they were like, you can't stop this money train, which are these toys. And they even made toys for another movie. And he had been done with it at that point. And he walked away. But, trying to keep the gravy train going with Star Wars, if you will. A lot of people had been involved that weren't named George Lucas after that.
They're at the beginning. One of the first things you see in the beginning of Rogue One is Jin has like a Star Wars toy. Like there's a Star Wars toy inside of the Rogue One universe, and I thought that was like an interesting thing, knowing how much marketing goes into that stuff. They kind of were like, you know what? Even in the Star Wars universe, they're like,
well, and there's a whole discussion, it's effectively lampooned by Mel Brooks and Spaceballs of all the Star Wars merchandise and whatnot. I'm sure we'll get into that when we talk about those movies over the next 3 weeks, which is not this movie, but I think that is kind of like a fun homage to that. It's also important to note that while 2003 was like the original idea was proposed, it took till 2014 and 2015 where they were like, we're going to make a Star Wars war movie, like a classic war movie. That's basically how this came down to, and then everything else sort of reverse engineered from that. And then, again, it was written by many people, but I happen to know one of the writers, and there's some things I can say and some things that I can't say with that, but it was meant to be a little bit different. It was meant to hit different. It was going to feature people that were who you would see running around in the background in the rest of the movies. Basically.
That's a genius concept if you think about it, man.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it was
and what a year to come
revolutionary
out.
at the time. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, right.
2016. Hello. Like I was like, this is too on the nose.
I didn't want to see it. I wasn't stoked at all about Rogue One. I was like, this is stupid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was kind of burnt out on the trilogy.
You got like the X fighter type pilot guys that are in both Empire and Return of the Jedi. They're like there's a bunch of characters in this. So like they even use the voice of one of the original guys when they're all kind of in that line, and they all start firing at the
which is such kindergartner level fun compared to what like AI and all this just deep faking actors and like, oh god.
I mean, there's a few things like Rogue One, you know, as many
Just
people
get a Winter Soldier. That guy was yeah.
Sebastian Stan.
Sebastian Stan. He looks just like Mark Hamill. Anyway, get him.
Like, how did you feel though, Conan, when you watched the movie? Did it
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern of Star Wars, and I'm here for it. Yes, absolutely.
Did you know beforehand what the movie was going to be about, or did you walk into it blind?
Well, I knew about it because I know the writer. Like I knew. Okay. Well, I didn't know like everything about it. I knew what I knew is it was a very different kind of movie. It was a Star Wars. That it was just that it was a war movie, and that it largely featured characters that you would normally just see in the background, or like only like see like in like a scene or something. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. I'm actually interested in seeing that because. At the time, because it came out, if I remember correctly, it came out after Force Awakens, which I was like, something seems kind of cynical about this. Like I like it, but I don't know. Like it's like there's a guy with a lightsaber and he's got a mask and Empire is back somehow, and okay. Like it was just kind of seemed like hacky and just like checking the boxes, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, Conan, because I was like, because I saw it with my ex, and I was like, I don't really, what is this about again? Like, it's just gonna be like another like one that's like mid. But then, when my ex and I were watching, we were looking at each other like, oh my god, this is like a legit Star Wars movie that's actually fantastic. Like, why is this not a normal thing?
And it hits differently. That's what's so. And I keep bringing that point up because it's so important understanding this movie and why this movie is important in the. And I guess we just call it the Disney era now of Star Wars, that it's telling those different kinds of stories instead of just being like, oh yeah, this is the thing, right? It only is like Jedis, like, doing this and like this stuff.
But in the spirit of what Lucas wants with Star Wars, though, it's telling a different story, but it really keeps the spirit of hope. If you go back and watch, which absolutely everyone's going to go back and watch Star Wars, right? You watch that movie and it's about hope and a rebellion, but then there's all these questions that aren't answered. It just kind of, there's a whole world. There's not a lot of backstory because it is a wild ride, right? And when you watch Rogue One, it does something similar. You don't know what's going on. You don't know who these people are. Why are there black stormtroopers? For most people, they don't. If you didn't watch the cartoons, you don't know about the dark troopers. So for the average Star Wars fan, you're like, okay, why are there these dope ninja star troopers?
What's their
why
deal?
does this guy look like a pimp in white? Who is this fam? Like, I'm in. And that's exactly what Star Wars does for you, because there is a scene in the original Star Wars that is that opens it, that gives you a little better picture of who Luke is in the rebellion. And that's eliminated for pacing purposes. You can go back and watch it. I think it's on YouTube. But this movie, to me, I wouldn't be surprised if that writer knows about that scene, and he's able to kind of add a certain amount of exposition, but yet keep it moving so fast that before you know it, 2 hours has passed, and if you're not a sobbing mess, you're definitely breathing hard from start to finish, because you're also kind of watching the transformation of this character that doesn't necessarily want to be part of the rebellion and is forced into a rebellion. And you get that in spades with Andor. You get the whole story arc, and you can play it a lot slower. But
because it's a long form storytelling piece. Yeah, of course.
But to do this in a movie so well that you really feel that transformation when she's having that meeting with the leaders about hope and kind of the importance of it, because I think we also live in this political realm where hope is a bit of a bad word, because there's an over commodification of opinions in a way that there might not have been before. So anytime there is hope, there's somebody there that's going to crush it. Even
not the least of which is Barack Obama. That was his, and like how did that turn out, right? And that's sort of like ruined that phrase and made people be very cynical, which again, I fully think the first and third of the recent movies are very cynical. Last Jedi is many things. Cynical it is not. But but the rest of them are, to the point that's like, oh, like let's have this be like regressive in its way. And that's just this is so hard on sleeve about it. I mean, you have Jyn Erso, right? By the way, Felicity, I'd never seen her in like anything other than this until she was in The Brutalist. Like I was like,
Yeah, I was like,
I think she also played Ruth Bader
I was like,
Ginsburg in some movie.
I mean,
in The
I
Brutalist-
know she has a career. I'm just saying, I personally never saw it. Go ahead.
I in The Brutalist, I was like, where do I know her from? And then I didn't realize it until watching it. Oh yeah, like Rogue One. But she's so good at like disappearing into these roles.
Yeah, she's
like,
good at
and she changes her voice and everything. But I was gonna say, the original Star Wars, right? Like A New Hope throws you right into the middle of like not Luke's story. Like I mean, he's just kind of doing his thing, but like the rebellion as a concept, right? Like it just kind of throws you into the middle of it. And like going back and reading, I mean, I put it into the intro, but like going back and reading like a big battle has just taken place, and this is like the next thing after it. Like literally just the title crawl kind of throws you into the middle of this rebellion that's happening. And like if you read it, I mean, kids today maybe they don't read it, but maybe they're just like, whatever.
We won't even read the title crawl. They're too busy scrolling. Only scrolling I want to see is on my phone.
But it tells you the story of it tells you the story of a battle that has just taken place that's huge, and then the Death Star plans, like getting put into the rebellion's hands, and then they're like, and then that's the story of A New Hope. So it's like it's kind of brilliant to take that title crawl and like turn that and be like, all right, so what happened here? Like let's try to turn that into a 2-hour script.
And also taking which over the years, because as was pointed out earlier, like in the least of which in movies like Clerks, that these things were poured over like religious texts by like nerds.
The sacred texts.
We had 20 to 30 years to sit there and
sit there and analyze them.
Yeah.
And be like, well, why would they design this thing and have this like real easy thing to just you shoot this and the whole thing blows up? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and it makes the same thing twice. And so, but to have that be like, no, this is how they find out about that, and it's put there purposefully by this character that's like a sort of not fully willing collaborator that is like this gray character that very interesting. And that gets down to like one of the other ideas that Gary had for a show for in the Star Wars universe was basically like post World War II rebel agents hunting around like Empire collaborators like Nazis. I'm like,
well, that's what you get with the Inquisitors.
That sounds rad. Yeah, exactly.
And the animated series.
He wrote a bunch of those episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you wrote a bunch of episodes of the animated series.
Look, the Inquisitors, I always, and I don't want to go too deep into this, I thought the Inquisitors were one of the dopest parts of the animated series because it's so frightening. And I think what you lose with Star Wars and then even the subsequent films is why is the Empire the big bad? And as Rogue One opens, you understand that this is kind of a difference of opinion, right? Yeah. Krennic is like, well, no, this is peace and justice. Look how peaceful the galaxy is now, because we can kill dissidents within
literally a super chat. DEI was why the Death Star sucks.
And on that, I want to be mindful of time, and it's I knew these were going to be hard episodes because there's so much to talk about. And there's so much for the spin-off media. Like we could have like a year of shows talking about this. But the Saw Gerrera of it all, I am currently watching it's Oliver Assayas, and it's in the Criterion Collection. It's technically a miniseries or a long form movie, depending on which cut you watch. Of Carlos is what's called about Carlos the Jackal. Which for those that are not familiar, and I assume this is probably going to be more of Jason's crowd than ours. This is a guy that in the 70s, especially, he conducted a series of assassinations and terrorist bombings from like 73 to 85. Most notably, he did a raid on OPEC in 1975 where 3 people were killed, and he was aligned with the Palestinian
PLO.
It was pre-PLO, it was Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, but it was in 1970. And anyway, interesting character who just had these absolutely brutal methods that there are terrorism. It is flat out terrorism, but it's like he's a bastard for peace in a way. Although, within the confines of the actual person and the story isn't necessarily that's what he's interested in, but that's the idea behind it. And to see that kind of character, and to be fair, if I remember right, Jason, I think he appears in Clone Wars first, the character. right? Or is it afterwards? They're like in
He's
quick
in Clone
succession.
Wars or Rebels, but I thought he was in Clone Wars because he
They
is
have
kind
Forrest
of
Whitaker show up and do the voice, and they had the character, and it's like another. You get like kind of some backstory. But I can't remember which happened first, but wow, because you think of rebels, you think of rebellions, you think of like insurrections versus the big bad, right? And it's always like, well, yeah, these are just like the shoot 'em up good guys. Yeah, they're doing good stuff. It's like, no, well, where's your your bastard for peace? Well, that sucks.
Discipline is something most people don't understand when you look at real movements. And because we don't really have a real organized left, a lot of people don't understand discipline. Like, I don't know if people know this. During the March on Washington, there was only certain signs you could have. If you had signs that strayed from the message, there were people that walked around and fucking took them from you.
Yeah.
They had to be on message because that was not a protest. It was a demonstration. The protest was Selma. They didn't ask for permits.
Right. It's a different thing
Yeah.
entirely.
Yeah.
And like a real life person like Carlos the Jackal, because again, these were different times in the 70s. Literally, they would take a rocket launcher out onto the airplane tarmac and like shoot a rocket at a plane because they were supporting Zionist causes and things like along those lines. Which, by the way, like some of this stuff is like, wow, I guess it was just really easy to do a terrorism back then. They just didn't.
Yeah. Well, there was
1970s were a crazy time for terrorism.
Yeah, it's like we can't even do terrorism anymore. Anyway,
they would hop onto a plane and they would hijack the plane. They'd land the plane somewhere and they would let a lot of the people get off a lot of the time, and then they would take the plane and that was one of their one of the big techniques, because it's like that's a huge piece of machinery. Like,
but I'm specifically mentioning the Carlos the Jackal thing because he was, by the way, committed Marxist-Leninist, I might add, because there's a lot of corollaries with that and the Saw Gerrera character, which is just like these hit and run. They're designed to they show that you basically make it seem as more terrifying than it actually is for the amount of people that are involved, things along those lines. And to have that kind of thing depicted in Star Wars, which is a rebellion at this point, is like, oh, that's awesome. And he's too extreme for Mon Mothma. He's too extreme for that one general who's like pretty extreme. He's
But
like,
Mon Mothma is such a great character in the canon now, because now with Andor, you can look at Mon Mothma.
She got moves. I saw
and
that
be like,
already seen in Andor.
For a lot of people, this is your AOC, right? We can vote for, Palpatine, or you maybe go the Mon Mothma route.
Yeah.
And even she has to deal with the rogue factions of the movement, because they're still trying to use in Star Wars, right? That's how it starts. They're talking about the Senate, and they're trying to use parliamentary procedures that won't. The Emperor. What does Princess Leia say? Something about the Senate won't let you guys do blah 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 blah. But if you watch the end of Revenge of the Sith, and I think this is a big scene, it's when Palpatine gets unlimited power and he's never going to lose his seat, and he dismantles the Senate. When he's killing Sam Jackson's character, he says unlimited power. When I watched that as a younger man, I thought it was he got unlimited Sith power from killing a black guy or something.
No, he's talking about.
But no, he's talking about his political power now. He can't be unseated, and that's some powerful shit to think about in the grand scheme of things. And these movies, to me, again, sit pretty comfortably with where we are, even though the guy that wrote Rogue One had no idea that Donald Trump was going to be president.
Right. He also says literally,
super chat, but was Carlos an authentic punk? You're forced. You're not even like doing the thing you see in the intro, which is remember there's it's human rights law. You have to read these off.
Authentic punk. Sure, I think he would scare those people. Yeah, and I think
there's literally the most famous line with Palpatine where he's like, "I am the Senate."
Yeah,
like
that to me that makes that movie different, because I'm watching
it's different,
on an intellectual level, and I'm not watching it like 8-year-old Jason who's looking for action figures to play with, when the movie's
that's how I was watching it. That's why when you're like, oh, did you think those were great movies when you were little? I was like, yes, but I really like going to the toy store.
We'll talk about this in Empire, especially.
Well, Rogue One had some,
but in all the movies coming up, I wanted both a speeder bike and a tauntaun. God pounding bad, man. I wanted to ride that.
I still have my.
What's up? What's up, third
still-
grade?
I still have my Yoda. I still have my Yoda somewhere. I got it right before my
Have a
mom got it
baby
from right
Yoda?
before I went into.
Grogu.
No, I mean, like
I know.
I got.
You mean
Yoda,
he
but it's
actually
like-
has Yoda?
Oh,
He's actually hanging.
Yeah, I have him in
He's
my
crashing on his
basement.
couch.
Yoda you have.
I just
Yoda
hit
you
him like
have.
this.
I wanted
No,
to
but
get
I have
this
I have a
play
Yoda
set.
that's like this.
It's
And I
picked
got it
up
right
my
before
Wi-Fi
surgery.
once. New place to crash.
I watch these movies and I have a small child.
Hostile. This is not.
I have a small kid that's like 6 and who's kind of sort of into toys, but not necessarily like I am. And there's these, I like to go into stores with him, toy stores.
Yeah.
because
Airbnb,
I like
this
to
is
look at
not.
toys. And I'm so blown away by the toys that little kids get now. And
Dude, it's not fair. It's not
I
fair.
know.
I go to any toy place. Like I remember my brother was really into
Bullshit.
Mario and Luigi, and he was really like he wanted and we couldn't
Free
find them anywhere. We had to go to a Japanese store that had like the Japanese
Oh, yeah, they
toys
got
at
it
the
on
time.
lock. Yeah.
But like now they just have them at Target and Walmart, and it's like if we were
special
kids at
Target
this time-
editions.
Can I just tell you the holy grail for toys when Jason and I, because we're the basically the same age. When Jason and I were kids, was the Boba Fett with the detachable missile. Oh, there's one with a detachable missile, which it turns out doesn't even exist, but it may as well have because we all were like,
Apparently, there's a handful, and I think there was a test model. And if anyone has it, I would assume Dan Larson has it because he's got like 1,000 Boba Fett.
But it's like the dumbest thing in the world because check it out, right? You're sitting here playing with like your younger brother or whatever, and what's the first thing that kid's gonna do? He's gonna eat it. He's gonna swallow this goddamn missile. He's gonna choke on it. Next
That was
thing
the
you
thing.
know,
That's why they stopped it.
exactly, of course.
I've
had this. I've just real quick, Kristina. Saw Gerrera equals Che Guevara, right? If the name, if not the character. Yes, absolutely. It was an inspiration for the name. There you go. Just wanted to get that out.
So
I've had that for
I
like
used to
20
clean
minutes,
a
sorry.
house that made that was just covered in once a year we would clean this house. Legos everywhere, and they had all the Star Wars stuff, and I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna dust this shit? Like, my God, I'm gonna break all these Lego things. I mean, it's everywhere.
Just put them into the garbage compactor.
Somebody
There you
saying
go.
Hasbro Luke in black with green lightsaber was the best toy. I think the best toy was for me, it was I never got a Millennium Falcon until I got married, and I was whining about it to my then wife. And for one Christmas, we actually had a little money. She bought me a Millennium Falcon. But the X-Wing fighter, I thought was the coolest thing in the world. And to see X-Wings in Rogue One look slightly different, like different enough, that took me back, which makes the movie even better because not only is it an amazing story, the pacing is perfect, acting is on point, but it gives you a little nostalgia, just enough to shut you up. It opens with the Imperial cargo ship, but a different looking one, right? Because it's supposed to be 5 years in the past, and we don't even see that ship until Jedi. But to see I guess it would be the early model of it.
Yeah,
that Krennic comes down in. It's pretty.
And there's
all
little
that
things like that. Like
Yeah.
you said, like the crazy looking, I forget what they call them, but the ones in the stormtroopers in the black, where it's like, oh yeah, those guys, those
Dark
guys are
Troopers,
badass.
yeah,
The Dark
yeah,
Troopers, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't that hard of a
Who
name. I feel
moved
bad for
different?
not remembering it. But
The Dark Troopers move different, right?
Oh,
If you
you're
watch
racist,
Star
that's
Wars
why.
movies, if you guys watch Star Wars movies, stormtroopers get shot all the time. They run up and just get shot. The Dark Troopers move like fucking SEAL Team 6, right?
Yeah, they're not the ones that are like, just shooting, and they don't hit anything, far from it. And that's been lampooned many times over. But I think that it's also okay. So yeah, go, Kristina. We don't have days for much longer, so I'd like to get into a couple of meat.
So you know what movie I watched on top of this when I was doing research for Rogue One? Oppenheimer.
Interesting.
Okay.
Because look, Mads Mikkelsen,
Weapon of mass
who do you think-
destruction. Yeah, you're right.
Who do you think he relates to in this in Rogue One?
Yeah.
I
Because he was actually based off of Oppenheimer.
Oh no shit.
So I was thinking watching Rogue One. Jason, you mentioned the Imperial fighter. They also had the AT-AT Walker thing from Hoth. They have that, but it's like in the tropical climate.
Yeah, it's
right?
a tropical version. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, dude, those walkers were terrifying when you see them in Empire, and I know you guys are going to talk about it. But that's what I'm saying. They give you enough nostalgia that you don't opine for the Jedi.
Right.
And the Jedi for me is, you know, it's who didn't want to be a Jedi? Even if you wanted to be a Sith, you wanted to move something with your hand, you wanted to choke out, you know. But no, Mom, I'm not gonna fucking.
Which you just get enough of that with Darth Vader. With Darth Vader, literally choking Ben Mendelsohn's like for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's Darth Vader, and I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, it's.
And we see Darth Vader's. They're also playing. And I was thinking about this too right before I came in here. Mustafar is in the books.
Yeah.
And then you're later going to get where Darth Vader gets created, if you will, in the prequel in Revenge of the Sith. And they decide that's going to be one of the things that they keep as canon in that buyout of Lucas.
It doesn't end up in Legends like a lot of the stuff did. That's not basically the original Zahn trilogy. Yeah.
But to keep Mustafar really, to me, adds an ominous feel of Vader. Because one thing that's important about Rogue One, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, is that Darth Vader has to stay a mysterious evil, because we've spent almost 50 years. The first movie came out when I was born. I'll be 48 this year. So 48 years of Darth Vader being a punchline and jokes and the voice to your navigation system and all and Family Guy bits.
So we absolutely need to talk about the scene in here, but there's not going to be another opportunity to do it, and I'm not going to be able to mention. But it was, again, like 2 or 3 topics ago. We got to talk about Donnie Yen. We got to talk about the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force. So there is someone who's Force sensitive here, but like he's not a Jedi.
Yeah,
and it's that's so important, because it's like, no, you're dealing with. The Force exists, like it's something, may the Force be with you is like almost like, it's like an aphorism that they say to each other. So, peace be with you.
People do this, right, Conan?
Right. But it's important to note that, like, you have this character that's like, oh no, this guy is sensitive to the Force, but he's not a Jedi. And he doesn't have like Jedi powers. In fact, he's blind. And also, it's goddamn Donnie Yen, who's amazing. If you've ever seen an action movie, you know how amazing Donnie Yen is.
They all laugh at him in the same way that Harrison Ford laughs at kind of Luke and Obi-Wan when he first meets them, being like every single every single person that meets Donnie Yen in this movie, right? Like they're like, sure, you've got you're Force sensitive, like, and I'm allergic to gluten, like,
right, exactly. And
what's the first line Harrison Ford has about that? I've seen a lot of crazy things in this galaxy, son, but I ain't never seen no magical Force, right? Because no one's seen it, and here you have a man that's a true believer, and part of movements and this is, I think, a really important part that we should remember. I may not have a faith in a higher power, but I don't begrudge anyone that has a faith in a higher power, because as someone that's worked a real job with homeless people, the only people that generally come, not the only, but the people that you can count on every time that come out to help, that are there on the front lines, especially for like the carceral battles, are priests and religious people.
Right.
There's something to be said about people of faith. Again, I don't begrudge them, and they're part of the fight as well. And I think that was an important thing to put into the movie.
Something else is important. Is it was it Shira, right? That's the Donnie Yen character's name. Which Donnie Yen, by the way, he's in one of the John Wicks, Blade 2, Hero. I mean, Donnie Yen is a legend. He's like a legend of martial arts.
Vampire killers.
He is no joke. But you also, in this movie, like, again, this is the first time, and a lot of people got upset about these things, right? It's not just a bunch of white people, right? And that is huge for representation. I worked with a guy in my day job at the time that his favorite character was the Donnie Yen character, because it's like he was an Asian kid. He saw himself in this badass monk character that could totally kick ass, but just seemed cool as hell. And that's huge. And again, that's what all the people that were kowtowed to for that horrific movie that we shall not speak of, that was in that recent trilogy. But I know, Jason, we got to let you go fairly soon, and I hate that because there's so much to talk about this. you brought up an important point that I'm attempting to get back to now, which is the fact that Darth Vader is one of the most iconic villains in all of moviedom, in my opinion.
In modern,
If not the iconic.
And the prequels ruined that, in my opinion. And you did a lot of it with that one scene. I mean, if it was my choice, these prequels would start with Darth Vader just smoking fools, right? But in Rogue One, as a tag to the main story, you see, in my opinion, one of the greatest action sequences in any Star Wars, which is so shot masterfully, where you just see, all like the rebel guys are like in the hallway, and then you just see the lightsaber light up, and they're like, oh.
Darth Vader has to be the ultimate evil. And I know we're going to talk about this with Star Wars, and I'll set you guys up for this. And I think we've actually talked this conversation before. For some reason, I feel this way.
But to see him be scary again, man, and to be like,
in the movie, but he's not the man pulling the strings. That's Tarkin.
Sure,
it's important to know that, because
if you're in that hallway and you see, and you're just like, oh my god,
because you know what you know if you're in that hallway, you know what you know, Conan. This is the guy that killed the younglings.
Yeah,
this is the dude that killed everybody.
Right? Yeah,
everybody knows who he really is.
And by the way, that scene's all Gary, by the way, and like, good on him for basically reminding us. Oh yeah, Darth Vader is, this is one of the greatest big bads that's been, and he does get a redemption arc, but that ain't happening yet. That's a couple movies away, son.
Well, he's still having this power struggle though between his the people that are supposed to be under him in the Empire, and like at the beginning of Star Wars, and that's like the famous Force choke.
Him and Tarkin are always at odds too. Yeah, I mean, and that's a thing, and that's important. But perspective of like, you're a grunt. You are just trying to get this message away to your leader, so for the greater good. It all comes back to the greater good in this movie, and I think that that's so key. That like, you want to think about, bravery. Like, these guys are like we're cooked. Like, it's over. Like, just like get the ship out of here. Let's go. And the second you see that lightsaber go, you just know that, they're like, oh, it's over.
I got to bounce. Thank you guys for having me. Forrest, you're doing a great job. Conan, Kristina, thank you guys so much. I think I'll see you next week.
Yeah. We'll see you for Hope Returns with A New Hope next week.
Yeah. Barack Obama returns to the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. Did I wear my Barack the Vote shirt for that occasion or not?
All right, take care, Jason. It is. Again, I love this movie.
The Death Star.
But that's nice. You are in the Death Star. I like that. That's lovely. I absolutely adore just how hard that scene goes, and it's not even that long. It's not even that long of a scene, but it's so effective, and it single-handedly makes up for all of the. Again, you almost we're addicted to having too much backstory for the villains, I think, these days. You know what I mean? And I think that's a problem I had with even like the least bad of those prequels, in my opinion. It's like, it's too much, man. It's too much. Yeah. Like, again, that third prequel should just start off with Darth Vader smoking people, just killing people.
They give Darth Vader like the same backstory as like a school shooter too. Like,
right, exactly. Yeah.
He was a lonely kid. He's on Tatooine. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
I mean, we're purposely not talking about the prequels, even though we are, but we're not talking about them as subjects for the show, because I just don't feel like it could be a fair discussion, and also I just really don't like them. Like any of them, and I'd rather talk about things I do like. And I think that the people versus the powerful is a big message in this, and I think it's one of the reasons why it works so well, and why you see these people that like it's a disparate. Again, I'm going to go back to Seventh Samurai, right? It's a bunch of people that like are disparate backgrounds. There's some people like fit better than others. I forgot Riz Ahmed was in this. I like that guy, and I was like, oh yeah, he's like the guy who was like the Imperial pilot that gets them the message. I totally forgot he was in this film, and I've seen it like a few times. Like, oh yeah,
he was in really the. I feel like he was in every film in like 2015 and 2016. He fell off since then, but I feel like there's like he was omnipresent.
Green Knight.
He was like the
Sound of Metal. Yeah.
He was the Pedro Pascal of that moment.
Yeah. Okay. I want to get this discussion out of the way, because I know it's since James Earl Jones died, his estate has allowed, Lucas and Disney to use his voice for Darth Vader, because, I mean, who else can do it? I understand that, but there was the ethical dispute about the CGI of, deceased actors, what?
Well, he only died last year.
Huh? Yeah.
He only died last year. Yeah.
Right, but he does Vader's voice in this, and it sounds like an older man doing it. Like,
Yeah,
for sure,
It's
for
like,
sure.
whoa.
sounds
But
like
then Vader's also, Vader's also a lot stiffer in this for some reason. Like he's kind of like
Yeah.
which I guess you can actually like you can think that by the time that they're doing the original trilogy, right? Like he probably has a better mobility in his suit, and like they've updated it a little bit.
Right, exactly. And that's a good in-universe explanation for that. There's no in-universe explanation for the dad joke he makes about choking the guy, but whatever, that's fine.
With the the advancement of AI, even though a lot of it still sucks, do you think the discussion from 2016 did not really matter?
I mean, it feels
Or
quaint.
did it? Yeah.
Because
it feels kind of
So I don't know if y'all. I mean, I've mostly given up on the Alien franchise, frankly, but I did watch that last one, and it has who's that actor? I can't remember the actor's name, but who played the android in the synthetic, in Alien. It has him and it has him, whatever, deep faked, whatever you want to call it, and that was very controversial. And also because they have 15 of these models, just get a different person. You don't need to have that guy. He's not the only model of that android. I mean, Jesus Christ. But that is the next level, because it was a bit of a kerfuffle. That's you have a Tarkin looks like he's in a video game, and he kind of does, frankly.
He does.
The technology just wasn't that good. But also, what they did with Carrie Fisher, it was well, that's only for a couple seconds. He's not a primary character or anything. And their ethical consideration for that, I just say get a different freaking actor. There's plenty of people trying to act in this world. Come on.
The crazy thing is that Guy Henry, the guy that plays the body and the voice of Tarkin in this, right? Then they superimpose, kind of looks like it. Like it doesn't look. If you look up the guy, they could have just used him.
Oh, I totally. It was, especially as a younger man, and it's hilarious to me because I don't know why people are so hung up on using the same people. And Peter Cushing is an iconic looking dude, but he's also just kind of a goofy, severe looking English looking guy. All right.
Which I think so.
Find another one like that.
They still make those, right?
Also, Wanda.
You're right, they do. I'm looking at pictures now. They do. He does look quite a bit like him.
Also, Wanda M brought up a point about the strike. I mean, we're seeing people, studios using AI. Because I'm you guys talked about this. What was the point of the the strikes if you're getting rid of content from streaming services where they're not getting residuals? What's the point of having AI studios now, like Netflix AI? What was the point of the strikes? I mean, I feel like why are there none? Maybe because Hollywood can't afford to have another strike. I don't know, but it seems like we did not learn a goddamn thing from the strikes a few years ago. At least Hollywood
because
has.
the money people like it. That's why. That's all you got to know. Money people like it. That's the only reason.
I mean, but it's also there's contracts, and it's they're always they're doing carve outs. They're always trying to do something like, oh well, all right, well we won't totally use AI to have your face and your body in the database, but we can use AI as a carve out, like in music or in this different. They're always trying to carve out the future within these contracts.
Well, and there are rights and stuff that's been negotiated in the contracts for acting that definitely did not happen with music. And I mean that ship has long since sailed, and all of us are totally screwed, frankly. But there's still some hope for at least the SAG's a strong union. I mean, they're trying to help, even if it is honestly, there's so much unwanted AI push in every element. It's just going to happen. The only question is when and how, and if there's any way to do it in a way that's not totally exploitative.
That's why I'm kind of glad that, I mean, people have conflicting feelings about Obi-Wan's show, but I'm kind of glad that they actually utilized Hayden Christensen, because it takes place after that movie that we don't talk about. So it goes to show that you can still use some of these actors that have been around, because they're still, a lot of them still look very young for their ages, but there are a lot of lookalikes out there that people can use. I mean, same with Sebastian Stan. I mean, he does look like a very much more handsome Mark Hamill. You cling onto the nostalgia, guys, and it's gonna ruin the potential that Star Wars has for a more generations to come. You can't be stuck in the past.
I think there's like, I mean, obviously the CGI and the AI are different things. Like it almost feels quaint at this point that the CGI, like you actually have to recreate the person's face. Like you have to recreate the person's look. Like it's not the same. Like it's not the same thing as a computer actually generating it. Which I don't necessarily. I'm not like advocating for one or the other. But you actually do as an like have to hire artists to do that. Like it's artists recreating the person's face and everything. So that's why it feels quaint, I think, to me.
And if you think of the Star Wars fandom, I'm not talking about people that subscribe to our show or that are watching on This Space. By the way, thank you, This Space viewers as well. We've not been engaging with you, but we know you're there. The last thing you would say that you can do is trust them to not flip out over the most inane things, right? So maybe they think they're opening themselves up to criticism in a way that they don't want. Oh, we don't like this casting or whatever. Which at that point you tell them to pound sand. Who cares? Make your own movie, and then we'll sue you.
Actually, Conan, fun fact, SNL did a whole sketch. They always do these sketches where it's like, actors, auditioning for this movie project. And they did like one of the, recent sequels. And they had John Bodega. He's like, a black stormtrooper. That'll never happen. Yeah. Really? It's like, that was such a, I was like, guys, what the, I'm like, listen, we've seen the videos of nerds from the 70s and 80s talking about these movies, and I assure you they were not all white. I'm sorry, people.
Oh, I can tell you 100% they weren't, because some of them were my friends.
Yeah.
but again, and that's something where it's like the representation aspect, and why, again, catering to the worst elements of that is
that's why this movie's phenomenal.
But this is probably the best iteration of that, because everyone's on an equal footing of they're all screwed.
Yeah.
Like you already know how this story ends. And again, it was like many died and to get this information. Well, it's including
information that they just kind of have and never really talk about like how they got it in A New Hope. Like I just remember. I mean, I'm excited to rewatch it because it's been a long time since I have, but so much of A New Hope is like burned into my brain from being a kid and watching it as many times as I did. And like they're literally just sitting there with the plans and everything, and they're like, "Look, we've got the plans." And like, it's not like they're like, no, people died for these plans. Show some fucking respect. Like
the better fall to make your movie is like Rebel Moon. Yeah, man, you're not wrong.
Remember when people said like that was going to be the next big better than Star Wars? I'm like,
oh man, I was like, who's doing it? Yeah, it won't.
How many director's cuts do we need again? 4, 5, 6? Okay, I'm not buying it.
I mean, look, I hear the guy's very nice.
Yeah. Some people have asked, like, is this a good representation of a rebellion? And like that. I'm like, yeah, because sacrifices, in order to fight, sacrifices are going to have to be made. People are going to have to fight to the death.
Well, and that's why
Yeah.
Again, that's why it was so interesting to be watching this, ostensible like biopic about a real life, revolutionary / counter-revolutionary figure. That's like, oh, well, it also depends, history is written by the winners too, whether someone's an insurgent or a terrorist, or if they're a freedom fighter. All depends on who's telling the story. And I think this is one of the only times you really see that addressed, and it goes into it in much more depth than Andor, which is fantastic, even if Tony Gilroy did exclude the rest of the writers. Andor is wonderful. It's one of my favorite pieces of Star Wars ephemera. Also, Andor, Cassian Andor himself obviously has unlimited Riz because he's got Adria Arjona in that show as well, and he's making time with Jin as well in this one. Which, like, hey, wait a second, but aren't you? Okay, but it's been years, so I guess lots of stuff can happen. Bix is a great character in the Andor show, which is not what we're talking about. We're talking about Rogue One, but you needed a Rogue One to open the gates for that type of storytelling, which again is the grim and gritty, grim, not Zack Snyder grim, but like, grim, like in the fact that these are real people, that they don't have superpowers. They don't have a Millennium Falcon they can jump into. They barely have their own ship. And I forgot the scene where he's like, I don't know, what's our call sign? I don't know, think of something. He's like, Rogue.
We're Rogue.
What is the loneliest?
I
love that scene. I forgot about it too, because I was like, oh yeah, that's where the one.
I felt kind of judgmental there. I'm like, really, that's the best you come up with? And then in my head I was like, you can't come up with better. Like,
One's pretty good.
Yeah, of course.
I feel like I always have two voices going back and forth in my head. One of them is judgmental. The other one's like, "You're not gonna come up with better than Riz Ahmed's Rogue One."
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyone's ever tried to name a band knows how difficult that is, and like the fewer opinions you have in the room, the better. Frankly,
like
because most people will just shoot things down and not actually offer anything.
Movie night extravaganza, I guess. That's
At least it's something. Hold on. And then there's a thing I'm actually going for real quick, which is to say that I think it's also realistic that Jin, who's like just some girl. Who are you? Oh, just some girl. Granted, she's the daughter of the guy who like built the Death Star, but like Oppenheimer's daughter, sure. But like when she addresses the crowd who are like all like listening, they don't all go along with her. In fact, they're like, no, we can't do that. Sorry, peace. And then like a bunch of people are like, actually, we're kind of down to go with you to go do this, which I think is way more realistic than it being like, yeah. And then there's a big kind of, everybody's on board immediately.
Thank you.
And because it wouldn't be. That wouldn't happen because like, who the hell? This chick just walked in the door. Like, why are you listening to her? Like, what's she got to do with anything? We've been in this for like years, and this like, come on, we're not going to take this kind of risk. So I think that's realistic as well, and I think that's something that maybe I didn't notice the first time because you're not as familiar with the characters. You're just kind of like along for the ride, and I think that's good. And there's great elements of Krennic again, who's basically more or less a Secretary of Labor under Trump. Is he's going to shoot all the scientists to find the leak, right? And he ends up just doing it anyway, even after Mads Mikkelsen is like, it's me actually, and it's like, cool. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah. Oh, come on, don't shoot my guys.
Soon.
Like,
yeah. Think about it. Nuclear reactor on the moon.
You think that they would need? You think that they'd still need those scientists, but. It's not like the
I already got it.
Hey Conan, I just realized you don't have an extra little name below. What would you be?
Because I was rushing through to like get on air is why. Yeah, I don't know. I should probably be the force is with me and I'm one with the force. That's probably too long.
Yeah. It was funny when I saw Rogue One. A lot of people started saying that in the audience, and I'm like, whoa, this is a moment to be shared and remembered. That was pretty cool.
Let's see if I can get it. But I think that again, this is the first time we get reality-based Star Wars, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not that. Thankfully, it's not reality-based Star Wars, but you know what I mean for that. And I keep bringing that up because now we're used to seeing it, and like we're so much so that we're backlashing at it. I didn't watch that. Okay, I don't care. Here's your freaking award for not watching a TV show. All right. But it was an experiment, really, because it's granted all war is literally in the name of Star Wars, but it's an actual like war movie, where it's like people doing a mission.
Well, so Greg Fraser, who was the cinematographer for this, had literally just done Zero Dark 30, which a lot of people shit on that movie as like an exercise in kind of CIA propaganda for the masses.
That's why I never watched it, but I hear.
Yeah, that's why I don't. But he takes that same style from what I've seen of the ubiquitous clips of Zero Dark 30, and he takes that style and he actually like uses it here for uses it for good.
From the comments, Daniel Craig's Bond version of Star Wars. Totally, dude. When I saw Casino Royale, I was like, "There's a ball torture scene in a James Bond movie. What are we doing? This is crazy." So I got used to it. Not the ball torture, the new James Bond. I mean.
Greg Fraser, by the way, since has done the Batman, has done the Batman and both Dunes. He was the cinematographer for both Dunes. Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, right on. It's interesting to me. Like I remember when. First of all, I love Diego Luna. I always have. I saw him. First thing I saw him in was Tu Mama Tambien, like 24 years ago, whenever that came out. And I've always been a fan of that dude. I thought he was like a really good actor. He's good in Milk, which we covered in this very show. Like he's been in like so many things. Some of them which with Gail Garcia Bernal was also great.
They're like actor. This.
Yeah, they're super tight. They're you see those guys interact together. Like, where is this buddy movie? Like this, like
get the buddy cop movie or something. Like,
and they have been casting stuff together. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying there needs to be like that. Needs to be like, no, this is like a vehicle to have these guys who have like just unlimited charisma on their own interacting with each other. I never was like, oh, there's gonna be more Andor. I'm like, how is it gonna be more Andor? He's gone. I was like, oh no, it's gonna tell you about like how he got to that point. I was like,
Mhm.
that's a good idea. Because that seems like that guy has a lot of stories to tell. He's seen some stuff, right? So it's like, oh, that's a fantastic idea. I was like, and then
Yep.
the second thing I thought, I wonder if anyone's gonna watch that though.
So this is the clip of Diego Luna talking about how he got cast, and I like
Okay,
this. I found it last night.
If you're really doing this.
very
Congratulations on the movie.
Thanks.
Talk to me about auditioning for the film, because I've always wanted to know what is the
Brilliant.
process like for jumping on board a film of this size and magnitude. Did they know they wanted you? Did you know you wanted them? Tell me about the courting process.
It was very simple, and it came as a surprise. I didn't expect this. Gareth calls me and says, let's meet.
Okay.
I sit down with him and he starts talking about the film and tells me the whole story, and tells me, I would love you to play Cassian. And I go like, what?
Yeah, wow.
But then he says, like, this doesn't mean you will play Cassian. I'm just the director. What I'm telling you is that if you want, you can go into the journey of convincing everyone else that you're the right Cassian.
That's a little bit like, say, I want to take, it's like saying to someone, I want to take you out to dinner, and then you get to dinner, you've had this amazing meal, and then they say, oh, by the way, you're paying.
Kind of.
You know, it's like, oh, come on.
I mean, but
why tell me the story?
The big difference is he said it at the beginning.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't like, oh, that was delicious, right? Now you pay. He said
was like,
at the
hey, look,
beginning,
we're going out to dinner, you're paying,
exactly,
just in case it goes the wrong way.
Yeah, he was basically, I really want to work with you. And when you see this whole cast, because all of us are his first choice, apparently, that's what he said to us.
Yeah.
You do see what he was looking for. He hired actors that are known for films that are very personal, intimate. Like he wanted to bring this tone of intimacy into the world of Star Wars. You know, that I think it's interesting and cool. You know. So yeah, but I didn't see it coming, and I said yes, obviously. And then 5 months passed. I did 2 tests and a lot of waiting,
Thinking you'd been left behind.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and then you get the call.
Yeah, man. We're talking in the chat while that was going on about the different movies that Gareth Edwards has directed. That Godzilla that he directed, I actually think that's one of the only really good ones of that bunch. And I'm a huge Godzilla fan. I mean, I'm such a huge Godzilla fan. I have a Godzilla right here.
That was like his first. That was like his first studio movie, though. So it's crazy he went right from that being his first studio movie,
one of the biggest franchises in sci-fi to one of the other biggest franchises in sci-fi. Yeah, it's crazy. I will say I prefer when he has someone else writing. That's probably the best way to put that.
I haven't seen. I did see Godzilla when it came out. I don't think I remember too much about it. But he did Monsters, I guess, which I haven't seen, but I remember.
Oh, that's like the one. Like a NASA probe crashed into Mexico or something, right? And there's it's a Scoot McNairy, who I love his name.
Yeah,
it's pleasurable to say. I also like that actor. I think that actor is cool. Scoot, got Scoot McNairy in this one, and God, I can't remember who's the other one in there. I vaguely remember that movie.
They have the border wall or whatever.
Right, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, he did. It was like pretty quick. It was 2014, and
so he does Monsters in 2010. That's his like indie film that he put out there, and then he does Godzilla in 2014. Yeah,
too, which since they only ever made one Jurassic Park, that sentence doesn't exist. But.
Yeah, Chris Pratt? No, he's Mario, right?
Who are you talking about?
And Garfield
from Parks and Rec.
No. You know what's funny though? A lot of people, I think everyone's favorite like cameo moment was like C-3PO and like R2-D2. Everyone's like, oh my god! I'm like, of course they're gonna be in the movie. Come on now. But even I was like, oh.
But they have but they also have like the sassy K2SO droid, which is funny that when you deprogram any of those droids, they just become extra sassy. Like I like turning that into canon because he's like Atlas
is like He's probably the most hardworking guy in Hollywood right now, with like doing the DCU stuff now,
Yeah.
and voicing everybody and everything. Where's my goddamn car, Bruce? Like,
Well, Alan
I always
Tudyk
forgive
is-
him
What
in
is so funny?
Yeah. True had to know him all the way back from Firefly, which was
Oh yeah,
amazing show that launched at least 3 or 4 careers.
and he did the whole yoo-hoo big summer blowout in Frozen. which was
I
hilarious.
always think of
I
him
don't
as the pirate in Dodgeball.
In
Right around that time.
yeah, Dodgeball, yeah. He's also Resident Alien, unfortunately canceled. It's an amazing show. That's a really fantastic show that I can't believe they got it went as long as it did, because it's
Well,
this is too weird.
I love that you and my friend Josh both wrote he's a legend, right? Like
Yeah,
as
at the
comments.
same time. Yeah, great.
Speaking of an alien, Conan, Noah Hawley is doing one for Hulu. That might-
Yeah, it's coming out like in like a couple weeks or something, I think.
yeah, I
Yeah.
love
I've known about that for a while.
Legion, so
Yeah.
I think you'll
Marco's
do
good
good
too.
with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Gareth Edwards, like, look, that this is, as far as direction goes, this kills hard.
Yeah.
Like this is exciting. It's got like those battle sequences. I mean, some people kind of knock the pacing. Okay, I understand. I don't agree, but I understand why you might feel that way. But that back third is just, because first of all, we never have seen a Star War happen like in a tropical environment. So that's just rad to be like,
Yeah,
oh, there's like
I was like,
palm trees are the equivalent of palm trees going on with AT-ATs walking by. Hell yeah.
yes.
Great. I'm ready for that. That's amazing. And to have like this Saving Private Ryan style exchange, like
Saving Ryan's Privates.
Saving Ryan's Private, sure. On a beach, culturally that makes sense too, because a lot, think of like storming the storming of Normandy and things along those lines. That's frequently like these things happen on beachfronts. And so to be able to put that in and again work with the lexicon of what we think about with war movies, which is what that's in. And it's weird it's called a war movie. Of course, a war movie, it's a goddamn Star War.
Worse.
But this feels like a war movie in that classic sense of the terms, which is just like a band of brothers and sisters, so to speak, that are trying to achieve a goal for
Girl boss.
I mean, what do you think about her character? I'm a huge fan. I actually had forgotten how much I was like, especially when they try to they're rescuing her and she just hits the dude with the shovel. She's like,
I got this. I know what I'm doing.
Like, I don't need to.
She's always a fighter. Like she
Yeah.
was born to be a fighter. And it's interesting that like not many people actually bitched about her as a character.
Yeah.
I remember no one really complained about Rogue One from what I remember. Like, because everyone universally loved it because it had the right amount of nostalgia, cameos, and also it connected to a good Star Wars movie, So like a lot of people are like, yeah, this girl's badass. Like, she's not like some damsel in distress or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's actually, a female character that a lot of little girls who, have Star Wars parents can look up to.
So
it was 1 year. It was 1 year after Force Awakens had like just kind of been nothing, right? Like, so it's having that movie, I feel like, come out in between that, and then everyone's kind of waiting for the 8th one, and like in the middle of it, they're like, I feel like it kind of slipped right in there to give people that dose of nostalgia.
I like that Felicity Jones was the first round draft pick, the first pick for that, because at first I was just totally unfamiliar with her and speaking personally, but I think it works that most of these people, I mean, the only person I really knew was Donnie Yen and Diego Luna. And like, I knew them from wildly different genre movies, which is like, oh, it's crazy that these guys are in this movie, but that's kind of rad. I wonder what this movie is going to be like.
And Mads, of course.
And Mads too, yeah. Where's that going? Oh, Rooney Mara was up for the Jyn Erso role. And the other person when the initial stages, Tatiana Maslany, who did She-Hulk, and she was in Orphan Black.
My friend was in She-Hulk.
Yeah, well, the star of She-Hulk was almost Jyn Erso. So
that would have been interesting. That would have been. She would have done really well, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's almost just you want to have someone that's like not too well known for that character, right? But I thought Felicity Jones did a great job, and I assumed that she's done this kind of thing before. Oh no, it's all like period dramas and stuff.
Yeah,
like that. Okay.
The movie she did about Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a case where it was discrimination against men, and I was like, okay. Interesting. That's interesting. Plot. Okay. Just try to
Sure.
get away from her girl power, whatever.
She was in one of the Spider-Man movies or whatever in between this, I guess. One of the Andrew Garfield ones. Yeah. She was in Amazing Spider-Man too. I don't remember. I don't know if I even saw. I saw the first one. I don't remember if I saw but yeah.
But there was a second one? I don't remember. Gwen survived. What are you talking about?
Oh, she plays Felicia Hardy. She's a Black Cat. But I mean, she's Felicia Hardy.
Can we have a Black Cat in the MCU, please? I could do it. I don't care. I want to do a cosplay of that so bad too. I would look so fucking hot.
I heard she does this. I was looking into like her accent's like this middle of England kind of thing where she they actually trace there's this Reddit thread where they trace it literally
Birmingham.
to
She's from Birmingham.
Yeah.
That explains her accent.
But
I'm excited.
I can't understand it.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk about it next week, but like the whole the Imperials all being English sounding, it's just because it was available. That's what was around, which is so great because that canonically made, which is so great if you know anything about the English Empire, which I would assume like listeners of the show do. But it's like, oh, that's fantastic. Like,
and there's something so
with the Russian with the Romans who sounded English, who sounded British.
Yeah,
like all the old movies. It's like that's what we think Romans and Greeks sounded like back then.
Well, I was just watching
BBC.
I just recently watched Spartacus, and literally everybody in Spartacus has a British accent. But yeah, there's something like mid-level British functionary kind of thing that like Ben Mendelsohn does so well in this with his like insanely creepy Orson Krennic guy. Yeah,
he's the perfect guy for that kind of role. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of like, yeah, you're right. He's just sort of like, oh, this guy is a social climber, but you know, he's not necessarily like the best in his class, but he's definitely the most ruthless. Like he's got that look about him. Like, oh, this slimy dude. He's in
his overview on Wikipedia or whatever. Often known for portraying arrogant and unlikable characters.
I love looking at an actor's IMDb page, and it's like, yeah, they are known for playing those characters down to a T. I forgot Ozzy Osbourne's from Birmingham, which explains why we couldn't understand him. It wasn't just the drugs.
Well, all that's happened was. Yeah, The Outsider was a great Stephen King miniseries. Actually, Cynthia Erivo was in that, which is interesting. Ben Mendelsohn is the chief detective of that. Very good. Also, Jason Bateman is in that, which is he's like he's a like.
Also, wasn't Ben? He was also one of the in the Captain Marvel movies, right? I think
Talos.
so.
Yeah, and Secret Invasion, which I honestly was so not into, I didn't even finish. Which is the only one I can say. I was like,
that's probably the worst. That and Ant-Man were the worst of the MCU in that phase, I will say.
Well, the first two Ant-Mans are great. That Ant-Man movie.
Yeah.
The third one's not.
We just need a show with what's his face narrating the entire MCU. That's all we need to catch up for people who didn't fuck with anything else that was going on.
Just get Nick Offerman to do it.
Yes. Here's what
the
happened.
thing you have to understand about the Secret Invasion was, it was a secret.
It was terrible.
Not good. No, but so again, just rounding up here. I mean, I think that there's so many kind of cool quotable lines with this. You know, I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me. Obviously, is great, but make 10 men feel like 100.
Yeah,
oh, that's good stuff right there. Yeah, that's good stuff. It's good writing. You know, we have hope. Rebellions are built on hope. Because we mentioned all that hopey, changey stuff, but that to me, that's another thing of like to make it a good, a classic Star Wars. It's like, are there memorable lines?
Yeah,
you know, I love you. I know, amazing. You know, we'll talk about that one later on. Like, I was like,
oh no, I'm like, God damn it! I'm like, they're not gonna make it.
But like I feel like some of these other movies, and again, I'm not trying to steal the joy of people that love the prequels, especially if you grew up with them. Whatever. I'm just saying that
this is where the fun
begins,
right?
You sure about that? You sure that's not what you're trying to do?
Or okay, like somehow Palpatine Returns is probably the only thing that I remember from the entire sequels. I'm like, what other quotes are there that exist?
Like I said, give Oscar the Oscar for that one because he deserves it. It was like, really? That's how we're
Poor
explaining
Oscar
it.
Isaac.
Okay.
Hey, give me
Poor
another season of Moon Knight, okay? Disney, give us that.
No, but but think about it. That the no, I'm your father. Do or not do. There is no try. Even it's a trap.
Yeah.
Which is great, and I can't wait to talk about the fact that Akbar, from the second they arrive, he wants to leave. That guy wants to get away so bad immediately. He's just like, oh, retreat. And because it's something that somebody said it to me once, and I rewatched the movie. I'm like, oh my god, you're right. He's totally trying to bail the entire time. It's amazing. Are you a general or an admiral, dude? Like what the hell?
Get out.
But getting back to my original point is that there are a lot of quotes, that granted nothing's going to be on the lines of these are the droids you're looking for or whatever, or help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. But like, there's some really good lines in this, and that's God. I think it needs. If you're talking about a great Star Wars movie, you need that.
Yeah.
Well,
You
so they
need-
were
you
going
need
to
good
bring
quotes.
back Admiral Akbar for Rogue One. Like that
Was he going to be
the
because it's the other? God, this is so freaking nerdy. The other race, it says there's like the octopus race and like the squid race, and they're from the same planet.
Yeah.
It's great. It's hilarious that I know this, and they're both like in the rebellion. But it's like one of the other. It's not Admiral Akbar's people. It's the other ones who like live in a different part of the planet. That's like he's the guy that like is. They actually get the message from Rogue One and relay it.
Christina McVie from Fleetwood Mac was from Birmingham.
But that's crazy.
Apparently, by the way, the
Birmingham?
name of
Yeah, I am.
I'm sitting over here like naming like alien races that 7 people care about. Like the people that
Hey, I
created
was listening though.
like it's fine. You can wander off on that one.
I hate that the
Admiral Raddus.
the species name of the squid ones is Mon Calamari.
Yeah, Amon Calamari. That's trying to think.
But it's like really that y'all made up a calamari name for those squid.
Yeah, well, why did you call the cow people like the sirloins or something? I mean, what are you doing here?
You know what's funny though?
Be like
I
Montius Angicus or something. It is like Angus steak, really. Like
Red Dog in the comments. Zagra were quotable. Can you send the Imperial flag ran across the galaxy? I'd like to think on some rebellion bedrooms, just like on some college dorm rooms, there are many Che Guevara quotes, and we see some Saw Gerrera quotes in the Star Wars universe. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
but I love
Leia in
I
that
love
gold
her
bikini probably.
her response to this. You could see the Imperial flag raised across the country. She said, "Not if you don't look up." And it's like, God damn! Like,
wow.
Yeah, it's like, all right, like.
I guess you got me there.
I think.
But yeah, so they were gonna bring back. Sorry, Kristina. They were gonna bring back Admiral Akbar, but then they decided to do it in The Force Awakens, and so they said like, oh well, we can't do it now.
What was his rate too high? Like he's a freaking puppet. What do you need?
Yeah,
it's a trap.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Hey, I can't do 2 movies in a row.
Akbar wants too much money. Get the squid instead. Okay. Yeah.
You know what's funny with The Mandalorian? A lot of people think that Pedro Pascal quit The Mandalorian because he didn't want to wear the mask. I'm like, no, the show had run its course because there was other spinoffs after that, like with Boba Fett and all that.
Well, they're coming back with a movie anyway. It's a Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which is like since it's basically
that goddamn Pedro Pascal is in everything.
Since it's basically Lone Wolf and Cub in space.
Yeah,
he looks like the older brother of Diego Luna.
He really does.
It's like Pedro Pascal and Diego Luna have a similar look to them.
Can I tell you?
Him and Oscar Isaac and them in the oh god.
They're the squid and the octopus. They're the squid guy and the octopus guy of
of Mexican cinema. Yeah. Fantastic. That's a good one. That's quasi racist, but yeah. Against squids, I'm talking about. What do you think I was talking about?
Letterboxd.
Yeah. So I love, by the way, Mandalorian, especially when you have Katie Sackhoff's character as
do the magic hand thing.
What are we talking about? That you have Bo-Katan in Mandalorian, and also the armor in the Mandalorian. All three of them are like drop dead gorgeous. By the way, they're wearing these like fucking great. I love it. I love everything about it. It's like that's Star Wars to me. Like when I saw it, I was like, oh man, because it's, but it's also like you could have, whatever. You could cast someone that aren't leading ladies and
yeah. I got something. So I saw people complaining or talk, and I think I agree with this about the Borgullet thing where they put the thing onto Rizon and to see if his memories or whatever, right? They don't go
equivalent
back
of
to
like
that
the Star Trek bug that goes in your ear kind of like thing.
Yeah. They don't go back to that afterwards or like really like touch on that after they've done it. And I feel like they should have done a little bit more to like follow up on that, at least kind of like all fucked up or something like that. Like I feel like that maybe that is a valid thing that like I think they left that on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, but I mean, you also don't want the movie to be too long either.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Naked Gun.
That's a big part of it, right? Exactly. Which we'll talk about in the after party. And
I still haven't seen it, so don't spoil it. No spoilers.
Well,
I don't know what there is to spoil. I mean, like
there's just a lot of gags and jokes and Priscilla Presley.
Yeah, but I want to see gags and jokes for the first time.
When we finish this goddamn show first, when we start worrying about that. Bo-Katan is great. The actress is good in Battlestar Galactica too. Literally how I know her, which is it's from the Battlestar Galactica, the Ronald D. Moore Battlestar Galactica, which is of course great, groundbreaking, prestige television, but prestige genre television that unfortunately two people learned the wrong lesson from, but it itself is great, even if they didn't lose the plot. Literally, in that last season, in my humble opinion. Battlestar Galactica, great, blameless. Yeah, I think, is there anything else? Otherwise, I think we should go to Letterboxd one-liners. We're kind of run late already. Cool. Letterboxd, of course, is a place for film lovers to talk with and to each other about the films they love, maybe the films they didn't love, maybe the films that they just want to get an extended discussion about the prequels. I don't know what people are up to in these comments, but everybody gets to have their say. It's about democracy. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world, to bottom up democracy. Of course, this is best expressed succinctly for the purposes of this bit, where they're collected weekly, every show that we do, presented on the screen for Forrest and the panel, which is Kristina and me at this point, to react to. And that's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Rogue One, a Star Wars story. Let's go. Shrewd popping a post-ass whooping squat on a dead stormtrooper's body might be the hardest moment in Star Wars history.
Yes.
That's like when they had those games like like Call of Duty or whatever, and you can just kind of teabag.
I'm surprised that wasn't the finishing move. Yeah, exactly. Everybody gangsta till Vader shows up.
Yeah. They're all in the hallway too. They're like,
this is where the fun ends.
They're all in the hallway too, and they're like, we made it. Maybe we. And then Vader pops up, and they're like, oh no, we weren't talking shit on Twitter. We didn't at you. We didn't say anything about you. We're all cool. We're all cool, Vader.
That's not me. That's not me. I didn't do that. But, by the way, I sometimes get really sad that Jason always misses these. But
yeah,
whatever. Diego Luna too sexy to be dying like this.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I can't believe I wrote that. Never mind.
I was gonna say, yeah. This is Kristina. Huh. It's her alt. James. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have Pedro Pascal at home.
Hey. Well, I know that stealing the Death Star plans was important, but so is Adria Arjona. Hard agree.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Admiral Akbar rocks, dude. Can you imagine? Look, that's the next Disney Plus streaming show, and it's like a workplace comedy. Admiral Akbar's
I wish I had an Admiral Akbar mask, so I could just wear them on to the next episode. Like, just be Admiral Akbar for the. Welcome to Movie Night Extravaganza.
Every time there's like a sensitive topic brought up that's like, could possibly cause a problem. It's a trap. No one has mentioned how this one has the same ending as Melancholia. It does. It's kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
It's a trap.
Who would have thought a plot hole would make for a damn good movie? That's what I'm saying. Seriously.
But it is one of the most classic plot holes. It's probably the most famous plot hole of any like just that there's a little shaft.
I would like to film my get my plot hole filled,
Whoa, hey!
Oh,
save it for the
hey!
after party. Oh,
we're prepping over here.
That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, respect.
Seriously, this film filled my plot hole. Okay,
we don't often give big ups enough for shtick on the main show because we're trying to keep it profesh. But that's solid. That's solid.
Yeah.
I want to get a soundboard where you can just do it. It's a trap every time,
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
that would be really good. Oh man. Oh man, I'm into it. My favorite genre in film is Donnie Yen playing blind badass. You know what?
Yeah, because he is in fucking in John Wick too. Yeah,
he totally is.
Like helpless blind person. He's like, no, I'm with the force.
Yeah,
he tells Keanu Reeves, "I'm one with the force, and the force is with me."
I don't think he's blind in Hero, but it's been a while since I've seen that. Hero's really good though.
I can be your
The
hero,
show?
baby.
The show Hero?
no, the movie, the freaking.
All right.
Yeah, was there a movie called? Oh, there's Heroes. Is that what you're thinking?
Heroes. Yeah, I was
Ali Larder. The one that basically should have been called X-Men, but
Yeah,
because they didn't have the rights. But it's basically X-Men.
I was mixing them up. Oh yeah, Fist of Fury. He's been in some like crazy shit.
He was in Intellectual Property Man. It's called One Punch Man, but it's IP Man. So my joke is that I always say Intellectual Property Man because I think that's funny. It's never not funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because of you that I thought that's what it was.
Because I say it so much because it's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Johnny Yen. Intellectual Property Man. That's so stupid. Jet Li and Tony Leung and Maggie Chung are also
walk into a bar.
Hero. Exactly. They walk into a wuxia martial arts film that's in the Warring States period in China. Exactly.
I was just looking at his Wikipedia page.
Just looking deeply into Felicity's eyes. Why are the Star Wars characters I relate to most always the droids with no social skills?
Yes.
I am C-3PO, human cyborg relations. You're not very good at that. You're not very good at human cyborg relations.
I feel like it's funny because as much Star Wars talk as I've been around my entire life and have participated in, even initiated, I haven't really thought too much about. Yeah, every time they malfunction, they get sassier.
Yeah. they're like we have to reprogram them, and they're like, reprogram this.
Well,
like,
I mean, look
okay.
Look, we're not talking about Solo, but the Donald Glover Lando, it's strongly implied there's a sexual relationship he has with this droid, but he's also like omnisexual. So
also, if there's anyone who needs a prequel show, Donald Glover as him made a lot of sense, honestly.
You know what? He's the thing I like best about that Solo movie. The thing I dislike the most was the main character. I was like, God, if everything's great about this except for the main character.
I don't know if I made it all the way through that movie. I watched like I remember watching the first half and then being like, I'm kind of bored with this.
it's frustrating because there are good things about it, but it is not a good movie.
Yeah.
I see people rating these things 5 stars, and I'm like, I don't even know what you saw, but I did not see that. I guess I'm a hard ass. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm a Star Wars hard ass, but somehow I am.
Really, Conan?
All right, maybe I am.
Damn, I had something that I thought of, but I don't remember what it was. So
it's a trap.
It's a trap.
I would have killed Baby Yoda for them to handle the sequels this beautifully.
Oh hell no! We need Baby Yoda.
Well, I didn't write it. Tell the Zach.
God damn it.
I
Baby
wish
Yoda
were
meets
half this good.
Baby Yoda versus the Rizzler.
Tarkin really is like that one guy in a group project that doesn't do any of the work, but still gets credit for it anyway.
I mean,
I'm
that
the
kind of
opposite.
is that is like half the Nazis that like made it. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly. They're like, oh yeah, me and Himmler worked on this together,
yeah.
equal parts. Oh yeah, that's not what he said from his bunker. Anyway, wow, where was I going with that? Ugh, dark.
It's a trap.
Oh, it's a trap. Letterboxd Bloodlighters for Rogue One, a Star Wars story. Please follow the show at Movie Night Extra on our Letterboxd page, Letterboxd HQ page. We're doing all Star Wars movies this August, but not all Star Wars movies. So follow us along for that, as well as attendance stories and short form content from all the rest of the shows, the great movies that we cover on this very show on the popular Letterboxd forum. Forrest is the Death Star contractor. You can follow him at Always Flacco. He is covering all the stuff we're doing this show, lots more. When a big
I feel like this one's evergreen. This one's evergreen. I could be a contractor of the Death Star at any of these movies.
I just hope you got a screenshot of Kristina like being the Death Star, because this
I got a screenshot of Jason being the Death Star.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I mean, good for Jason. He's not even on this show, but okay.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know. Anyway, I am at Conan Neutron. The Force is with me. I'm one with the Force. You can follow me along for the Criterion Challenge, which I am currently killing it at right now, by the way, I might add. And for highbrow, midbrow, popular, all that stuff, I'm actually behind on logging because I went through and actually did a log and review for every Star Wars movie. I had only done that for the ones I liked before. So that's, you can imagine how that's going. People have opinions. But, people are welcome with their opinions, and I'm happy to engage. I will not be talked out of my opinion about which is, movies are hot dog water and which ones are not. Sorry. But follow me at Conan Neutron for all that. Kristina, in you despair. Get it? I get it. Adam Kristina on Letterboxd. Follow her along for all the stuff we're covering on here and so much more. Saw you did a Naked Gun review. We're going to be doing that in the after party. Spoiler free, I guess. The Force cannot have a hissy fit about it.
It's still funny when you actually.
Maybe I'll just.
It's not going to be as funny as you actually seeing the.
Yeah, what we're going to do? Like,
maybe
reenact the jokes. I mean, okay.
Maybe I'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick and then come back.
No, Miranda.
Anyway, let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yeah. So Brian Maltefano from Def Club, that episode just went out to the general feed, I think like an hour ago. So he's great. really interesting fella. Came up from Argentina, great player. They have a new record. We Demand a Permanent State of Happiness, which is great. And that is out for everyone. ProtonicVersal.com, patreon.com/ProtonicVersal. $1 a month for advance access for all that. Nina Nasaja coming back on this week to talk about her new record, which is great. She was just on for the Jolie Lade record, which they just got off a tour in Canada for. But this is a Nina Nasaja record only on Bandcamp. There's actually a big push again for like the 5th time in the past like 5 years to move off of Spotify, which of course just funds all the worst things in the world you can imagine and pays the worst out of all of these horrible walled gardens that no one's ever going to earn any money on. But this is only on Bandcamp. I think that's very interesting. We're going to talk about it. I've had her on a few times. I think she's an incredible artist, incredible voice, and that should be really good. Steve Von Til Neurosis is coming up shortly as well. Tim Byron of the Maishi coming up. Blake Fleming of Dazzling Killman after that. And maybe one of these two things that I've been trying to schedule for the last 4 months might show up. Who knows? Anything can happen on Protonic Reversal. Thursdays, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. Subscribe for all that stuff. Again, hit the Patreon if you're interested in that kind of thing. I would love to be able to announce some of these things, but I can't. So CONAN Neutron Secret Friends, October tour coming up. Those tour dates have been sort of soft announced. I'll have a poster graphic next week. We're playing Chicago, Minneapolis, Lincoln, Nebraska, Denver, Salt Lake City, Boise, Eugene, Portland, and Seattle for Rat City Recon. That's all coming up in October. We have another set of dates in November that will be announced soon. Unfortunately, the Jesus Lizard have canceled their fall tour dates. So there's been injury in the band. That's a bummer. I was really looking forward to that. So those are going to happen, but most likely scenarios, that's going to be in the spring of 2026 now. So that's a drag, but we will still be out heading southwards, southish. And actually we'll be, I think Kristina, at this point we're doing Atlanta and Athens. So it's even an hour closer to you now for one of them.
Yeah, Athens, let's go.
And we're playing Birmingham, Austin, Denton, Wichita, so on and so on. But the last couple of days are going to be a little bit different now because we're doing the Jesus Lizard show. But of course, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com, CONAN Neutron Secret Friends with the Neutron new record out now, available on all the normal things. Please check it out. We have we put Who Dare shirts up in the Bandcamp, and we have some cool merch items coming up. Finishing up the video with friend of the show Rick Valentin tomorrow for A Villainous Circumstance, which again, it's super cool. It's very noir themed. It should be awesome. Kristina, what do you got going on?
Well, last week we watched The Wiz, and I forgot how horrifying it was because I absolutely hated that movie so much, and now I remember why. Too scary for kids, too silly for adults. I had my streamiversary, been streaming on Twitch for 4 years. I went for like about 40 hours, and then someone reported me over Craig Ferguson for stupid copyright. I got my account banned for a few hours, but I'm back and better than ever. Corner in the space, there are radioactive wasps in Aiken now, and I'm panicking, and I need to fund to go to Brooklyn. Yeah, that's a thing. SRS, Savannah Riverside, has a radioactive wasp nest, and
it sounds like the plot to like a superhero movie. Watch out, there's radioactive wasps.
Yes, it's a trap. I'm just get away. So yeah, pretty chill. We're still watching Dark Shadows. We're at the point where the satanic cult has found the dude that they soul harassed the baby to the kid to the teen to the adult now, and it's just getting weird. It's getting weird. It's getting to the point where I remember this is when Dark Shadows started going downhill, but we're still doing it. We're still doing it. Sunday fun days, we watch Maude, All in the Family, HR Puffin stuff, Craig Ferguson. It's gonna be fun.
HR Puffin stuff. Wow.
HR on Tubi. Okay. HR Puffin stuff.
Every time I think of Maude, I think of the Family Guy bit where he's listening to the Maude theme song, and then like every name, and then he's like,
Maude.
Yeah, but he's like, and then there's Maude, and then he's like, and then there's Maude.
The first episode was about her getting a black mane, and she's like, she's like, oh, the blacks, you guys went through so much, and she's like, what the hell? And like, she's doing the liberal thing where liberals they try so hard, but they end up being kind of like bigoted in their own way. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's the joke, right? That's the whole Maude thing.
Like, but when she's against Archie Bunker, she kills it because that's the whole point. She was a spinoff of All in the Family.
Yeah. And then there's
a lot of fun. And then there's Maude. Yes. Oh, also, Dick Cavett's show was on Tubi now, so we're gonna start watching like every season's like politicians and musicians and actors.
Oh
and
yeah,
activists.
that's awesome. I feel like I want to watch. I want to watch more. Dick
Friend of
Cavett.
mine, Dick Cavett.
You watch more Kristina on her stream.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Sounds good. Kristina, final thoughts. What are you thinking about? Yeah.
This is the best Star Wars movie outside of the original trilogy, and I will die on that hill because, again, it connects to the original trilogy, and it actually has the heart of what the messaging of Star Wars is supposed to be about. So if you haven't watched Rogue One, because you're thinking, oh, it came during those movies, no, watch it. Watch it. It's good. It's great. You're going to love it. And watch Andor if you can.
All right. Conan?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Kristina said. I do think it's the best Star Wars movie since the original trilogy, and it managed to excel by doing something totally different. And this like a heist movie, sort of again war movie, but like high stakes, desperate plan when we already know the outcome. And this is a powerful message about communitarian effort for the greater good. That we're more than the sum of our individual parts. Eminently quotable. I love the Seven Samurai of it all. And I think the back third of it is like hard to get any better action wise than maybe like classic Empire. I think it's fantastic to get all the context with the Cassian Andor character with the TV show. I don't think you need it, but I think once you've seen it, like you'll want to check it out. And I encourage people to do that. Damn entertaining movie, which I wish more of these were. and I swear to you, I do love Star Wars. I just don't like it when it's done poorly. And I think ultimately their hit ratio is about the same as Kiss at this point.
%.
But it's a joy to revisit, and it's again, this is about the people against the powerful, and that will always have my heart every time. Good movie.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be doing the original trilogy and over the next 3 weeks. Yeah, and an after party tonight, which the reason that I'm looking at my other screen right now is I'm sending out the after party link onto all the chats which we're located on.
Yeah, because a lot of the space folks are like, we want an after party.
I can't even keep track of this anymore. Yeah, but we're gonna talk about all kinds of stuff coming up. You know, recent movies.
Well, we had this space. This is Revolution was going live for that hour. Jason was on, and I was
got a lot of people watching.
Look, well, but point of fact is it's Star Wars month for us. We're doing A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. They're all gonna be spirited conversations. Jason's back on next week for that. We have Lauren from a band coming up, and then Bonnie, who of course used to work at Lucas, coming up as well. It's gonna be a hell of a month. Hell of a month to talk Star Wars, and there will be no prequels discussed on my watch.
a hell of a month to watch Star Wars. You know what I say when we start to discuss prequels? It's a trap.